Synopsis. In a world where supernatural creatures are forced to hide behind the scenes, they are forced to stay in the darkness, never revealing themselves to the light of the world. But what if the world itself changed? A world where such creatures didn't have to hide. Instead, they reign supreme. That is the world Liam Lycann has been thrust into. And as a fellow supernatural creature himself, he is forced out of the darkness and into the light. In a world where monsters rain from the sky, changing the social hierarchy of the world, Liam must survive this apocalypse. He must begin his journey to level up. But can the creature that ascends this new world to be the strongest possibly be a werewolf? Chapter 1. The reckoning the day the world came to an end, I sat at the back of the classroom, gazing out the window as I wondered if my life would forever be so boring. The teacher was going on about formulas and whatnot, but the more she spoke, the deeper I sank into depression. Then I saw it, the reckoning. The sky split open and was enveloped in a mass of purple energy and blue energy colliding onto one another. It was accompanied by a foul odor, an odor that almost caused me to gag. The sight was straight out of a sci-fi movie. It was as if another universe was descending onto Earth. Monstrous creatures rained from the sky, far off in the distance. At the same time, another boy, named Damien, stood up with a shocked look on his face. "Oh my God, what is this?" he shouted frantically. "What is it?" the teacher asked. "Don't you see it? There's a screen right in front of me." At the same time, another kid noticed what was happening outside and alerted everyone. The class erupted in an uproar when they finally saw the sky splitting. They all rushed toward the window to take a look at what was happening outside. Amid the chaos, the kid who mentioned the screen continued staring straight ahead without even glancing outside. It intrigued me. Like the others, I didn't see any screen, but his behavior was too strange to ignore. I also saw him muttering to himself and moving his fingers as if he was typing on a J-pad. What is he doing? Ding. Mana awakening. Initializing system. 99. Just then a sound akin to when you receive a notification on your phone rang inside my head. For a second my eyes glowed a deep shade of orange and my claws threatened to tear through my fingertips, but I managed to keep myself composed. Initialization complete. Showing status. Immediately a screen popped up in my peripheral vision. What is this? Status name. Liam Lycann. Age. 17 core level. LV. 1 race. Werewolf classification. Supernatural beast bloodline. Primordial pack. Pack members. 7. Pack name. The Lycann family. Rank. Beta role. Jack of all trade. Next full moon. 3 days message. Congratulations. Your world has been blessed with mana. All supernatural creatures, such as yourself, have been given the aid of a system to begin leveling up, while only a select few humans have been granted the system. I skimmed through the glowing text feeling as if a teacher had handed me a long page of homework. What is this? Somehow this thing knew everything about me. It even knew that I am a werewolf. How? My questions were cut short as a massive earthquake suddenly erupted. The entire building shook. Desks and chairs clattered together as students crawled on the ground to avoid the destruction. Those who tried to run quickly lost their balance and fell. The windows exploded, shooting small glass shrapnel into the classroom. The horrified screams of my classmates filled the air. It was as if hell had descended upon us. It lasted only a few minutes, but by the time it was over, the classroom was a mess. Bodies laid everywhere, some of them unmoving. "Is everyone okay?" Ms. Blake, my homeroom teacher, asked as she tried her best to gather everyone together. Some students were unconscious, while others had twisted limbs and bones sticking out of their flesh. Some were impaled, and others were buried under mountains of desks and chairs. The girl who sat beside me had a horrified look on her bloodied face. Blood trailed from her eyes and dripped from her chin, causing her to scream in pain. "My eyes! I can't see!" she screamed. Pieces of glass had punctured her eyes, blinding her. Her best friend, realizing what had happened, rushed over to comfort her. But just before she reached her, something swooped in through the broken window. A giant beast that looked like a moth pounced on her. Its eyes, like giant red orbs, scanned the room before it sank its fangs into her neck. Just before it bit her, I saw two giant fangs in its mouth, almost like a vampire, as only bigger. The students immediately erupted in panic as they watched the girl's throat get ripped out. It made a wet, sticky sound as the beast feasted on what remained of her. The blood spraying on the floor and the pieces of flesh being tossed around was strong enough to invoke some primal need in me, but I managed to keep myself in check. Pickett turned into a stampede to escape the classroom, but just before they did, the giant moth drained the girl of blood and flew after them. But just as it was about to reach them, a blazing ball of fire tore through the moth's chest, creating a large cavity. The creature let out a loud screech before falling to the ground. Instinctively, everyone's eyes turned to the person who had slain the beast. It was the boy from before, Damien, the one who had been rambling about a screen. If I had to guess, he had awakened a system too. I saw it in real time, the way everyone looked at him. It was as if he were a hero. People always flock to those who show strength during times of desperation. We are all just sheep in the end. A question immediately popped up in my mind. A question about whether Damien was a supernatural beast like myself. Oh, just a human that was given this power. He smelled human at least. Though in truth, a system couldn't have been given to a better person. Damien was a leader. The kind of person who always puts others before himself. A real man of the people, you might say. Even the teachers looked to him for support. He was a popular guy with a handsome face that could make anybody swoon. Even in this crisis, some of the girls were looking at him with a weird twinkle in their eyes. Everyone calmed down. I can't explain to you what is happening because I don't know myself. But what I can tell you is that our first priority should be getting somewhere safe. Damien shouted to the panicked students. Hearing his voice, they all seemed to calm down a bit. Sheep, I tell. The auditorium. Ms. Blake interrupted. It's south the safest place for us right now. And that's where the school said we should go whenever there is an emergency like the earthquake that just happened a few moments ago. Damien looked at her and nodded in agreement. There was a look of determination burning in his eyes. Let us carry the injured and get out of here, Damien said, and no one refuted him. I also had a choice to make. I could either jump out of the building right now and take off on my own. It was roughly a 30-foot drop if I jumped from here, but that wouldn't be much of a problem for me. By doing this, I might be better able to protect myself. Right now, we were kind of like cattle herded together. The other choice was to stay with my classmates. This way, I could observe things a little better rather than going out into the world with limited knowledge. I could blend in with the sheep and learn more about this change that was happening. Maybe by watching Damien, I could even understand more about what this system thing is. I closed my eyes and slowed my breathing to hone in on my senses. Every sound and every smell became perfectly clear to me. Far off in the distance, I could hear loud fluttering of wings accompanied with screams and the sound of gunshot. There were also sirens going off. Amongst it all, I heard a maniacal laughter that sounded like a woman. There were also a few creatures far off in the distance. I could tell they weren't human or animal by the foul smell that accompanied them. There was also a strong scent of blood and decay that wafted throughout the school building. A lot of students were either dead or injured, but there were quite a few heartbeats, so I knew some were still alive. I could also smell that there were more of the giant moths circling outside the school. There were even a few that managed to make it inside the building, likely from the windows. Let us get out of here before more blood moths show up, Damien said. Blood moths? How does he know their name? Did his system tell him? I thought for a second and then decided. Option 2 is then I mumbled to myself. It provided me the perfect environment to observe and learn, so I was positive I made the right choice. Maybe my life won't be so boring after all. Or maybe this is just shaping up to be an even bigger drag. Chapter 2. And the dead shall rise. Damien was adamant about bringing everyone with us, even those who were clearly dead, and so they were forced to carry the bodies of their deceased classmates. I, for one, was against this, so I moved to help the girl who was blinded. The scent of death was overwhelming for my overly sensitive nose, even at this stage of decomposition. That's why I didn't want to help any classmate who were already dead. Let me help you, I said, putting the girl's arm around my shoulder and holding her up by the waist. Thank you, she said, her voice still trembling from the shock of the situation. Who are you? I thought she would recognize me by my voice. But she didn't. It's me, Liam. I sit beside you during homeroom class. It is. I mean, you are. Her face lit up briefly, but she quickly regained her composure. Ahem. I mean, thank you for helping me, she bowed. Can you tell me what happened? She urged. Damien was talking a while ago, but before that, I heard my friend Katie scream. Katie was the girl who had just been killed by the blood moth. Though telling her that would cause her to panic, so I decided to hide the truth. She was just shaken up by the earthquake. Damien is taking care of her now, so you don't have to worry. Okay, thanks for telling me. Damien took the lead, guiding us outside the classroom and down the hall. I held Sarah's hand as we navigated out of the classroom with the rest of the students. The group moved slowly as they lugged around the injured and dead, but no one complained, even though they knew the grim truth. Maybe it hadn't sunk in for them yet. The girl I was helping, Sarah, was trembling. She kept trying to take deep breaths to calm herself, but nothing seemed to help. I'm scared, she finally whispered. I want to go home to my mom. I want to call my dad. That's normal. It will be fine. Keep going, and you'll see your family again real soon. Thank you, she smiled, looking a bit more cheerful. I wonder what you look like right now. Never mind, it's nothing. This girl struck me as a bit strange. Even though she was blinded and stuck in this seemingly hopeless situation, she seemed a bit ditzy, even now, while we were in this predicament. Soon, we reached the entrance of the class, right next to ours. Not a single person had survived. The bodies inside the room were strange. They looked more like dried-out husks than human bodies. Not a drop of blood was left inside them. It made me a bit suspicious until I saw something that made me realize what had happened. There were fang marks on the necks of each husk. They looked like vampire bites, but from the circumference of the holes on the necks, I figured something else had gotten to them. Something bigger. It had to be the blood moths. This theory was proven true immediately as two blood moths emerged from behind a desk. They made a loud screech before flying toward us at full speed. Their giant wings created a loud whooshing sound as they approached. Damien stood in front of us and aimed his palm toward the beasts. Immediately, a fireball shot from his palm, striking down one of the blood moths. The other was still flying towards us at full speed, but just before it reached us, it was severed in half. Purple blood rained down, and in its wake was a black-haired boy holding a katana in his right hand. The boy stared coldly at the severed half of the blood moth, wriggling helplessly. Another system user? I'm used to myself. This boy was somewhat infamous around school. His name was Jason. He was the loner type. Someone like me. He didn't have any friends, and most of the time he would be by himself. He always got into fights with upperclassmen, students who were bigger than him, but he always managed to put them down, leaving them covered in their own blood. For that reason, most people feared him and tried their best to stay out of his way. But now things seemed different. There was a small group of students huddled behind him, looking at him as if he were their savior. There were about 10 of them in total. All of them looked healthy. Jason was a different man from Damien, it seemed. Though the people standing behind Jason seemed terrified, you could still see the adoration in their gazes. Jason sheathed his katana while staring coldly at Damien without saying a word. Damien, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. He was happy that there were still survivors. A broad smile spread across his face as he rushed towards Jason and patted him on the back. Jason, good job taking care of everyone. Jason ignored him completely. He seemed more interested in something else. That thing you did earlier with the fireball, did you awaken a system too? Jason asked. Damien nodded. It showed up to me out of nowhere right before everything happened. This strange power, it's what allowed me to help every one of my classmates. Jason remained silent, and I got the feeling he was doing so intentionally. We were heading to the auditorium, since it's south the safest place in the building. We can barricade ourselves inside until help arrives, Damien explained. Jason nodded and agreed, so we continued on, merging the two groups. though I couldn't help but notice the scent of death lingering around us. Corpses don't decompose that quickly, so it was highly unlikely that it was the student who had just died. This rotten smell wafted throughout the entire school, making me want to throw up. It was times like these that I dreaded having such a sensitive nose, but it was one of the perks of being a werewolf. The classrooms we passed along the way were all the same, littered with the dead. Damien and Jason worked exceptionally well together in disposing of any blood moths we came across. The two dispatched entire swarms while protecting the group. Interestingly, they both seemed to grow more powerful with every blood moth they killed. Jason wielded his sword with brutal efficiency, while Damien threw fireballs as if launching a cannon. They were a sight to behold that even my homeroom teacher was looking at them like saviors. They also rescued any survivors we encountered, regardless of whether they were alive or not. But as we neared the auditorium, exhaustion started to set in. Both were now breathing heavily and had to stop to catch their breath. As we waited for them to regain their stamina, I felt a slight tug on my shirt. It was Sarah. "Did you smell that?" she asked, looking a bit embarrassed. "It smells like something is rotten." "How did she?" "Maybe her nose is developing since she lost her sight." Just then, a horrifying scream pierced from behind us. We turned around to see a gut-wrenching sight. A classmate whom I had previously thought was dead was tearing the flesh off another classmate as she screamed and tried to fight him off. All around us, the dead began to stir. Their empty eyes conveyed no trace of humanity. Like mindless drones, they tore through flesh with a neediness to them. Blood and death cries transformed the once hopeful scene into one of carnage. Zombies. Chapter 3. First battle of the scene erupted in panic as students tried to fight off their dead classmates. Damien and Jason were at a loss for what to do since they were in such close proximity to the students. One wrong step, and they could end up injuring or killing one of them. I quickly grabbed Sarah by the hand and bolted down the hall. My nose had picked up on something: blood moths. A whole swarm of them was fast approaching, as if they were drawn in by the blood. The horrified screams grew louder as we dashed through the hall with the sound of windows shattering behind us. Before I could get far, they were already upon us. I quickly opened the door to a lab on my right and dragged Sarah inside with me. "What is happening?" she asked, panting from exhaustion. Without any explanation, I led her to one of the desks and told her to stay put. "Don't move. I'll come back for you." Meekly, she nodded and said, "Okay." Just then, the door to the room was broken open by one of the blood moths. It stared at me with its giant red eyes, then zipped through the air at a terrifying speed. I protracted my claws at the same instant and ducked below its first attack, but not before clawing at its wings. I managed to tear off a hung chunk of it, leaving the beast struggling to keep flight. The blood moth squealed loudly while flapping what was left of its wings in desperation, but it was too late. Within seconds, I was in front of it, and in one swift motion, I relieved the moth of its head. Blood moth killed. 3 core points obtained. I stared at the dead moth on the ground, and an unsettling feeling settled in my stomach. At the same time, a wet, sticky substance ran underneath my chin. I wiped it away and realized that it was drool. I'm salivating. It was then that I realized the feeling in my stomach was hunger. The more I stared at the moth, the more I craved. Soon, my teeth began to change shape, replaced by pointed fangs that could remove limbs with little to no difficulty. Every fiber of my being was yelling at me to rip open its chest and devour the treasure that lay inside. What that treasure was, I did not know, but I followed my instincts and plunged my claws inside the dead monster's chest. My pointed claws slipped in with ease, and I felt a squishy organ against my palm. I grabbed hold of it and pulled it out. I couldn't say I was too surprised by what I pulled out, as it was the beast's heart. Strangely, it looked just like a human heart, except it was purple in color. Sticky purple liquid dripped from my fingers as I examined it. Not wanting to waste another second, I brought the heart up to my mouth and sunk my sharp fangs into it. From then on, I couldn't hold myself back and devoured the heart until nothing remained. It smelled horrendous and was extremely bitter, but I couldn't spit it out since my werewolf instincts prevented me from throwing up anything that had nutritional value once it entered my mouth. You have consumed the heart of a blood moth. 6 core points gained. It looks like I get double the original points if I consume its heart. Just as I thought that I could, a swarm of blood moths crashed in through the window. These creatures were weak, so I wasn't too worried about facing them. They all attacked at once, but I used my superhuman agility to duck below their attacks. Then, using one of the chairs, I pounced into the air and used the wall as leverage to propel myself toward one of the blood moths. My claws sliced through the air like a knife, creating a crisp swish as I split the beast in two. Using my agility and superhuman strength, I weaved through the swarm, cutting them down with lethal precision, all while dodging their attacks. I killed a total of 6 blood moths and consumed their hearts. You have consumed the hearts of a blood moth. You have gained 54 core points. Ding! You have ascended to level 2. 20 increase in strength, 20 increase in agility, 20 increase in stamina. You have unlocked one ability from your bloodline ability. Thermal vision description. Allows the user to see the heat signature of any living thing. This ability isn't affected by solid objects. Note: keep leveling up to unlock traits from your bloodline. My bloodline? I wonder if all werewolves have this. I decided to try my new ability, and immediately, as I thought that, the world around me changed color. Everything turned black and white, except for figures shown in red. I assumed these were the living things. No, I knew it for a fact now. I could see the heat radiating off them. I could see a red-colored outline of Sarah, who was still hiding behind the desk. Through the walls, ceilings, and floors, I also saw several red outlines. Some of them were human, while others belonged to the blood moths. There were also blue humanoid figures with red dots on their heads. I assumed these belonged to the zombies. More of them popped up by the second, spreading through the building like a virus. This place would be littered with them within an hour. Damien was right. Barricading ourselves inside the auditorium would be the best choice. And since it had no windows, we wouldn't have to worry about more blood moths flying in. I deactivated my thermal vision, and my sight returned to normal. Afterward, I went to check on Sarah. She was curled up underneath the table, covering her ears and muttering something. It sounded like she was saying a prayer. I gently touched her on the shoulder so as not to frighten her. "Sarah, it's me, Liam." She quickly climbed out from underneath the table and wrapped her arms around me in a hug. "Thank God you're all right." I stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to her embrace, and the tears now streaming down her face. In an awkward display, I touched the back of her head and gently stroked it just like they do in the movies whenever a girl cried into the MCS arms. "We should go," I finally said after a moment. She nodded and wiped the tears from her eyes. As we exited the room, I activated my new ability. It would be an invaluable asset in avoiding the monsters present in the building. It worked perfectly as I was able to navigate through the building without encountering any zombies. As we neared the auditorium, I noticed the heat signatures of a group of students, along with the heat signature of several zombies. At this stage, the herd of zombies was unavoidable. I was banking on using the approaching students as bait until I picked up a familiar scent among them. I slowed my pace and waited for the group of students and the zombies to collide. When they did, I stood at a distance to watch it all unfold. There were 3 fighters among the group. They were the ones fighting off the zombies while the other students stayed to the side and watched. The first was a boy named Lucas. He had nice brown hair and a devilishly handsome face. He was also a second-year student and the vice president of the student council. He wielded a spear and brandished it like a Spartan, taking down the incoming zombies by targeting their heads. The second was the president of the student council herself, MS. Ava Farrell. She had long blonde hair and a figure that could make you mistake her for a supermodel. She had a bubbly personality and was loved by everyone in the school. She had a staff in her hand that seemed to control the wind around her. She used it to slice the zombies in half. Her ability was frightening, but my eyes were instinctively drawn to someone else. The person who stood out the most to me was the secretary of the student council, Liam Lycann. She had long black hair and a heart as cold as ice. She too was a beauty. In fact, she had the entire first and year swooning over her. She was just a second year, but there were already students who wanted to make her the student council president. She excelled at everything she did, whether it be sports or academics. She moved with unmatched speed and agility as she disposed of the zombies one by one. Within our pack, she was the one gifted with exceptional agility. It was her skill. My twin sister, Leora, was only second to one person when it came to agility and speed. Chapter 4. Liam Lycann as pointed claws tore through the zombies as if they were nothing. Her eyes were slitted with a deep shade of yellow. With just a mere glance, you could see that she possessed more fighting experience than the others. The three of them dispatched the zombies without anyone getting hurt. Just as they were about to celebrate their victory, I revealed myself, walking while holding Sarah's hand. The president and vice president looked happy to see us, but Leora immediately frowned when she realized it was me. When the president noticed that Sarah was blinded, she immediately rushed to our side. Hearing the president's voice and feeling her warm hand on her face, Sarah broke down in tears. The two of them embraced each other in a tight hug. The vice president, on the other hand, immediately turned his attention to me. What happened to the others? Are there any more survivors? I shook my head. We were attacked by zombies. I took Sarah and ran since she was blind and couldn't help herself. You did the right thing, the president assured me with a kind smile. We were just heading to the auditorium. It seemed everyone had the same idea. With that information, Sarah and I joined the student council president, Ava's group. For now, it was the safer choice. I took a brief estimate, and there were about 50 of us in total. That was a significant number of people to protect in a building crawling with monsters, yet they managed to do it without anyone getting hurt. When we got to the auditorium, we quickly barricaded the door with desks and chairs we found inside. Luckily, there were no windows, so we didn't have to worry about moths breaking in. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling temporarily out of danger. Leora didn't utter a word to me. She only stared quietly, looking visibly annoyed. I sat on the floor with Sarah, trying to comfort her, and that's when Leora decided to make her move. With folded arms and a murderous gaze, she approached me and Sarah. "Can we talk?" she said. "Sure." I assured Sarah I would be back soon, then went with Leora into a secluded corner to talk. She wasted no time and got straight to what she really wanted to say. "What are you still doing here?" "What do you mean?" Of course, I knew exactly what she meant, but I didn't feel like answering her questions. "You know what I mean," she protested, growing more agitated by the second. At this point, some of the students in the room were staring at us. Leora noticed, lowered her voice, and began speaking more calmly. "You're forgetting that I know exactly what you're like. I'm only here to help my classmates." "Liar. If you wanted to help them, you wouldn't be acting weak. You would actually use your abilities to save them. Tell me, how many of your classmates died because you stood around and did nothing?" They died because I wasn't strong enough to protect them," I explained, but she only looked at me even more skeptically. "We both know you were strong enough. If you wanted, you could easily prevented their deaths. The only reason you didn't was because you saw it as too much of a bother." She sighed and started pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. "I'm pleading with you. As your sister, just help. Help the students here survive this. That's all I'm asking of you. The president and vice president do not have the combat experience or strength to handle this. If we don't, students will die." Leora looked at me pleadingly. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. It looked like she was fighting with everything she had not to break down in front of everyone. Given her personality, it must have taken considerable strength for her to ask for my help. She always acted coldly and wore a serious expression on her face, but beneath it all, she was a gentle and kind girl who cared a lot about others. Normally, nothing could shake her resolve, but this incident had gotten to her. It wasn't just her either. Just one glance around, and you could see how scarred the students were. They were scarred both physically and mentally. There were injured students here, slowly bleeding out. In their final moments, they clung to their friends. They cried. Some even recorded heartfelt messages for their family. There were also students whose wounds weren't physical but psychological. They curled themselves up into a ball, shaking while muttering incoherently. Time was ticking. If the injured students died, then their classmates would be forced to put them down so they don't turn into zombies. But being regular students, I bet none of them thought that far ahead. It was a grim task, but it had to be done. Someone had to take up the responsibility of doing it. My sister knew that perfectly. I slowly placed my hand on the top of her head, which caused her face to soften into a pink blush. Liam? I made sure to keep eye contact with her as I spoke. Leora, I'm only here as a spectator. I'm sure you and the other student council members have it under control. You. Immediately, her eyes glowed yellow with a predatory gleam. In a fit of rage, she swatted my hand off her head and stormed off. To many, my words and actions might have seemed cold, but that was far from the truth. I had no evil intentions toward any of the students. I actually thought it would be good if everyone made it out alive. The true reason why I decided not to act was far more boring and plain. The truth was that it sounded like too much of a hassle. My goal here was to observe and watch the flow of things. My only tie here was Leora, and I would only act if her life was in danger. Though she was angry with me, I was still her brother. I would still watch over her and guide her if she needed me. To be honest, I think this is exactly what she needed to grow as a person, and I was happy to protect her from the sidelines and see how far she goes. After my talk with Leora, I went to take a seat beside Sarah. The student council was currently debating the idea of going out and rescuing more students. My sister and the president were all for it, but the vice president seemed to disagree. His argument was that if they left right now, they would only be putting the students here in more danger. Meanwhile, my sister and the president argued that maybe there were more fighters out there who could help us. Personally, I agreed with the vice president. Why risk it? We were safe right now. The vice president seemed like a reasonable person, the type who prefers logic rather than banking on emotions. He used harsh words when talking about the students outside, mostly driving home the point that they were most likely dead. As the heated discussion raged on, a loud bang suddenly came at the door. The room fell silent in that instant. We all thought the same, that a zombie was drawn to the room because of the commotion we were making. But that idea was quickly discarded as a voice shouted from outside the room. Open up. We need your help. Without a second-guess delay, President Ava dashed toward the entrance and opened the door. My eyes widened when I saw who was outside. Chapter 5. Plan of action. The president dashed toward the door and pulled it open without a second-guess hesitation. On the other side were students covered in blood. Students from my class. The grim look on their faces told the story of what had happened. We had originally left the classroom with all 40 of our classmates, plus the additional ones we picked up along the way. Now, only 10 students stood at the doorway, Damien and Jason included. Damien's eyes looked completely lifeless, while Jason kept the cold expression he always wore. Without a word, all 10 students stepped into the auditorium. Out of respect, the president and my sister didn't dare ask what had happened, but there was someone else who didn't care for such sympathies. The vice president marched up to Damien, who was standing with his head held down and shoulders slumped. Tell us what happened to the others, he demanded. No one answered, causing an awkward silence to envelop the room until someone finally spoke up. Maybe I can shed some light on what happened, an elegantly dressed boy standing among them said. I partially knew this boy. If I remember correctly, his name was Victor. Victor was someone you could describe as an odd duck. The hairs on my body always stood on end whenever I was near him. For whatever reason, I didn't particularly like Victor, but I didn't hate him either. The feeling I got from him was hard to put into words. I don't think I was the only one. Victor wasn't liked by many people. He was arrogant, boastful, and looked down on everyone. Even the teachers showed signs of disliking him. To his right stood a beautiful, doll-faced girl. Her face was just as lifeless as the rest of the students, but the thing with her was that her expression was always blank and lifeless. She was always at Victor's side, referring to him as young master. The two were an odd pair, and I tried to stay away from them as much as possible. The vice president folded his arms and stared at Victor expectantly. Well, go on then. Tell us what happened. What happened was truly a tragedy. You see, I happened upon them while looking for survivors to help. It was a massacre. The dead students rose to life and started killing those who were still alive. Once the zombies bit or even scratched one of the students, that student would become infected and turn into a zombie. It was a sickening process to watch. Damien and Jason were overwhelmed, fighting off the zombies while trying to protect the remaining students. When I arrived, I lent a hand and took care of the remaining zombies. You? The vice president's brow furrowed. You killed all the zombies they were helpless to stop? Well, yes. I don't know if you'll believe me, but a holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of me right before the earthquake occurred. From then on, I was able to do things that shouldn't be possible for a human being. The vice president nodded, seemingly believing everything Victor had said. His story matched up if you consider everything that had happened so far. Plus, there was a considerable amount of blood on his uniform, suggesting he had fought many zombies. There was also the fact that his heartbeat didn't fluctuate at all as he spoke. Everything pointed to him telling the truth, except my instincts. I knew a liar when I saw one. My instincts told me not to believe everything he said, so I took it with a grain of salt. It is regrettable what happened to the students, but our priority right now should be taking care of ourselves. The vice president said solemnly, then placed his hand on Victor's shoulder. We can use the help of someone strong. With the three of you, we can survive this. I don't know how much use I'll be, but I'll do whatever it takes to help us out of this situation, Victor said with a confident smile. Another thing that caught my attention was how polite and humble Victor was acting. This wasn't the arrogant man I thought I knew. With nothing to do, I decided to leave it for now. With the added reinforcement, everyone gathered to plan a new strategy to get us out of this mess. While they spoke, I activated my thermal vision. Things were much worse than before. The building was like an anthill, swarming with zombies. It was just the ones inside the school we had to worry about either. More were pouring in from the outside. It was as if our presence was attracting them. After some back and forth, they finally agreed on a plan of action. Their first move was to take care of the already injured students. For that, they needed supplies only available at the nursing station. They also needed food and water, which could only be found at the cafeteria. Their plan wasn't a bad one, but if Leora went out with them, I wouldn't be able to keep her safe. My parents would kill me if I let anything happen to her, so I decided to speak. I think there's a flaw in your plan, I said. Everyone immediately turned to look at me. The vice president, in particular, was glaring at me, the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. A flaw? Yes. It will be hard to carry back supplies when you're all too busy fighting zombies and moths. Your point? There is nothing that can be done about that. We don't have enough fighters to come with us as it is. Maybe some of the non-fighters can go with you. You can protect them while they carry the supplies. The vice president chuckled and shook his head. And who would want to take on that risk? Silence. He looked around, but everyone was holding their heads down, desperately trying to avoid eye contact. I can do it, I said boldly. If Sarah's eyes aren't properly cleaned and sterilized, they could get infected, so I'll do it. Sarah turned toward the direction of my voice with a surprised look on her face. She wasn't the only one. Leora was looking at me with a look of disbelief, too. You would do that for me? Well, it seems you care about this girl more than you do your own sister, the vice president said bitterly. This thought had crossed my mind many times before, but I think he has strong feelings for Leora. It would explain his bitterness toward me and the longing looks he keeps giving her. Fine, he continued. Do as you wish, but we want to be held responsible if anything happens to you. All right then, we'll separate into two groups and leave right now. Chapter 6. What will you do now? We were split into two groups. The group going to the cafeteria had 5 members, while the group heading to the nursing station had 3, including me, Leora, and Jason. The rest of the fighters, including Isabella, went to the cafeteria. Isabella refused to stay since Victor was going with them. With everything settled, we all headed out in our respective groups. The nursing station was a significant distance from the auditorium, and I could already see a few zombies that would pose a problem. At this stage, it was impossible to avoid them. They were crawling everywhere. Jason wielded his katana exceptionally well, cutting down anything that came close to him. Leora was the same, except I could see that she was holding back quite a bit. She and Jason seemed equal in strength, but that was far from the truth. It was because every time she dispatched a zombie, she hesitated. It was understandable since the zombies looked partially like students. But still, a moment's hesitation could cost her everything. That habit of hers needed to be broken. She needed to kill them without a second thought. "You're hesitating," I whispered as I walked beside her. "What? Your movements are sloppy and slow. You're playing a dangerous game, Leora. You have no right to criticize the way I'm fighting. You would rather watch people suffer than lift a finger to help. You have no idea how hard it is having to—" She paused and bit her lip, as if about to say something uncomfortable. Why was she like this? She was way softer than before. "Did something happen in your class?" I asked, to which she clenched her fist and shifted her gaze uncomfortably. I hit the nail right on the head. "Something did happen. Tell me what happened. Maybe I can help." "There isn't anything you can do to help. Everything that happened, happened. It's in the past now." She was being stubborn. When she gets like this, it becomes a pain to convince her of anything, so I decided to leave it. At least for now. At the same time we were talking, I activated my thermal vision, and it immediately confirmed a hypothesis I had. It was something I had noticed and thought couldn't be a coincidence. It turned out I was right. It wasn't a coincidence. For whatever reason, the zombies were more attracted to the persons who had awakened a system. I realized this by analyzing their movements with my thermal vision, and this was the perfect time to do so. While we were in the auditorium, all the zombies in the building were heading there. But as soon as everyone who had a system left the auditorium, they all changed direction. They had no interest in the people currently in the auditorium. Even right now, there was a herd of them slowly moving toward us. The nursing station was on the 4th floor, just below the roof. The building didn't have an elevator, so the only way to change floors was through the stairs. If it were to be blocked by the zombies following us, then we would be trapped. I doubt Leora or Jason thought that far ahead. Such is fate, I guess. We slowly made our way through the school. Leora and Jason working efficiently to dispatch any zombie that crossed our path. So far, there weren't many since most of the zombies were on the lower floors. Soon, we arrived at the nursing station. The place was a mess, with cabinets and desks flipped over. We slowly cracked open the door to take a peek inside. Immediately, we heard a low growl. It was the old-school nurse. She had turned. Her jaw was dislocated, with blood leaking out of her mouth like a broken faucet. Her white uniform was caked in blood, and pieces of flesh littered the floor. Leora gagged at the sight and covered her mouth. Jason visibly recoiled and clutched his katana even tighter. It wasn't hard to piece together what had happened. It looked like after the nurse died, she turned into a zombie and disemboweled one of the students. Maybe a patient who had come in because of an illness. Whatever was left of the student was scattered on the floor. From the fresh smell of blood and meat, I could tell that the student didn't even get a chance to turn into a zombie. Zombies seemed to decompose faster than regular bodies, giving them a strong smell of decay. That was the reason for the strong smell of decay I noticed right after the earthquake. The moment a person dies, they decompose faster and turn into a zombie. The only way they didn't turn into a zombie was if there was nothing left of them after they died. With a grim look on his face, Jason crept into the room and decapitated the zombie with one swing of his sword. Leora instantly let out a breath as she saw the body fall to the ground. Inside, we gathered whatever medicine and supplies were there. I found a bag that must have belonged to the patient and placed the supplies inside it, since that was my original purpose here. We took our time picking out what we needed from what we didn't. While we searched, I decided to take this time to talk to Leora again. She had a somber expression on her face as she read through the medicines. "It wasn't your fault. You aren't to blame for what happened to your classmate," I said. She didn't respond. Instead, she quietly placed medicine inside the bag. It was after a while that she finally said something. "If I were stronger, I could help them. It was my fault. When everything happened, I froze. If I didn't I could save them. She looked on the verge of tears, so I pulled her in and hugged her tightly. She hesitated for a bit, but then slowly gave into the hug. She wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest, then slowly started crying. It's all right. You're already doing your best. The only thing you can do for them now is show them mercy. I whispered as I stroked the back of her hair. Mercy? Yes, those zombies are suffering. They were once people just like us. They had families and friends. They had a future that was snatched away from them. They already had a bad death. It's horrifying to watch them parade around as monsters. She stammered, trying to get the words out, but couldn't. It's okay. Jason saw our interaction, but the look on his face said he couldn't care less. With everything gathered, it was time for us to head back to the auditorium. We left the room and walked down the hall at a brisk pace toward the stairs. Leora had a newfound look of confidence on her face, but all of that evaporated when we got to the stairs. The only way back down was blocked by a horde of zombies, seemingly too numerous to fight off with only 2 people. Their grotesque snarls echoed nonstop as they crept up the staircase. The only exit we had to escape. We were trapped, plain and simple. The only other way out was through the roof, which was being circled by blood moths. I turned to Leora, whose face was as pale as a ghost. Her breathing grew shallow as she thought desperately to come up with a solution. What will you do now, Leora? Chapter 7. Escape plan. The zombies crawled up the staircase in droves. Students we had gone to school with were now trying to kill us. Damn it. What are we going to do? Jason hissed. Leora froze, as if she couldn't believe this was happening. They overrun the entire floor in a matter of minutes. We have to do something, Jason protested as he readied his katana. It will only get worse from here, so the best thing for us to do is fight. His words snapped her out of her trance. No, we can't. It's too dangerous. Let us retreat for now. Jason stared at her coldly before finally giving in. Fine then. The 3 of us retreated down the hall and went back into the nursing station where we had been before. So, what are we going to do next? Jason asked. He seemed on edge, pacing up and down the room. The 3 of us can come up with a plan to get out of here, but for now, let us just wait out. Wait. Jason clicked his tongue bitterly. We're sitting ducks here. The situation will only get worse if we wait. Maybe the others will come to help us. It's stupid to rush into things blindly. No one is coming for us. Don't be delusional. The most they'll do is assume we're dead. We're on our own. The 2 of them continued to argue back and forth about the best course of action. For the most part, I agree with Jason. The situation would only get worse since more zombies were making their way up the stairs by the second. They argued heatedly until both retreated into separate corners, clearly frustrated with one another. I went over to Leora to speak with her. What do you think we should do? She asked as I approached. You can't stay quiet forever. This situation affects you too, you know? I nodded. I told you. I'm a spectator. If you 2 don't figure a way out of here, they'll die alongside you both. She shook her head solemnly, clearly disappointed by my answer. She was looking for a crutch. It was a constant habit of hers to look for someone to save her. I wanted to free her from that mentality, and the best way to do that was through despair. She needed to feel hopelessness and triumph through it. It is through that hopelessness that her true talents would shine. This system allowed us to evolve to be stronger. It would be foolish not to make use of it. I'm not asking you to single-handedly get us out of here. I just want some advice on what to do. Okay then. She froze, clearly not expecting that answer. Let's make a trade, I said. I'll tell you what I think and what I've observed about the situation, but in return, I want some information from you. What kind of information? About your system. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? She raised an eyebrow, curious about what I could want to know about her system. Okay then, fine. What do you want to know? Your status screen. Tell me about the statuses that are there. My status? It's nothing you don't already know. It has my name, age, rank, bloodline, and my race. It was the same as mine. So far, nothing stuck out. What about your rank, race, and bloodline? She sighed and crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. My rank is supernatural beast. My race is werewolf. And my bloodline is Lycann. It's the same as yours. So why are you asking? Lycann? On my status screen, it says that my bloodline was primordial. If the two of us shared different bloodlines, then we would be given different skills as we leveled up. Why is her bloodline different from mine? We're the same race, twins, even. So why? Noticing the change in my expression, Leora's face suddenly grew serious. Is something the matter? No. It's the same as mine. I was just curious, I said. Anyway, about what I think of the situation, I believe we are sitting ducks here, and that faint hope you have that someone will save us will likely get us killed. I don't know what to do. I can't come up with a solution to get us out of this mess. Not every problem needs a genius solution. In this case, it's the execution that matters. If you want to get out of here, you need to fight tooth and nail for it. That goes without saying that you also can't be stupid while doing so. Leora held her head down, but I could see she was contemplating what I was saying. After sharing my thoughts on the situation, I decided to give her space. The ball was in her court, and I was curious to see how she would handle it. She sat in a corner for a while, deep in thought. Jason was on the other side of the room, and I could feel his frustration building. His hand tightened on the hilt of the katana as he stared intensely at his blade. The tension in the room grew with every passing second. After a while, Leora finally stood up with a look of determination on her face. At the same time, Jason shifted his gaze to her. You were right. No one is coming. The only way is to fight our way through. But I was also right. It's not smart to rush into things unprepared. One of the major advantages we have over those creatures is our brain, so we should use it. What else is there to do but fight? Jason asked. They have the numbers advantage, so they can easily outnumber us. We don't know how many zombies there are on the stairs. We could easily get overwhelmed. If we can't beat them all at once, then the smart thing to do is divide them. Here is the plan. Leora went on to explain the plan she had come up with. Honestly, I was a little impressed with her. It was a solid plan. Her plan was simple. The two of them would split up to lure the zombies away, dividing their forces in half. They would achieve this by creating small traps and barricading the zombies inside classrooms. Jason didn't say much. Instead, he just nodded along to her plan, and since he didn't offer any complaints, we took it as his acceptance. Without wasting any more time, the three of us set out to execute the plan. As we stealthily walked down the hall, I couldn't help but notice some missing parts in the plan, so I decided to ask Leora, what exactly am I supposed to be doing while the two of you take care of the zombies? At first, she didn't say a word and ignored me completely. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. I'm sorry, but you're not on the list of priorities. You'll have to figure things out for yourself. Chapter 8. The beginning of a game. For some reason, a smile appeared on my face when I heard her words. Leora noticed it and immediately frowned. She must have thought I was mocking her. She then sighed and continued speaking. Jason and I will direct the zombies to the west ward and try to trap them there. As long as you stay to the east, you'll be out of the way. I nodded along to what she said, not uttering a word. Since you've made it clear you don't want to get involved, I think it's best you leave now. I nodded again, agreeing with her words. Okay then, you're right. I'll go to the east ward, so I don't get in the way. With that, I bid them farewell and left. Leora watched her brother leave, and then sighed deeply. Jason, seeing her reaction, merely thought she must have been worried about her brother. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the horde of zombies that were slowly creeping along. Seeing the two of them mere inches away, the zombies instantly picked up speed and began chasing them. They allowed themselves to be chased, and soon Jason ducked inside a classroom. The zombies poured in after him, while some continued after Leora. When the room was packed, Jason escaped through the window and used the ledge to climb over to the classroom next door. He moved quickly, so he was attacked by a blood moth while on the ledge. After he made it over to the other classroom, he quickly exited and made his way to the classroom where the zombies were trapped, locking the door so they couldn't escape. Leora used the same trick, and soon their numbers had significantly diminished. She used the school as her battlefield to launch surprise attacks on the zombies. And this time she didn't hesitate to kill them. Her brother's words were engraved in her mind, and now she saw killing the zombies as mercy for the dead students. Even though they had trapped a significant number of zombies, their numbers were still too much to handle. If it continued like this, she was certain that she and Jason would not survive. That made what she was about to do even more crucial. She was about to lead the zombies from the west ward over to the east side of the building. Leora has really grown a lot. I mumbled as I waited on the east side of the building, away from the combat. I waited patiently until the first visitor showed up. It was a zombie, snarling loudly as it limped its way over to me. Soon, more appeared behind it, until there was a whole pack creeping toward me. She really has changed. To think she would lead me into a trap. She was forcing my hand, just like I did hers. It was well played, so I decided to go along with it as a sort of gift for her growth. Just as the zombies got close, pointed black claws morphed from my fingertips. With just a single swing of my hand, I relieved the first one of its head. You have gained 1 core point. Come to think of it, that was the first zombie I killed. Thankfully, I didn't have the same urge to eat its heart that I did to eat the moth's. After I dealt with the first, I set my eyes on the other zombies approaching me. Though they were weak, their number was significant. I stood my ground and readied myself for battle. I slashed and clawed my way through the lot of them. Their bodies were like paper to me. Just the slightest touch, and their limbs would be sent flying. It was as if they were moving in slow motion. Soon they were piled up on the ground, tripping over each other. I used my agility and speed to dance through the herd, killing them before they could even react. I wanted to dispose of them as fast as possible. Within just a few minutes, they were all dead. After that, I took the liberty of throwing the corpses and pieces of flesh out the window. The smell was too much to bear. After I was done, I waited again. It wasn't too long after that Leora finally showed up. She looked around the hall and saw nothing but blood. What happened to the zombies? I tossed them out the window. She sighed and shook her head. It's time to go. I came here to get you. What happened to Jason? I asked. I don't know. She answered in a slightly irritated tone. The zombies he was fighting are dead, but he just disappeared. I think he must be gone back without us. Honestly, it wasn't too surprising. Given his nature, I thought he would have abandoned us a while ago, but at least he stayed and helped before he left. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was on his way out of the building right now. Walking up to Leora, I patted her on the head. You did good. She frowned at me, and I could tell she was feeling a bit embarrassed. Whatever. We should get out of here. Without a second hesitation, she turned on her heel and started walking away. I followed behind her until we reached the stairs. We found a few stragglers as we walked, but we quickly disposed of them. Leora took the lead down the staircase. She was still wary that there might be more zombies. Her assumption was soon proven correct when, midway down the stairs, we encountered a zombie. Except this one shocked us to the core. This zombie was freshly turned. It had long black hair and a cold, scrutinizing gaze. In its hand was a katana, its blade covered in blood. Leora's eyes widened with disbelief as she stared at the zombie before her. Jason? I too was shocked, and a single question popped into my mind the moment I saw him. Who could V done this? Chapter 9. Face off, the two of us stared at the now zombified Jason, feeling a mixture of emotions. He still held his katana, and by the way he wielded it, I could tell that his skills had not diminished at all. How did this happen? This wasn't supposed to happen at all. Leora wore a horrified expression. She clenched her fists and began to breathe raggedly. I shared her sentiment, not because I cared about Jason, but because this made no sense. Given the skills he displayed, it was unlikely that a zombie had killed him. The chest area of his school uniform was covered in blood, but there were no visible bite marks. Leora stepped forward to face him, but I grabbed her by the shoulder. You go on ahead. I'll be right behind you, I said. She didn't object. Instead, she nodded and said, be safe. The moment Leora moved to go down the stairs, Jason charged at her. He swung his katana directly at her neck, aiming to decapitate her with a single strike, but just in the nick of time, I parried the blade with my claws. A loud metallic clang echoed as sparks flew to the side. It seemed my hypothesis was correct. His skills hadn't dulled despite becoming a zombie. The moment I parried his strike, he seemed to lose interest in Leora completely. His cold, empty eyes locked onto me. He then assumed his sword stance, placing his blade right between us. In the next instant, he closed the distance within a fraction of a second. His blade whizzed through the air in a magnificent arc. I narrowly escaped its path and clawed at his midsection from below. Blood and guts poured from his stomach, but he didn't even flinch before launching another attack at me. With the same gracefulness he had displayed before. Swoosh! The blade grazed my cheek, creating a small cut. Blood trailed down the side of my face, but within half a second, it had completely healed. The blood retreated back into the wound as it closed up. It was as if I had never been cut in the first place. These zombies were really something. Here he was, with a wound that would kill any man or beast, and yet he was completely unaffected, even though his entrails dragged on the ground. During our brief back and forth, I managed to rip off his shirt, and what I saw confirmed my suspicion. On his chest, directly over his heart, was a wound. He had been stabbed by something sharp. It was unlikely that a zombie had caused such a wound, so it meant he had been killed by a human. But who? Because I was busy fighting off the zombies, I had dropped my surveillance of the building for a while. It must have happened during that time. Due to the strong scent of decay surrounding him, I couldn't even pick up the scent of his killer. Even with his entrails trailing behind him, Jason still moved with exceptional speed and precision. Every strike was lethal. Ding! Lesser grade, poison nullified. Poison? I was poisoned. The realization hit me. If it weren't for my supernatural healing, I would have been done for. The poison must have been coated on his blade, and it was odorless too. My guess was that it was a skill he had unlocked, just as I had with my thermal vision. Drawing this fight out would be bad for me, since I didn't know what other skills he might have up his sleeve. So, for the first time during our battle, I attacked first. I struck from below, diving underneath his incoming blade. It whistled past my ears with a metallic zing. Jason didn't skip a beat. He followed up immediately, but he was too late. Within a fraction of a second, I tore through his right leg. My claws ripped through flesh and bone as if it were nothing. He immediately lost his balance, but before he could hit the ground, he spun his body at an unnatural angle, aiming to decapitate me once again. I caught the blade with the tip of my claws and smashed it. You have gained 3 core points for destroying a sacred artifact. It was a pity. If Jason had been given the chance to nurture his talents, he would have grown to be a formidable warrior. Whoever managed to kill him must have been either exceptionally powerful or exceptionally cunning. Jason released a loud growl that echoed through the empty staircase. It resembled the death cry of a wounded animal aware that its time was up. The sound was deafening to my sensitive ears, and, as if by instinct, I grabbed his head and smashed it against the floor. His head exploded with a loud splat, splashing vile blood and brain matter all over my uniform. Level 5 zombie killed. You have gained 30 core points. Level 5? It made sense. Everyone else was leveling up faster than me. You have ascended to LV 3. 30 increase in your claw sharpness. I stared at what was left of Jason with a frown. I disliked feeling toyed with or being forced to act because someone was scheming behind the scenes. I stayed because I was sure everything was in the palm of my hands, but now things were getting annoying. With a tired sigh, I tore off a piece of Jason's clothes and used it to wipe the blood from my hands and face. When blood dries under my claws, it's always a pain to remove. Afterwards, I went down to the bottom of the stairs where Leora was waiting with a grim expression. Did you, take care of it? I did. No need to worry about that mess anymore. We should hurry before more zombies show up. Leora nodded, and the two of us went back to the auditorium, killing any zombies we came across. When we arrived, Leora informed everyone about what happened to Jason. She made sure to tell them that she was the one to put him down in the end. While she spoke, I listened attentively to everyone's heartbeat. The rhythm of a person's heart can reveal so much, whether they are lying, their health, fear, vitality, and sometimes even lifespan. The president and vice president took the news especially hard. The president was saddened by the loss of another student, while the vice president seemed angry about losing a fighter. On the bright side, their mission appeared to have gone smoothly. They had successfully retrieved a lot of food from the cafeteria. According to them, The person to praise for their success was Victor. They spoke at length about his strength and how he protected everyone. To thank him, they decided to give him most of the food they secured, but Victor refused, saying everyone should receive an equal share. This greatly improved his standing among the group. They all circled around him as they ate. Well, all except two. I wasn't T1 for crowds, so I decided to sit by myself. As I sat down to eat, a shadow loomed over me. It was Sarah. The shy girl stood over me with a slightly flushed face. She took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and bowed her head. T, thank you for going out of your way to help me. I greatly appreciate it. If it's not too much to ask, may I have your assistance applying first aid? If you can't, it's no big deal. Did T feel pressured? Chapter 10. Something brave before I die. She mumbled over her words like a newborn learning to talk, but I understood she was just nervous. Sure, have a seat. Thank you very much, she said as she swept her pink hair behind her ear. She smiled and sat down on the floor facing me. I then began cleaning her wounds. Blood trails still ran down her face from her eyes. After I finished cleaning the dried blood, I started removing the splinters from her eyes. They were a mess. Her vision was completely gone. Sadly, she would remain blind for the rest of her life. I hope you weren't scared, she suddenly said. Scared? Actually, that was a lie. A part of me wants to see you scared, she giggled. Why is that? Well, I guess I'm just tired of seeing the same bored look on your face every day. I see. But now that I'm blind, I wouldn't mind seeing your face right now. Her heartbeat suddenly rose, beating like a war drum inside her chest. I could smell the sweat coming from her palms. I could feel the warm breath coming from her mouth as her breathing grew ragged. Is this fear? I actually have a confession to make. I've spent a lot of my time watching you. It started at the beginning of the school year. Our first day in class. While everyone was desperately trying to make friends, you sat by yourself, gazing out the window. It annoyed me. I thought you were just trying to be cool, and it made me dislike you a bit. And worst of all, I had to sit beside you in class. She twiddled her fingers as she spoke, and I sat quietly, listening attentively to every word. You were a big hype among the girls when we first started school. They made a list of the most handsome first years, and you were ranked third. They quickly lost interest, though, when they found out you were weird. I mean different. Whenever someone tried to make conversation with you, you always brushed them off. It drove me crazy, to be honest. My mother always said I get too obsessive over things and that it would drive some boys away. I think that's what happened with you. My irritation with you slowly turned to obsession. Before long, I knew everything about you. Your favorite food, small habits, even things you might not have known about yourself. I turned into some kind of stalker. Her face turned red as she covered her face. Sometimes I would follow you around the school, and at times even follow you home. I somewhat knew about her stalker-like behavior toward me, but I brushed it off since it didn't cause much harm. I didn't sense any malice from her, so it wasn't much of a big deal. It was my friends who told me what was actually happening with me. It was Kate. They knew by how much I spoke about you. They made me realize. Realize what? Just then, a single tear rolled down her face. I instinctively moved my hand and wiped it before it reached her chin. Realized that I was in love with you. So that's it. I'm sorry for saying this at a time like this, but I don't want to leave anything unresolved. What do you mean? I asked. I found her words and expression strange. Sounds as if you don't believe you'll survive this. A strange smile appeared on her face. Will I survive this? Her question caught me by surprise, and I couldn't help but feel an odd sensation from it. How did she was lying? It seems she really didn't know a lot about me. Forget it. I'm just being silly, she said while giggling awkwardly. The reason her words struck me was because of a stench I smelled coming from her. It was a smell I was awfully familiar with. The smell of death. It clung to her, and with every passing second, it grew stronger. What I was doing right now was pointless. Her eyes were already infected, and by morning she would be a corpse. Before long, I finished attending to her wounds, and it was time to continue eating the meal they gave us. I looked over at Sarah, and her face was as red as a tomato. Suddenly, she grabbed her meal and practically shoved it into my lap. I need some assistance. You still the hair blankly. Do you want me to feed you? Her face turned a deeper shade of red as she nodded vigorously. If I wasn't too mistaken, I thought I saw smoke coming out her head. Okay. I picked up a fork, scooped some of the meal, and brought it close to her mouth. Open up. She opened her mouth wide, and I gently guided the spoon inside. The moment the spoon touched her lips, she clamped down hard. A few students in the room, including my sister, stared, but I ignored them. Delicious. It was the same awful meal they served us at school, but by the way she was chowing down on it, you would think it was prepared by a five-star chief. I continued feeding her until she finished her meal. When she was done, she smiled and leaned back in satisfaction. I then took the liberty of finishing my own meal. Soon night fell, and the zombies found where we were. They stood outside the auditorium, beating against the door. The ruckus made it hard for us to sleep. I glanced over at my neighbor, Sarah, and she was out like a light. There was a peaceful look on her face as she sucked her thumb. After a while, I had grown somewhat accustomed to the noise they were making, and I could feel myself dozing off. But just then, I felt a weight pressing down on me, and I opened my eyes, and a radiant pink-haired girl was sitting on top of me, her wide hips spread across my waist. From that angle, I first noticed how beautiful she was. Her hazel eyes sparkled with a bit of wildness. She was breathing raggedly, puffing out a bit of smoke. The sound of her fast-beating heart echoed in my sensitive ears. "What are you doing?" I asked, feeling confused. "Something brave before I die." Pick Chapter 11. Kiss of death, she placed both hands on my face, slowly feeling her way until she reached my lips. The moment her hand grazed my lips, the sound of her heartbeat quickened. Before I even had the chance to ask what she meant, she pressed her soft lips against mine. She came in a bit too fast, and our teeth clanged against each other. She quickly lifted her head in surprise. "I'm so sorry. This is my first time kissing anyone." She took a deep breath, then pressed her lips against mine again, this time more slowly, with the strong scent of death lingering on her. I couldn't help but feel as if I was being claimed by the grim Reaper herself. To be honest, I had never kissed anyone either and had no idea what to do. I merely lay there as Sarah stuck her tongue in my mouth. The sensation was strange at first, but I slowly grew accustomed to it. I tasted a variety of flavors, mostly from the meal we had eaten for dinner. After a long and passionate kiss, she finally pulled away, a long streak of saliva connecting us. She was breathing heavily, and so was I. "Thank you." Tears streamed down her face, but she quickly wiped them away. Her words reminded me of the way Jason screamed right before I put an end to him. In a way, this was Sarah's death cry. She then forced a smile, climbed off me, and went to lie back down. The warmth of her body lingered with me. She was running an unnaturally high fever, and I could tell she was in a lot of pain. Death was coming, and all she could do was curl up by herself and wait for its embrace. I couldn't help but think that I might have disappointed her somehow. This was my first kiss, yet it felt cold and empty, just like everything else in this life. Everything in this life feels dull and uneventful, even the damn apocalypse. Pushing my usual thoughts aside, I went over to Sarah and embraced her from behind. Curling up and dying alone seemed too harsh a fate for her to bear. She quivered when I held her, but then I slowly felt her starting to relax. We lay together quietly until she finally asked a question that seemed to have been on her mind for a while. "Will you do it?" Her question was vague, but I understood it. She was asking if I would take care of her after she turned into a zombie. "I will. Thank you." Her body was burning up, and her temperature climbed even higher by the second. After a while, I started to smell blood. I soon realized she was biting down on her lips to keep from making noise from the pain. As the night passed, I continued to listen to her heartbeat slowly weakening. Her breathing grew softer until it stopped completely. She died just before the sun rose at dawn. I honored my promise to her and took care of her before she turned into a zombie. After stopping her transformation, I wrapped her up and placed her in a corner of the room, then went back to sleep. In the morning, when everyone discovered the body, I explained that she had passed because of an infection in her eyes. Naturally, They were sad to lose another classmate, but they didn't have time to mourn since the vice president gathered them for an important discussion. I think it's time we discussed leaving here, he said, just as we settled in for breakfast. The government or the military should have been here by now. The fact that they haven tea means the same thing is happening in the outside world. If we stay here, we will eventually starve or be killed by the zombies. Everyone's faces paled as he spoke. Maybe we could just stay here for a few days to wait out. There has to be someone who will come. Plus, escaping sounds more dangerous than waiting it out, President Ava suggested, to which everyone vigorously nodded. How long do you think that door will last? The zombies are piling up outside as we speak. You only need to go outside and glance out the window to see more coming into the school. Before long, this place will be completely overrun. Everyone sat quietly. They couldn't argue with his point. That was until Victor raised his hand to speak. May I offer a different solution? It seems to me that reinforcing the school is the best option. The vice president furrowed his brow. What do you mean? You said it yourself. The outside world could be just as bad as here. In that case, wouldn't the safest option be making this place safe? We can get rid of the zombies and barricade a section of the school. We can make it safe. Yesterday, while we were out, I realized something. What is it? Victor smiled confidently. All the blood moths are gone. During our supply run yesterday, we didn't encounter a single one. I realized that too. I used my thermal vision to check the school, and there were none outside either. It was like they had all just disappeared. They seemed to be creatures that were drawn in by the scent of blood. This way, we can wait until reinforcements arrive, and we won't have to worry about the zombies. In truth, his argument made sense, and I could see most of the students nodding along with him. The only person who didn't seem completely convinced was the vice president. Do you think the little fighters we have can actually clear the building? He asked. Victor wasted no time and answered. If we work together, we can. We just need to come up with a plan that is easy to follow. We are currently on the 3rd floor. If we block the stairs, it will stop any more zombies from reaching us. Then we can work together to clear this floor. The vice president stared at him as if deep in thought. The room stayed quiet until he finally made a decision. No. This single word alone was enough to change the atmosphere of the whole room. You guys are forgetting something important, the vice president said, but before anyone could ask what it was, he continued, we have families outside waiting for us. Your mother, your father, even a sibling. We can't afford to be selfish. Don't you want to go back to your families? We can't afford to die here. Some of us have been given abilities. What is the point if we don't use them to protect our loved ones? Hiding here is the cowardice way out. We are leaving. Chapter 12. Snowball Effect. The vice president's words left no room for argument. Upon hearing about their families outside, they all wore shameful expressions, as if wondering whether they had truly forgotten their loved ones beyond these walls. There's one thing I realized from this. President Ava was nothing but a figurehead. The pretty girl meant to keep everyone happy. The vice president made all the real decisions. For now, enjoy your meal, but we will be leaving shortly. With that, the decision was final. We would be leaving the school today. Some students opposed this, while others just wanted to see their families. As I sat alone eating, Leora came beside me. I had noticed she was unusually quiet this morning. Are you all right? She asked. Yeah. Me fine. When I answered, she stared at me suspiciously. How can you be fine when that girl you were with? She blushed slightly and looked uncomfortable. Was it the two of you? So that's it. She was worried about me because of what happened with Sarah. Seeing my blank expression, she decided to change the subject. Anyway, what do you think about what just happened? Do you think it's a good idea to try to leave? I have no thoughts. My head is empty. She pouted and crossed her arms. I'm serious. Part of me wants to go home and see Mom, Dad, and the others. But another part can't help but think it's dangerous. I mean, if we get killed in the process, then it defeats the whole purpose. Maybe you should tell them that. The vice president can be very stubborn at times and doesn't like taking anyone else's opinion. What if it were you? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. She stared at me suspiciously, but didn't press further. Hey, how do you think the others are doing? She asked. They're strong. so I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, my connection with the pack is still going strong. I haven't detected any anomalies. What about you? Same. I've sensed some strong emotions at times, but nothing that indicates they're in danger. Leora sighed in relief. Knowing that our family was okay gave us some comfort. Werewolf pack members have a strong connection with each other, which we usually refer to as a bond. It allows us to communicate and sometimes feel each other's emotions. This connection weakens the further apart we are. As long as we all get out of here safe, I shouldn't have any problem. She then turned her gaze to me. For that, we'll need the help of a certain someone. Can't you at least help us until we leave the building? Fine. I knew you would help anyway. Seeing my silence, she rolled her eyes and stormed off, leaving me to eat my meal without a care in the world. Time passed, and soon it was time for us to leave. Our first obstacle was the zombies banging on the door from outside. To solve this problem, the vice president had those without fighting abilities stand at the back of the room, while those who had inherited powers stood at the front. I was among those without fighting abilities, and I watched as my sister and the others fought the zombies that burst into the room as soon as the door opened. We had 5 fighters in total: the president, the vice president, my sister, Damien, and Victor. Among them, the person who stood out the most was Victor. He slaughtered the zombies with little to no effort. He fought with his bare fists, putting them down with a single blow. But what really ticked me off was that I could tell he was holding back quite a bit. My sister wasn't bad either. After what happened yesterday, she didn't hesitate to take down the zombies. She fought with her true strength, showing off her high agility and speed. I could tell the vice president was amazed by her. He wielded his spear with more viciousness than skill. It wasn't a bad approach when fighting creatures as unskilled as zombies. But if he were to face an opponent with even a little skill, someone like Jason, he would lose. The president, along with Damien, offered support from the back. Damien used his fireballs to incinerate the zombies to dust, and the president used her wind attacks with her staff to slice them in half. All in all, they managed to dispose of the zombies outside the door relatively easily, but that seemed to have caused the other zombies in the building to stir. I watched them with my thermal vision, and they all started to move more actively. As expected, the vice president took the lead to guide us out of the room. Okay, follow me and stay close together, so it will be easier to protect everyone. With his orders, we marched behind the group of fighters down the hall toward the staircase. Things went smoothly, without anyone being injured or killed, even though we were surrounded by vicious zombies. There was a strangely hopeful atmosphere lingering in the air, but that hope would soon be shattered. They all overlooked one crucial detail: the classrooms. They focused on the zombies in the hall, but not the ones in the classroom, the ones that could easily encircle us. Most of them were still filled with dead students who had turned into zombies, and with the commotion going on, they started to stir. To everyone's surprise, they began pouring out of the classrooms, circling us on all sides. Immediately, panic erupted, and it wasn't long before the first student was killed. Seeing the grotesque scene of a student being eaten alive, panic set in, and the students started shoving each other to get away. Soon, more students were killed, causing fresh blood to spill onto the hallway. It was as if I were watching a snowball roll down a hill, because soon, the spilled blood attracted another creature, blood moths. It was as if they were drawn in by the scent. The terrified creatures descended through the windows like demons summoned from hell. Chapter 13. Deception. Blood moths descended upon us, bringing carnage in their wake. The scene turned into pure chaos as students ran off on their own. Most of them ran back to the auditorium, but I doubted they made it far. The vice president screamed for them to come back, but his words were like a drop of rain in an ocean. They couldn't affect the tide. He soon realized that his words had lost all effect, and we were forced to do the only thing we could: run. Our only choice now was to make a break for it and get out of the building. I knew exactly where this was headed, so I decided to part ways with them at that moment. Leora saw that I was being left behind as they all rushed toward the stairs, and I could feel her irritation. No, it was more than just irritation. I could feel her boiling rage. I gave her a subtle wave as she glanced back at me, but this seemed to irk her even more. I didn't have time to ponder her irritation any longer as the swarm of blood moths turned their attention to me. Immediately, sharp black claws began to morph from my fingertips. This is a better time than any to level up, I suppose. Leora watched her brother get left behind with a heaviness in her heart. That idiot. What is he thinking? Her eyes began to take on a yellowish tint, but quickly returned to normal within the next second. Though she was worried about her brother, she knew he would be all right. Her priority now was to get the remaining students out of the building safely. There were only 9 students left alive, including the 5 fighters. It was a pitiful number, but they couldn't dwell on it. They dashed down the hallway until they found the stairs leading to the second floor. They quickly made their way down the building while disposing of any zombies in their path. The moment they reached the second floor, they dashed into one of the empty classrooms. As soon as they entered, they all collapsed in exhaustion. Leora couldn't help but look at the small number of students left. Excluding the fighters, there were only 3 students, 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy was slouching on the ground with his hand on his head, muttering what sounded like a prayer. The girls weren't in much better shape either. One of the girls was hyperventilating, while the other stood quietly with a blank look on her face. Though this wasn't unusual for her. Leora knew her as Isabella, and she was always by Victor's side, calling him young master. Even now, the girl walked over to Victor like a robot and started examining him. "Young Master Victor, are you all right?" she asked, to which Victor scoffed and shoved her aside. This action surprised Leora. She knew of Victor's rotten personality, but after the apocalypse started, he had been acting differently. To see him exhibit the same behavior as before was troubling. "So, what are we going to do next?" Victor asked with a bit of a condescending tone. The vice president looked at him with a frown. "For now, rest. We have to go back for the other students." This time it was the president who spoke up. "She's right. Some might still be alive," Damien agreed, his fist clenched tightly. The vice president shook his head. "We can't go back. Anyone left behind is most likely dead, and we will be too if we go back. Right now, we should focus on exiting the building." Leora held her head down and nodded. There was a part of her that wanted to go back, but she knew that was only for her brother's sake. If they went back now, they would only be putting themselves in danger. A smile formed on Victor's face as the vice president spoke. "The vice president is right. At this stage, we can only move forward." His words only added to the grim atmosphere, but no one refuted them. After a while of rest, it was time for them to leave again. The halls were crawling with zombies, but they resigned themselves to fighting once more. The plan was simple. They would fight their way through the halls. All 8 of them slowly exited the room, with the 5 fighters at the front of the group, flanking and protecting the other 3. Since their group was smaller, they moved much faster than before. They fought until the hall was littered with zombie corpses, and the stench of death was stronger than ever. After a grueling couple of minutes of fighting without anyone getting hurt, they were now a stone's throw away from the exit. But that was when things took a turn for the worse. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the chaos. Leora glanced back to see Isabella standing over President Ava with a dagger in her hand. Isabella's eyes were just as lifeless as ever before she plunged the dagger into the president's stomach. Leora's eyes widened in horror. "Ava!" She screamed at the top of her lunges, but before she could react, another body fell. She heard the loud thud and immediately turned to see Damien's corpse lying on the ground with a small hole was in the center of his head, almost as if he was shot by something. For a second, she couldn't believe her eyes, but when blood started pouring onto the floor in large amounts, she finally realized it was real. The vice president couldn't believe his eyes either. In that instance, nothing made sense, and he was consumed by rage. "No, I'll kill you." He raised his spear at Isabella, ready to drive it into her chest, but in the next instant, his head was decapitated as it flew several feet across the hall. Victor stood in the aftermath, licking the vice president's blood off his finger as the vice president's lifeless body fell to the ground. His eyes glowed a deep shade of crimson as 2 pointed fangs protruded from his mouth. Vampire, Leora muttered to herself. Hearing her words, Victor immediately turned his attention to her. Took you long enough, you filthy dog, he spat. The smell of you and your brother is nauseating. Speaking of which, where's the other puppy? Vampire? Why'd it have to be vampires? And my brother is dead. He couldn't survive being left behind, Leora muttered. Victor scoffed and pointed at her with his finger. Immediately, a small orb of blood began to form. Makes sense. Werewolves are weak. If it came down to a fight, Leora knew she couldn't win. It would take an entire pack of werewolves to take down one vampire, so she knew it was impossible for her to win. But she also knew that from the day he was born, her brother was the furthest thing from a normal werewolf. The small orb of blood in front of Victor's finger increased in size every passing second. Then, in a small explosion that sounded almost like a gunshot, the blood whistled through the air and pierced through her chest before she could even react. Chapter 14. Why did it have to be vampires? 1. I ended up killing so many zombies and blood moths that I lost track of time. The moment the others ran off, they all turned their attention to me. In the end, I managed to level up to level 4, but I didn't unlock any skill for my bloodline. You have ascended to level 4. 20 increase in strength, 20 increase in agility, 20 increase in stamina by the time I was done. The halls were paved in blood with bodies sprawled across the floor. A strong sense of relief washed over me, but I couldn't rest yet. There was something else left to do. I decided to go after the others who were heading to the exit. I walked along the halls and went down the stairs. As I passed through the second floor, I noticed there were little to no zombies. They had all been killed, creating an ominous path ahead. As I neared the exit, I heard sounds of chatter ahead. When I came upon the scene, what I saw was just as expected. The student council president was bleeding out on the floor with a stab wound in her stomach similar to the one Jason had. The vice president was also dead. His decapitated head was lying halfway across the room, and not far from him was Damien's body, which looked like it had a bullet wound in the head. The only person alive was Leora, who had a stony expression on her face as she stared down life and death. Victor stood in front of her with an attack aimed at killing her. In the next second, I heard what sounded like a small explosion, then a tiny red dot zipped through the air at lightning speed and pierced her in the chest. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Just before the attack, Leora had attempted to dodge, so the attack barely missed her heart. If she hadn't moved, I would have intervened and stopped the attack from killing her. Realizing the attack didn't kill her, Victor charged up another attack to finish her off, and that's when I decided to let my presence be known. The moment I revealed myself, a sly smile bloomed on Victor's face, while Isabella stared at me coldly with 2 daggers in her hand. So you're not dead after all, huh? Your sister seemed pretty confident that you had died. As you can see, she was wrong, I said as I approached him. If you'll excuse us, I think it's just about time for us to leave. Huh, you're more humorous than you look. I sighed. I almost forgot how much of a pain it is to deal with vampires. If they aren't homicidal maniacs, then they're batshit crazy. There is no in-between with these creatures. Tell me something, he continued. You don't seem surprised. Why is that? How did you manage to figure it out? If I tell you, will you let us leave peacefully? His cheerful smile faded, replaced by a cold, icy glare. I could feel his killing intent from halfway across the room. Fighting this guy would prove to be a pain, so I opted for diplomacy. I figured it out by listening to your heartbeats, especially during the times when someone gets killed. I explained. When a normal person sees or hears about someone dying, their heartbeat fluctuates at least a little bit. The two of you heart rates never fluctuate. They're always at the same level. That alone told me you guys weren't normal, even though I didn't know for sure you were vampires. That was more of a guess. The everyday students aren't as narcissistic as you, so it wasn't hard to guess. It is said that every vampire has some personality disorder. In this case, Victor was the narcissist. Victor's smile returned. So that's it. You guessed, and you're even stupid enough to tell me your trait in the process. I don't think a strong sense of hearing will help you out of this one. No, at 1T. Normally, Werewolves are born with a specific trait that gives them enhanced supernatural abilities. For example, one werewolf might have a strong sense of smell, while another might have superior hearing. That's why we form packs to combine these traits, making us stronger to face off against other supernatural creatures. My sister Leora, for one, has superior agility compared to those in my pack. But for whatever reason, I was different. I was an all-rounder, a jack of all trades. I had multiple traits. Victor was assuming I only had one trait, and that trait was my sense of hearing, which I just told him about. There was no doubt in his mind that he could beat me in a fight, while I would rather not exert the energy. I knew he was formidable. Call me a coward, but I would rather face dumb opponents like zombies. I wasn't T1 for picking hard fights. Victor raised his hand, and a small orb of blood began to form. It was his signal that he was done talking. Let us negotiate, I urged. I'm done talking. Blame yourself for being born a weak werewolf. With those words, the blood in front of him exploded. The attack propelled through the air at lightning speed, heading directly toward me. The moment it got close, I swatted my fist at it, causing an explosion. In the chaos that ensued, I made my move. In the next instant, I was standing in front of Isabella. She reacted immediately, swinging her dagger at my throat, but I grabbed her hand with ease and restrained her from behind. Victor watched with an unimpressed look on his face. Last time, let us negotiate. I'll let her go if you back down. Victor didn't utter a word. Instead, he raised his hand once again. You're grasping at straws. That girl is nothing more than a servant. My family has many more of them. Stop cowering and fight properly. I would rather not. Then so be it. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched another attack. I shoved Isabella to the side and sidestepped the attack with ease. Victor wasted no time from there, and in a flash of dark energy, he appeared in front of me, throwing a punch aimed at my midsection. The blow managed to slip past my defense, and I was knocked several feet back into a wall that shattered from the force. A wave of pain washed over me as I was propelled inside an empty classroom. My head was swimming, and there was a loud, ringing sound in my ear. Mongrels should know their places. Chapter 15. Why did it have to be vampires, too? My head spun from the sudden impact, and I was surrounded by rubble. I knew dealing with him would be a pain in the ass. If I had known a vampire was here, I would be left the moment the apocalypse started. But these creatures are almost undetectable. They have no unique smell or appearance. It's easy to mistake them for a regular human. You won't know you're dealing with a vampire until it sinks its fangs into your neck and smiles while ripping out your heart. What's worse is that, with the strength Victor was displaying, I could tell he was a noble vampire. The rarest and strongest type of vampire there is. There are only a handful of noble vampires left. This prick must be from a powerful clan. He has his own servant, after all. If I killed him right now, I would have to deal with more of these annoying creatures. With a heavy sigh, I pushed myself up off the ground, feeling a burning ache in my back and muscles. Let's put this all behind us. You got what you wanted. I even let you hit me a few times. If that's not fair, then I don't know what is. Not nearly, he scowled. Not even when I drank the blood of all my classmates. That wasn't nearly enough. I thought I would have the pleasure of killing you one by one, but that vice president was too adamant. He forced my hand, and now you've had your fill of killing them. Now, let the two of us go. 2. It's 3. The president is still alive, though barely. I'll let you have her. Let me? His face turned into a scowl. Let me? You can't let me have anything. I take what I want. I couldn't help but sigh. His ego was so big that talking to him seemed more of a pain than fighting him. Honestly, talking to my 3-year-old sister was less of a pain. So be it. The claws hidden behind my hands were just dying to come out. Sharp black claws morphed from my fingertips. My teeth changed into sharp canines, and my eyes turned an orange hue. Victor stared at me, and a distorted smile grew on his face. I thought werewolves had yellow eyes. My orange eyes were just another anomaly about me, since all werewolves had yellow eyes. Whenever another werewolf saw them, a round of questions would ensue, but other than my family, most would just stay away from me. Oh well, not that it mattered. Victor raised his hands again, aiming to launch the same attack he did before. With a small explosion, the attack propelled towards me at incredible speed. With the bare minimum effort, I tilted my head to avoid the blast. The attack whizzed past my ear and impacted the wall behind me, creating a sizable hole. Victor frowned when he saw he had missed and, using the same level of speed as before, suddenly appeared in front of me. Whenever he moved, it was like his entire presence was enveloped in dark energy. With an arrogant smile on his face, he swung his fist at me. I ducked below his blow and slashed at his eyes, blinding him. The surprise caused him to panic. Impossible! Before he could finish his sentence, I ripped out his throat. Immediately, Isabella charged at me, dagger in hand, but her movements were nothing but the lashing out of a child. She was fast for a human, skilled for a girl only 17 years old. But skill meant nothing when you're facing a monster built to kill. I didn't move. I stood still as she stabbed at me, but the blade didn't even barado my skin before it bent. How? I stared down at her with an unamused look, but there wasn't even a trace of fear in her eyes. Interesting. Just then, Victor healed from the damage I had inflicted on him. You fucking mongrel. I'll kill you. Ready to give up? Fuck you. As if shoving my words back down my throat, Victor zipped through the air and launched me through the wall into another classroom next door. Dust and rubble rose into the air as the walls collapsed. The entire building shook from the impact. Were you? Victor sneered. Werewolves only have one specialty. Such speed and strength should be impossible for your kind. You couldn't possibly have leveled up this quickly. His questions were a waste of time. Not even I knew what I was. From the moment I was born, it was obvious that I wasn't a regular werewolf, and my parents danced around the topic whenever I asked, making it clear I wouldn't get any answers. Now, the only way I could figure it out was through my bloodline. My bloodline held the truth to what I really was, and it's only by leveling up that I can uncover its secrets. Whatever you are, you don't stand a chance. With a flash of dark energy, Victor appeared in front of me once again. It was then that I decided to stop holding back. Immediately, it felt as if the temperature in the room began to rise. Sensing this, Victor immediately activated his blood technique, causing countless small orbs of blood to form in front of him. They all grew to the size of tennis balls. Then, in an explosion that caused the entire building to shake and the walls and ceiling to crumble, the orbs of blood fired at me. I weaved through every one of his attacks, each one destroying everything in its path. I moved with the agility granted to me as a werewolf and dodged every one of his attacks while making my way closer to him. I didn't even need to see them. The vibrations in the air told me everything I needed to know. A look of panic crossed his face when he saw me appear in front of him. He tried to throw a punch, but I ripped off his hand before he could make a fist. His face twisted in agony, but before he could make a sound, I ripped out his throat once again. I took my time picking him apart piece by piece with lethal precision. He thrashed around trying to fight back, but he was nothing but a toddler against my power. Soon, the only limb left on his body was his head. Just as I was going to finish him off for good, Isabella charged into the room. "Young master," she screamed at the top of her lungs. She had a murderous look in her eyes as she charged at me, but I returned my attention to Victor. If only he wasn't a narcissistic fool with an ego as big as the world, then all of this could been avoided. "My family will make you pay for this," he muttered bitterly as he coughed up blood. "Your entire bloodline will pay for this. You will never know peace as you live. The Valemont clan always pays its debts in full. They'll hunt you and everyone you know down to the ends of the earth. Then they'll die just as badly as you." I responded. I plunged my claws into his chest and grabbed hold of his still-beating heart. His mouth gaped open as if he couldn't believe this was happening to him. I watched the life slowly drain from his eyes. Then I pulled out his heart. "You have killed a level 9 noble vampire. You have leveled up to level 5. 15 increase in bite force. You have leveled up to level 6. 5 increase in hearing. You have unlocked level 1 skill. Hell, as fire a string of system notifications popped up immediately as I killed Victor. But the only thing that grabbed my attention was the heart I was holding in my hand. Everything about it felt appetizing. Chapter 16. A girl that doesn't fear death. My eyes lingered on Victor's heart, which was now in the palm of my hand, blood dripping between my fingers. The scent was fresh and metallic. It felt soft against my palm. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to devour it whole, and that's exactly what I did. I sunk my fangs into the heart, and immediately blood flooded into my mouth. I chewed and swallowed every drop until there was nothing left. You have devoured the heart of a level 9 noble vampire. You have ascended to level 7. You have acquired a level 1 bloodline skill. Phantom Pack. No, this cannot be. How could this have happened? Isabella fell to her knees, tears in her eyes. Her beautiful, doll-like face was seething with rage. She stared at me with bloodshot eyes, and for a second I thought she would attack again, but instead she raised her dagger to her throat. "What are you doing?" I asked, taken aback by her action. "Has she gone mad?" "Master Victor is no more. I have no more reason to live. Killing yourself for that, guy, doesn't sound too smart?" She looked at me bitterly. "A mongrel wouldn't understand. The only reason I exist is to serve him. My family has served his for generations, and now that he is gone I have no place. I must pay for letting him die. It's all my fault." She brought the knife closer to her throat and tightened her grip. A small understanding of her situation began to form in my mind. "He was supposed to turn you, wasn't he?" I asked. Vampires were predictable creatures, so it wasn't hard to figure out. Noble vampires are the only vampires that can procreate and create vampire offsprings. If two normal vampires had a child, that child would be human. The only way that child could become a vampire was if he or she was turned by a noble vampire. That was one of the biggest advantages a noble vampire has over a regular vampire. That's why every regular vampire is under the rule of a noble vampire. She didn't answer my question, but I knew I was correct. If she was a servant of Victor's clan, then she was in line to be turned into a vampire herself. She was to be his lover or his slave. I stared at this girl, holding the knife to her throat without any sense of fear. Her eyes were just as empty as they always were. She was a beautiful doll with black hair that cascaded down to her waist like water flowing from a waterfall. Her eyes were crimson and almost lifeless. If it wasn't for her beauty, you would mistaken her for a zombie. From the way she fought, you could tell that she had received combat training, though she always had an air of elegance around her, almost like a dignified, noble woman. But what really made her interesting to me was the lack of value she had for her own life. She valued Victor's life more than her own, and something told me she would even die for him. I always had a fondness for strange people. Her willingness to kill herself at the drop of a hat intrigued me like no one ever had before. Her breathing steadied, and I could tell her mind was made up. Using all her strength, she attempted to sink the knife deep into her throat, but I stopped her at the last second. I then pried the dagger from her grasp and tossed it aside. "What are you doing?" Her voice trembled with rage. "Damn you. First you killed my master, and now you're stopping me from atoning." She stared into my eyes without any sign of fear. Even after she saw what I did to her master, an idea formed in my head. Since Victor is no longer with us, I'll do what he was supposed to do. I'll turn you. She blinked and looked at me with wide eyes. "Impossible. Only alphas can turn a human. You're too young to be an alpha of your own pack." She was right. I wasn't an alpha, but I wasn't a regular werewolf either. Some rules simply didn't apply to me. To turn a human was relatively easy. You just needed to make them submit to you with every fiber of their being. In this situation, it could prove to be a bit tricky. How would you make someone who isn't even afraid of death submit to you? The answer was simple: killing intent. Every supernatural creature, whether werewolf or vampire, has a strong urge to kill. That urge comes out in the form of killing intent. It's usually an invisible pressure that forces someone weaker than you to submit. This urge has to be constantly suppressed, and at times it can even be used as a weapon to cripple your opponent. Killing intent varies from creature to creature, and like many other things, Mine was a bit different. Isabella was about to get a first-hand experience of how different it is. First, I took a deep breath and cleared my mind, allowing my natural instincts to flow. Then I released all my suppressed urge. Isabella, SPOV, turned me into a werewolf? Impossible. I would rather die than be turned by the likes of him. If I were ever turned into a werewolf, it would only bring more disgrace to my family. Isabella Nora, refused that fate. From the moment I was born, I was trained to be the best servant I could be. From the beginning, I was only a gift for young Master Victor, in hopes that he would one day make me his slave or his lover. I only belonged to him. My entire existence was for him, and this monster took that away from me. I would never forgive that. I achieved the one thing every young girl my age dreams of, to be close to a noble vampire and somehow earn his favor. It was the greatest privilege one could achieve. That has been the way for centuries. But now, he took that from me. This mongrel, everything I had worked so hard for, everything my mom had worked so hard for, all the suffering I had been through now means nothing. But maybe if I die with young Master Victor, then my family would be spared. I can't submit to him. It will never happen, no matter what. For the sake of those I love, I must die here. I glanced up at Liam, who stood over me with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. I could only wonder what was going on behind those flame-colored eyes of his, but whatever it was, I wasn't afraid. I matched his gaze, but then the temperature in the room suddenly began to rise. Pain gripped me as my skin began to burn from an intense heat. An ominous feeling rose from the pit of my stomach, and the next thing I knew, I was in a river of flames. My skin sizzled, causing me to scream in pain. I saw countless people suffering the same fate I was. It was as if I was dropped into hell itself. The screams of the damned were primal, and it was the only sound that echoed in this dark space. The sight was horrifying, but I clutched my chest and forced myself to calm down. That was until I saw something that made my stomach churn. It was the sight of my own family being burned to death. I watched my mother's flesh being burned from her skin. Her figure began to take on a grotesque form as she screamed my name over and over. I tried desperately to reach her, but the closer I got, the further away she seemed. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to get to her, but before I could, it was too late. A giant black wolf loomed over her. Its fur was so black that it almost looked like a shadow. Its eyes glowed a deep shade of orange. It reminded me of him. I watched the monster rip her apart as she continued to wail my name. Her voice echoed in the dark space. When the giant wolf was done ripping her to shreds, it turned its cold, empty eyes to me. A primal need rose from the pit of my stomach. A need to survive. A need to live. No matter what. This was the first time I'd felt true fear, and it caused my entire body to freeze stiff. It was like my mind was trapped inside my body, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move. Is this what true fear feels like? In the next second, I was back in a classroom with Liam standing in front of me. My body trembled uncontrollably, and soon I felt a wetness seep between my thighs. I glanced down to see I was sitting in a puddle of my own pee. How? The world around me felt unreal. Nothing made sense. The only thing I knew for sure was that I wanted to live. Liam SPOV, I glanced down at the girl in front of me, and from her state, I could tell that my killing intent had done its job. She had completely surrendered herself to me. Her mind was broken. I could see it in the way she was trembling, in the way her eyes were dilated. With a slight satisfaction, I lifted her up. Her body felt cold to the touch, and she was trembling in fear. Whatever she saw was enough to break her mind. This was actually the first time I had used my killing intent on a human before. I had only used it on a bear and a dog before, and both of them died badly. The bear impaled itself on a sharp rock before throwing itself off a cliff, and the dog turned rabid and chewed out its own throat. From then, I had been hesitant to use it on anyone. But seeing a girl with such a strong mental fortitude, a girl that doesn't even fear death itself, I was curious as to how it would turn out. She was strong indeed. My instincts told me I had caught a prize, and I was anxious to claim it. Without further ado, I sank my teeth in her neck, and immediately a notification popped up. Level 3 Human Tamed. Would you like to turn her and make her a part of your pack? Why, in Chapter 17, What Gave I Created? The moment I injected the werewolf venom into Isabella's system, her eyes flickered red and the white part of her eyes turned completely black. A sudden chill rose within me. But then her eyes changed color once again. They turned a deep shade of orange, just like mine. With a sigh of relief, I released Isabella, and she fell to her knees, unresponsive, though her eyes remained open. You have gained a pack member. Initializing bond. 98 initialization complete. Status name. Isabella Lycann. Age. 17 core level. LV 3 race. Hybrid classification. Supernatural beast bloodline. Primordial pack. Pack members. 8 pack name. The Lycann family. Rank. Beta role. Jack of all trade. Next full moon. 14 days. I read through Isabella's status, feeling a bit confused by the changes. Firstly, her last name had changed to mine. Secondly, she had a primordial bloodline. Could she have gained that from me? That didn't make sense. My gut told me there was another reason for it. The next issue was her race. Was a hybrid. Could she be a mix between werewolf and vampire? If her parents were vampires, then it meant she possessed the vampire gene. But that gene can only be activated by a noble vampire like Victor. Could my venom have possibly activated her vampire genes, while at the same time turning her into a werewolf? Somehow, I had created a mixture of the two. But what would a creature like that even be like? I tried my best to imagine it, but it was too hard to picture, so I decided to focus my thoughts on the next issue at hand, the skills I had unlocked. Since Isabella was incapacitated at the moment, I had the chance to go through them. It said I had unlocked 2 bloodline skills, Hellfire and Phantom Pack, both of which were at level 1. I quickly scrolled through the status screen and clicked the description for the Hellfire skill. Hellfire, a flame summoned from hell itself. It burns away at an opponent's soul, diminishing their life force. This skill doesn't affect those of a certain bloodline. I read through the description of the Hellfire skill, and everything seemed easy to understand. Undoubtedly, it would be useful in the future. I decided to give it a try. With merely a thought, a deep orange flame suddenly appeared on the palm of my hand. The flame spread until my entire hand was coated in it. If it covered my claws and I used it to attack someone, it would drain their life force. This skill could work hand in hand with my sense of smell, since I could basically smell a person's lifespan. After going over the logistics of the Hellfire skill, I moved on to the Phantom Pack skill and clicked the description. Phantom Pack allows the user to summon a pack of shadow hounds to do his bidding. They have long traversed the depths of Hades, and now their leader, Cerberus, pledges his allegiance to you. The pack will only get stronger and bigger the more you level up. For now, you only have 5 members. I activated the skill, and immediately a pack of black dogs crawled their way out of my shadow. They had an ominous smell of death surrounding them. Most of them were on the scrawny side, but the leader was bigger. He had blood-colored eyes and smoke puffing out his nostrils. Crimson-colored claws protruded from his paws as he bared sharp fangs that could end someone's life with a single bite. The beast, Cerberus, approached me, and I immediately went on guard until he bowed before me. Following his lead, the rest of the hounds also began to bow. It was strange. I also had a bond with Cerberus and the others, meaning I could feel their emotions and intentions clearly. I stretched out my hand and started petting him, which caused him to whimper before licking my hand with his giant pink tongue, as if feeling jealous. All of the other hounds approached me too, and I was forced to give pets to every one of them. Some of them even rolled over onto their backs, so I could rub their bellies, which brought a smile to my face. Soon, however, they all retreated back into my shadow. I felt satisfied with the skills I had been given. I then turned my attention to Isabella, who was still on her knees, frozen in place. With a tired sigh, I lifted her up and left the classroom. The first thing I noticed when I stepped into the hall was Leora, still lying on the ground in a pool of her own blood. She looked relieved when she saw me. "So you still haven't healed yet?" I asked, placing Isabella on the ground beside her. I'm not as fast a healer as you. His attack pierced my spine, so I'm paralyzed from the neck down. I realized, what do you think you'll be finished healing? Maybe by the end of the day. I couldn't help but sigh, which caused her to frown. Hey, this is your fault. If you had stepped in earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I fan her off. I guess I have no choice but to carry the two of you. 2. President Ava is alive too. I know you can hear her heartbeat. Yeah, but she'll be dead within a few hours, so what's the point? I argued. The moment I said that, Leora's face twisted in rage and her eyes glowed yellow. What's the point? What is the point of you carrying that bitch who tried to kill us? It's complicated. I'll explain later. If looks could kill, I would be a corpse. But if she didn't get her way, she wouldn't stop nagging me. I could already imagine her yelling at me for the rest of the day. Sigh. Fine, I'll carry the 3 of you out. Happy? Sounds like a fool's errand, she said. There are bound to be more zombies outside the building than there ever were inside. You can't possibly fight them all off while carrying the 3 of us. Don't worry, the zombies outside the building are all taken care of. Taken care of? Meaning they're all dead, but how? You'll see when we get there. Leora pouted and looked at me with a hint of wariness in her eyes. I then lifted her up and placed her over my shoulder, then did the same with Isabella and President Ava. I carried the 3 of them out of the hall until we were finally outside the building. Leora's eyes widened in shock when she saw all the zombies lying dead, their bodies piled up into one massive heap that was as big as a small hill. Who could have done this? Leora asked in a quivering voice. Her question was quickly answered when a figure appeared in front of us. It was a delinquent in his early 20s, someone who should have been in college but had dropped out of high school. He had silver hair and a devilishly handsome face. His muscles were well-toned, making him look like someone who went to the gym regularly. On his shoulder was a 3-year-old girl who was clearly sleeping. She hugged his neck tightly and rested her chin on the top of his head. The girl had white hair, just like the young man, and a face cute enough to pass for a princess. A menacing grin appeared on the young man's face when he saw us. Hey, sis. Little bro Liam, how you two doing? Chapter 18. Reunion 1. Leora looked at our brother in shock. Derek, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I can't get you guys, Derek said, grinning as always. Looks like you have your hands full there, Liam. Want to help? Where's the fun in that? He chuckled. Though, since you don't mind, why don't you take Lily here off my hands? Lily was fast asleep on top of Derek's head. No doubt she had gotten bored watching him slay zombies. It was only a matter of time before she was back to her former energetic self. No thanks. I knew you'd say that, Derek retorted, still grinning from ear to ear. He seemed as if he was on cloud 9. To be honest, I expected this reaction from him. The world turning to shit was probably his dream come true. Because of this, he got the chance to go on a rampage as much as he would like, and he wouldn't have to hide from the cops anymore. A few days ago, Derek broke out of jail. He got locked up after beating a man within an inch of his life. For what reason, you ask? The man stepped on his shoes, which he had just cleaned, and an argument ensued between the two. The truth is, Derek was a hothead looking for any reason to put someone down. His only weakness was the little ball of cuteness sitting on top of his head. My little sister Lily. Don't get me wrong, he loved our family and would do anything to protect any one of us. But it was quite obvious that Lily held a special place in his heart. Maybe it was her innocence and cheerful behavior. Fun fact, Derek was the one who taught me how to fight. Well, taught is a bit of an exaggeration. More like he would attack me, and I would be forced to defend myself. This was normal for wolves, but I wasn't one for such extracurricular activities. Nevertheless, if I let my guard down with him, he would claw out my eyes with a huge grin on his face. Derek was the reason we weren't too worried about Lily since our parents were off on a work trip. We knew she would be safe as long as she was with him. Soon, the little ball of cuteness began to stir in her sleep and open her eyes. Her cute face lit up in a dazzling smile when she caught sight of me and Leora. Big sis Leora, big bro Liam, I missed you. She hopped down from Derek's head and ran toward us. She then jumped with unnatural reflexes and wrapped her arms around my neck, adding some weight to my already strained muscles. Missed you guys so much. We missed you too, Leora retorted, which caused Lily to blush and hug me tighter. It was then I felt a sharp pain on my shoulder. I glanced to the side to see Leora glaring at me while digging her claws into my skin. Why, yeah, Lily, I missed you too, I said. It was only then that Leora retracted her claws. So, Derek said, folding his arms, mind telling me who these two girls are you're holding and what happened to Leora? Sure, but we should talk somewhere else. I don't think it's smart to stay out in the open. Fine, let us go back to my truck, Derek said, already walking off, leaving me to carry the four girls. I had Leora over one shoulder, Ava and Isabella over the other, and Lily swinging from my neck like a tree monkey. With a sigh, I followed behind Derek, but couldn't help notice Leora glaring at him from behind. Where did you get a truck? She asked in a demanding tone that would make you think she was the older sibling. Derek didn't even look back as he answered her. I stole it. After a brief walk, we had left the school completely and were now outside the gate where a gray pickup truck was waiting for us. While outside for the first time since the apocalypse started, Leora's and my eyes were drawn to the condition of the street. It was just as I expected. Carcasses lay everywhere, painting a picture of the suffering that unfolded. The scent of rot stained the air itself. I don't know if I'll ever get used to this new reality. A lot of the people in the city are dead, Derek said, noticing our gazes. Those who survived are the ones who left. Even now, there's still gun battles going on with the police and soldiers trying to kill zombies and any other abominations that spawned out of who knows where. I passed a few military vehicles on the road. For once, they didn't give a shit about me. What are they going to do? Leora asked. Derek shook his head. Fighter jets have been deployed, and I heard they are planning to bomb sections of the city where the monsters are rampant. Just before the radio went out, they were urging us to leave the city. But we can't leave, can we? Leora said. Not a chance. They were right. We couldn't leave. We still had business to take care of here. Just then, as if sensing what we all were thinking, Lily spoke up with anger on her cute face. Big sis Allison. We have to go get her. Derek smiled and patted her on the head. Don't worry, Lily. We would never leave our pet ape behind, Derek said with a grin. She is our mascot after all, Leora followed up. My older sister Allison is the firstborn and eldest of all of us. Though she was the eldest, she was the biggest crybaby out of all of us. She was currently in her third year at one of the most prestigious law schools in the country. We could still feel her presence in the city, so we knew she hadn't left. She was most likely still at her university. So here's the plan. Our first objective is finding Allison and making sure she is safe. Then we'll leave the city and try to find Mom and Dad. Chapter 19. Reunion 2. We all nodded in agreement to Derek's plan. I then placed Ava, Isabella, and Leora in the back of the truck. You mind telling me who these two girls are and how Leora ended up like this? Derek asked. She got shot in the spine. And you couldn't have prevented that from happening? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, as long as she is fine, I guess. I'm not fine. What about those two girls? The girl with the pink hair is Ava, the student council president. Leora didn't want to leave her bleeding out, so I was forced to carry her, I explained. The other is a girl I turned. Their eyes widened. What? They both shouted in unison. Derek quickly opened his status screen. He is not lying. Our pack has 8 members now. Why would you do something so stupid? Leora shouted. Mom already talked to you about that. She said you're not allowed to turn anyone. Is she your girlfriend or something? Derek asked, trying to find a reason why I did it. No, she is the crazy bitch that tried to kill us. You can't do things like this on your own. This affects all of us since she is going to be part of our pack. You can't just let a stranger into our family. You have to cut her loose. Leora said, to which I quickly refuted. I'm not going to do that. It's werewolf code. Once you turn someone, you're responsible for them. Don't give me that. That rule only applies if you are the alpha, and the last time I checked, you're not, since you're the one who turned her. She is going to be loyal to you. That is not how a pack works. That is not how it's supposed to work. Regardless, the two of us are tied together now. If she goes, they'll have to go with her. Why you? Leora glared at me, her eyes glowing yellow. You wouldn't. Let us discuss this later, Derek interrupted. You're both stubborn, so this argument will drag on for hours. It's about time we get going. Leave the three of them in the back and come sit with me in the front, Liam. I did as Derek said, placing Leora and the others in the back of the pickup truck, then went to sit in the front with Lily seated in my lap. Big bro Liam, no more fighting with big sis Leora, okay? Lily said with puffed-out cheeks. If my favorite girl demands it, then I can't object. Lily giggled at my teasing and bobbed her head. Derek, on the other hand, said nothing. Instead, he started the engine and began driving. After a while, he finally spoke. Lily is right. You two shouldn't argue so much. You're twins, for God's sake. He sighed. What's the point of turning that girl anyway? She could be useful, I said flatly. Wouldn't it increase our chances of survival if we had more pack members? A pack of 8 wouldn't cut it now that you have zombies and more abominations running around. I was simply thinking ahead toward our future. I see your point, but in cases like these, it's better to consult with the other pack members than to do things on your own. God only knows how Dad will react. A beta who can turn humans into werewolves just goes against the norms. I know it does. Right now, it's our responsibility to take care of everyone. No one else in our pack is strong enough. So we've got to lead. Also, there's another thing I wanted to talk to you about. It's about Allison. Why do you think she hasn't made any effort to come find us? I know she is a scaredy cat, but even for her, she would come find us. Derek asked, looking a bit worried. I was wondering that too. Maybe something is preventing her from finding us. We know she is alive and all. I tried contacting her before the cell signal went out, but I didn't get any answer. I contacted Mom and Dad too, and somehow convinced them not to come here after us. I told them that I would get everyone out of the city safely and meet them at the lodge. How freaked out were they? I asked. Derek chuckled. Very. Mama, Papa, soon? Lily asked, looking up at us with sparkling eyes. I patted her head and spoke to her. Yeah, I'm sure they missed you, Lily. She smiled and licked her feet happily. Guess what I also heard? Derek interjected. I don't know how true it is or not, but there is a rumor spreading that all 7 continents have merged. For real? Yeah. Apparently, it happened when that massive earthquake hit. The whole world has turned into a shit show. We have fighter jets fighting giant moths up in the sky, soldiers blowing up city blocks because monsters have come to town, and what more, we've got real-life superheroes. You mean people who have awakened systems like us? Yes, and don't get me started on the monsters crawling out of the woodwork. The ghouls are acting no differently from the zombies right now. I also heard that the vampires are assembling. That is to be expected, honestly. What about the werewolves? Are there any packs we should be worried about? Not that I've heard of. There aren't too many of us in the city areas, but there is bound to be a few. What? Are you worried about not finding your fated mate in the apocalypse? He teased, poking me in the side with his elbow. No, it's just that wolves are very territorial. We can get attacked by another pack just by being in the same radius. Huh, let them try. From the huge grin on his face, I bet Derek welcomed the idea of being attacked. I knew him well enough to know that even in an apocalypse, he would never get his fill of pissing people off. We drove for miles, and I stared out the window, feeling the cold night air against my face as I looked at the ruined city before me. I watched people looting stores and shops. You could hear the sound of gunshots and explosions going off. Ambulances and police cars basically controlled the roads. They raced all over the city, desperately trying to find people in need. Their sirens flashed, turning the city into a tapestry of blue and red colors. The sound of a helicopter buzzed overhead. One look, and I knew that the city had fallen. The scary part was that it only took one day. Things would only get more dangerous from here. The best thing to do was leave the city. It's only going to take until morning till we get to Allison S. College, Derek mumbled. I was about to answer when we heard a loud rumbling coming from the back, followed by a loud scream. Without wasting a second, Derek stopped the truck, and we both exited to see what was happening. My eyes widened when I saw what was taking place on the back of the pickup truck. Chapter 20. Bump in the road. When we got out, the first thing I saw was Isabella. She was out of her earlier days. Her eyes were glowing a deep shade of orange as she held Leora by the throat. Leora had a bite mark on her neck, while Isabella's mouth was covered in blood. It looked like she was drinking Leora's blood. Derek immediately brought out his claws, ready to attack her, but I quickly stopped him. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "Let me handle this." Hesitantly, he backed down, but remained ready to attack in case something happened. Isabella looked panicked. Her eyes were wild as they darted back and forth at everyone present. I slowly walked toward her while maintaining eye contact. "Let her go." Instead of complying, large fangs grew from her mouth as her hands tightened around Leora's throat. My eyes glowed bright orange as I repeated the order. "Let her go." This time she didn't hesitate and released her grip on Leora. "Now sit." You could see that she was hesitant, but it was as if her body was moving on its own as she sat down. A look of relief flashed across Derek's face as he rushed to check on Leora. She was breathing heavily while glaring at Isabella. Isabella, on the other hand, stared at me, looking on the verge of crying. "What did you do to me?" "You already know. I would rather die," she whispered. This was going to be trickier than I thought. Even though I could just order her around, things would go much easier if I had her cooperation. "We can't go on like this," Leora said. "We should stop for the night. Ava is bleeding out. She needs medical attention, or else she is going to die. We also need food, clothes, and a place to sleep. I suggest we take her to the hospital since there is one not too far from here." Derek quickly refuted. "We can't stop now. What is important is finding Allison and getting the hell out of the city. It's just one stop. If we don't get her to the hospital, she'll die. Plus, remember I also need to heal. If we are attacked, and I'm still like this, it will put everyone in danger. We need to stop. Might as well do it in the hospital." Derek shook his head and clicked his tongue. He didn't want to leave Allison in any more danger just to save a girl he didn't even know. But since Leora had brought up some very good points, he couldn't refuse. "Fine, I'll drive us to the hospital," Derek finally said as he hopped down from the back of the truck. "I think it's best if I ride in the back with the others," I said. "Suit yourself." With that, I climbed into the back of the pickup truck, and we resumed our journey shortly after. Leora was healing slowly, but there were signs of progress as she was able to move her feet an inch or so. Isabella sat quietly at the back of the truck, so I decided to use the time to talk to her. "You have changed," I said. "Before, you were fully committed to taking your own life, even going as far as nearly stabbing yourself in the throat. But now you're not even considering killing yourself. Are you?" She didn't say anything, only stared at the ground with her shoulders slumped. I also noticed that she was shaking and her face was pale. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, making her uniform stick to her body. I found it strange, but I brushed it off as just a product of her new transformation. "Is there someone worth living for?" I asked. She immediately started glaring at me, which told me I was right. "Whoever that person is, they must mean a lot to you, which means that you have to keep living for them. I can't. She would never accept me now. I'm better off dead than like this. I know you don't truly believe that, or you wouldn't have given in to me. The truth is that you want to live. Whether that person will accept you or not, you want to live for them, to make sure they are safe. Just shut up. You don't know anything about me." Just then, she clutched her stomach, hung herself over the back of the van, and started puking blood. She vomited nonstop for a few minutes. Then when she was done, she fell over in agony. "What is it? Are you okay? Just leave me alone. It doesn't matter what you say now. I'm already dying anyway." She was right. She was dying. The smell of death was on her. But why? Does it have something to do with my bite? Some kind of side effect? Maybe. I refuse to remain a werewolf or a half-breed hybrid. It works out much better for everyone if I just die. Sigh. She was stubborn. I wouldn't convince her that easily. As things stood, there was nothing I could do to help her. Her body was failing for some reason, and she would be dead soon. We didn't speak a word after that until we got to the hospital. There was a police checkpoint before we could even enter. They checked if we had any bite marks or scratches. Luckily, the bite mark Isabella gave Leora had completely healed, so they didn't notice anything. The hospital was ransacked with people, most of them injured in critical condition. It smelled of blood and grime. I spotted a few who were almost completely drained of blood, probably due to a blood moth. Others had lost limbs and were fluttering on the edge of death. There were also a few who weren't hurt physically, but whose minds were broken. One woman in particular was screaming at the top of her lungs. "He is going to come back. It's dark out. He always comes when it's dark out. He came last night. He is going to kill all of us." The security guards had to rush to secure her before she could hurt anyone or herself. We walked past them and carried Ava to the emergency room. We had to wait quite a while before a doctor was free and could see her. Derek clearly wasn't happy about the change of events. He especially wasn't happy about Lily seeing the scene of what was happening in the hospital, so I decided to make a suggestion. "Lily, do you want to go out for a walk with me?" Of course, without the slightest hesitation, Lily said yes. She was probably just happy to stay up past her bedtime. I figured I would walk her until she fell asleep, then come back so she didn't have to see what was going on. I lifted her up, and with Isabella following closely behind me, I left the hospital building. Chapter 21. A cushion. Lily smiled happily as I walked with her in my arms. Her eyes were glowing a bright shade of yellow as she gazed up at the night sky. "No full moon today?" she asked. "No, not yet, but there will be one soon." Isabella slowly trailed behind us, her face even paler than before. She looked as if she would faint at any moment. I slowed my pace with Lily so that I could talk to her. "Since you're dying, tell me something. Who is this person that is so important to you?" For a second, I didn't think she would answer me, but she did. "My mother. She's the only family I have left. She served the Valemont clan for centuries. From the moment I was born, she taught me how to be a servant, and later on, I was given to young Master Victor as a present. It was one of the greatest honors one could ever be given, and it was given to me because of my mother's reputation as a formidable assassin." Were you and your mother close?" "What do you mean?" "She was my mother," she said, sounding a bit irritated. "My sisters and my mom are close. They would always go out shopping and curl up on the couch together to watch a movie. At times, they would throw Derek, my dad, and me out of the house so they could have their so-called girls' night. They shared everything together." She held down her head, and a bitter smile rose on her face. "Sounds nice, but no. My mom and I weren't like that. The only thing my mother taught me how to do was to kill, but it doesn't matter. A child's only purpose is to earn their parents' love. That is not true. A child's purpose is to receive love from their parents and spread that love to others. You may not have had a family to offer you that, but now that you are part of my pack, maybe you could come to see my mom as yours. You don't understand. I love my mother even if she doesn't love me. Even if she only sees me as a useless daughter or worthless. It doesn't matter. No one can replace her." "Who said you can only have one mom?" I asked. "This is your family now. I know you can feel their connection strongly. You are tied to us. Things are tough right now. But over time you'll come to see Leora as your sister, and she'll come to see you as hers." "I can't." Isabella clenched her fists and held down her head, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. I knew that this was the perfect time to earn her trust. Since she was a newborn, her emotions were heightened and all over the place. She seemed confused by her own feelings. What she needed now was a cushion, someone to latch onto. It's only by manipulating those strong emotions could I make her mine. I also knew that stealing her heart would take the charisma of someone cute and innocent. It was sufficient to say that I didn't have any of those qualities. But I knew someone who did. Seeing Isabella's reaction, Lily quickly reacted and jumped into her arms to comfort her. "No crying," Lily said, wiping the tears from her face. "No more crying. Okay, big sis ISA." Isabella looked at her with a baffled expression, but in the face of such cuteness, she had to comply. Isabella wiped away her tears and put on a smile for Lily. "That's better. Big sis ISA is much prettier when she is smiling." Isabella nodded along without saying a word. She then wrapped her arms around Lily and hugged her tightly. It was dark, so I could see her tears, but I knew she was still crying, and Lily was the one who comforted her. Lily's tiny hands patted Isabella on the top of her head. Isabella carried her until Lily eventually fell asleep after a few minutes. A satisfied smile was on her face. Isabella looked Lily's sleeping face, and a smile rose on her face. Since she was sleeping, we decided to go back inside the hospital. As we neared the entrance, I started to smell a strong scent of fresh blood. An ominous feeling rose inside me, and from the look on Isabella's face, I could tell that she had smelled it too. The two of us hurried our pace, and when we got to the doorway, the guards posted they were lying in a pool of their own blood. Their bodies were brutally mauled, with limbs and pieces of their flesh spread across the hall. Luckily, Lily was asleep, so she didn't have to witness such a grotesque scene, but still, Isabella made the effort to shield her. What could V done this? The first thing I noticed was that the guards' guns were still in their holsters. They didn't even have the chance to draw their weapons. A zombie couldn't have been that quick. We were most likely dealing with another monster, and it was now inside the hospital. Leora's legs should have been healed by now, so I didn't have to worry too much about her. Plus, if it came down to it, Derek would protect her. We should hurry and get to the others, I suggested. The two of us walked at a brisk pace through the hospital. The further along we went, the more mutilated bodies we found. I activated my thermal vision, but the large building and crowded space made it hard to locate the monster. Soon, the entire building erupted in chaos as more people started to drop like flies. We fought our way through the panicked crowd, looking for Derek and Leora. While moving, I spotted the woman who had been shouting before. She was crouched down on her knees. "He's here. He killed my boy. And now he's here to kill us." I couldn't help but wonder who she was talking about, but in the end we ignored her and continued to search for the others. The bodies became more horrific the further we went. Soon, we were pushing through a crowd of stampeding people, and in that crowd, I could see a black shadow flickering as people fell to the ground. In the midst of it, I felt a murderous bloodlust, stronger than anything I had ever felt before. It was as if an endless darkness was swallowing up the hospital itself. In that instant, I grabbed Isabella by the hand and dragged her forward, away from the crowd. I pulled her into one of the rooms and closed the door behind us. "Did you see it?" she asked. "Only a glimpse." "Me too. What should we do? Can you even fight that thing?" "I don't know, but I don't want to find out. Our first goal is to find the others and escape." She looked at me with a frown on her face. "Why is your first option always to run away from a fight?" "Because I'm not a battle-crazy nut. I fight only when it's necessary. You don't seem afraid. So what is the real reason for your cowardice? If you stick around, maybe I'll tell you." She quickly turned away, her gaze looking a bit flustered. "I already told you. Anyway, what will we do now?" she said. At her question, I activated my Phantom Pack skill. Immediately, a pack of shadow hounds led by Cerberus came crawling out of my shadow. Isabella was immediately on guard when she saw them. "What are those?" "Consider them a sub-branch of my pack. We can use them to find Derek and Leora rather than running around the hospital." I turned to Cerberus and instructed him on what to do with just a single thought. He let out a loud growl, and he and the other pack members disappeared into the shadows. I looked back at Isabella to see she was holding Lily with a look of conviction on her face, and after her gaze fell on me. "I'm only doing this because of Lily, okay?" she muttered. The white part of her eyes suddenly turned a shade of black, and her iris was a deep shade of orange. Two pointed fangs protruded from her mouth, and pointed claws grew from her fingers. Her skin was as pale as snow, making her look like a beautiful ghost. Her transformation was mesmerizing. So this is what a half-vampire, half-werewolf hybrid looks like. Just hold still so I don't rip out an artery. Huh. Chapter 22. A monster like no other before I could even respond. She approached me in the blink of an eye and sunk her teeth into my neck. Strangely, I felt no pain or discomfort when her teeth sank into my jugular, though I was a bit surprised that her fangs were strong enough to burrado my skin. She tiptoed to reach my neck and slowly started drinking my blood. Her breathing was ragged, and her eyes had a wildness to them. I could hardly believe this was the same girl as before. She held on to Lily tightly as she gulped down my blood with a desperate need. With the way she was going, it was as if she couldn't get enough. Her drinking my blood wasn't really a problem for me, since I could easily regenerate it. But I was a bit confused as to why she was drinking my blood at this moment. When she fed from Leora, she puked up blood shortly after. Wouldn't the same thing happen again? After a while, she pulled herself away, wiping the blood from her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, and for some reason she was glaring at me. Her feet wobbled when she tried to take a step back, and she almost fell. She was still breathing heavily, as if she had just run a marathon. Another thing I noticed was that her skin wasn't as pale as before. In fact, her face was as red as a tomato. What was that? I asked. What was what? I'm part vampire after all. I need to feed. I looked at her suspiciously, forcing her to explain herself properly. TSK. Fine. Ever since I was turned, I've been fighting this need to sink my fangs into your neck and drain your blood. I finally realized what it was after I drank Leora's blood. For whatever reason, you're the only person I'm allowed to feed on, and if I don't, you'll die. Huh. So my blood was the cure all along? If she had just told me that from the beginning, I would force her to drink my blood whether she wanted to or not. But the fact that she did so on her own now must mean she wasn't completely opposed to the idea. Look, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this since it's in my best interest. Don't go thinking that I've accepted being a member of your pack. Whatever gets you to cooperate. If thinking that she is in control makes her more obedient, then I don't have any complaints. Oh. Just then, I heard the sound of a wolf howling inside my head. It seemed the shadow hounds had found them. Let us go. I know where the others are. I told her, then made sure to explain something very clearly. Your job for now is to protect Lily, even if you have to die doing it. That was an order from me as her alpha, so she would be compelled to do it no matter what. I know, you didn't have to. Never mind, let us go. From the information I got from the shadow hounds, I learned that the others were on the floor just above the one we were currently on, so we quickly left the room and ran towards the stairs. Even though people were dying left and right, their bodies were too destroyed to be turned into zombies, so I didn't have to worry about facing them. I quickly went up the stairs with Isabella following closely behind me. When we got upstairs, I finally picked up Derek S. and Leora S. scent along with something else. Something gross. Whatever it was, it had a strong sulfuric smell. There was also a loud clicking noise getting ominously closer. My first thought was that the monster was here, and I was right. When I arrived on the scene, I saw the monster Derek was battling. A mixture of emotions rushed through me. At first glance, the creature had the vague outline of a man, tall and unnaturally lean. Its limbs were long, bending in ways they shouldn't. Its skin was the color of sewage waste and stretched over the bones protruding from its body. But what shook me was its head, if you could even call it that. Where its face should have been was flesh peeled back like a flower blooming. It had 5 petals, each lined with jagged sharp teeth. It had no eyes, nose, or ears, just a mouth that wanted to swallow everything it touched. Its fingers were like long black needles that shredded everything in their path. In front of it was Derek, fighting for his life, blood oozing from an injury on his side. Leora was lying on the ground to the side after being smashed against a wall. Her skull looked cracked, as part of it was caved in, but all that mattered right now was that her heart was still beating. This was a mistake. Isabella, take Lily and run. I shouted at the top of my voice. Derek was teetering on the edge of death with every move that monster made. Without a second's delay, Isabella took off to run, but that only drew the beast's attention. Its mouth fluttered greedily before it swatted Derek to the side and charged at us. My transformation was instant as I drew my claws and activated my Hellfire skill. I readied myself for a powerful attack, but at the last second, I realized something. It wasn't coming at me. It was as if it didn't notice my presence or was ignoring it. Its only concern was Isabella and Lily, but just before it got to them, I slashed at it. The monstrosity didn't even react until my claws were embedded in its flesh. Only then did it release a monstrous roar that shook the entire building. It was only then that I earned its attention. Its needle-like fingers swished through the air, and I ducked its attack. Just then, a shadow hound leaped from my shadow and bit into its ankle. That single move granted me enough time to attack again. My claws tore through its skin, but the wound was too shallow. Just like with the first attack, its skin wasn't teeth thick, but it was elastic and coated in a slimy substance that made it difficult to slash. The monstrosity lashed out at my shadow hound, but it disappeared in a puff of black smoke and retreated back into my shadow. The monster's attention returned to me once again, but that was a big mistake, as Derek had snuck up on it. Using his monstrous strength, Derek buried his claws into the monster's lower back. I wasted no time and went into attack once again, but that's when things went horribly wrong. A long black hand bloomed from the creature's stomach like flour and grabbed a hold of me. It all happened so fast. In the next instant, I was lifted up and smashed into the floor, which cracked under the pressure. My senses went blank as everything around me descended into darkness. Chapter 23. Back to battle, my senses went silent, as if my brain itself was being rewired. I felt my limbs being enveloped in a warm substance, and I soon realized that it was my own blood. The first sense to return was my sight, and the first thing I saw left me in a state of disbelief. Bones were sticking out of my chest, as fragments of my ribs tore through flesh. My limbs had twisted into unnatural shapes. Blood had accumulated in my throat, making it impossible to breathe. It was only a matter of time before I drowned in my own blood. Above me was a giant hole in the ceiling. I broke through the floor. Now I'm lying in a pile of rubble. Just as that thought crossed my mind, someone appeared over me. I couldn't make out their face, but I knew it was a girl from the sound of her voice. Realizing what was happening, she quickly flipped me over to lie on my stomach. A sharp pain assaulted my entire body as I was moved. But the moment I was flipped over, I began coughing up blood. What could V done this to you? As my hearing slowly returned, I realized the voice sounded familiar. My vision was still blurry, so I couldn't make out her face. My body slowly began to weave itself back together as muscles and flesh sewed themselves. Soon my vision cleared, and I could see the girl in front of me clearly. Ava? I didn't expect the person who saved my life to be the student council president. She was wearing a hospital gown and hooked up to an 4-drip. What is this? She seemed more concerned about something else. How is your body putting itself back together? You should be dead. No one should be able to return from that. Keep quiet. I placed my hand on her lips to silence her, but she stubbornly removed it. No, I need some answers. How did I get here? The last thing I remember is being at school, and then she paused and placed her hand on her wounded stomach. Isabella stabbed me. The trauma must be messed with your memory of what happened. It has. No, it can't be. My memory is a bit foggy, but I remember it. You're mistaken. It was Victor who stabbed you. No, I remember Isabella. Isabella and Leora were the ones who saved you and carried you to the hospital. It would be pretty shameful if you accused Isabella of such a nasty act after all she did to save your life. No, I didn't mean to. It's just that in my memories. It's all right, you're just confused. But would it be regrettable if your confusion caused trouble for others? She shook her head vehemently. I don't want to cause trouble. Good, because right now a monster is roaming around, and we might need your help to stop it. Wait, a monster? Like a zombie? I'll explain later, but for now, we need to act since the ones who saved you are in danger right now. It took only a few minutes for all of my injuries to heal, and as soon as they did, I staggered back to my feet, feeling a bit lightheaded. Healing had zapped a lot of my stamina. Your body is still weak. Be careful so you don't fall. Ava cautioned. Let us go. The monster was still on the floor above us. It sounded as if it was on a warpath, and the entire floor above us rumbled as if it was about to collapse. Throwing caution to the wind, I rushed toward the sound of impending doom. When I got there, I saw walls and columns destroyed in the battle that was ensuing. I activated my thermal vision so I could see the entire floor. Derek was fighting tooth and nail against the beast. He was injured, and his movements were slow, but his physical strength was overwhelming. Their battle raged through the entire upper floors. When I got to the spot where we had fought before, I realized that Leora was gone. Did she go after Derek? Damn it. Just then, I heard the sound of an explosion as a large section of the floor collapsed. I immediately took off in a sprint toward the direction, leaving Ava behind as she rushed to keep up. I used my agility to maneuver through the damage, leaping from wall to wall and burying my claws into the concrete. In no time, I had reached the site where the chaos was unfolding. An entire section of the floor had collapsed. I spotted Leora amidst the rubble. Thankfully, her heart was still beating, but it was slowing by the second. She was crawling desperately toward Derek, who was being strangled by the monstrosity. It dangled him in the air. I kicked off the wall with full force, propelling myself like a missile toward the beast. I tore a huge chunk of flesh off its leg, causing it to roar in pain and toss Derek to the side. Immediately, my shadow hounds began crawling their way out of my shadow. Their eyes were seeping with bloodlust as they gazed at the giant prey before them. Our killing intent collided with that of the beast, creating a stillness in the air. The atmosphere was heavy. If a regular human were here, they would be suffocated. I kept myself low so I could attack at any moment while the shadow hounds slowly circled the creature. As their alpha, it was my duty to lead them into battle, so I made the first move. With every power I could summon, I leaped toward the monster. Its reaction was instant as long black hands stretched out in front of me. I ducked below its incoming attacks and used my claws to rip through the hands, trying to grab me. The beast roared in pain and attempted to slash me in half with its needle-like fingers, but before it could reach me, Cerberus clamped down on its hand. This left the perfect opening for me to exploit, and I took full advantage by digging my claws into its abdomen. The beast roared in pain, then attempted to slash me with its other hand, but a shadow hound dove in the way and took the brunt of the attack. Since the shadow hounds couldn't be killed, they made the perfect defense. The only issue was that I could feel myself weakening every time one of them was killed. Still, their help was essential. They followed my lead and read my intentions without me having to give any orders. They could play both attacking and defensive roles. Even though they were a ragtag bunch of scrawny dogs, I was happy to fight alongside them. It felt a bit like fate, and I knew in my heart that this was just the start of my Shadow Legion. I looked forward to growing beside them and seeing how they would evolve along the way. Chapter 24. Demogorgon. My trump card for winning against this creature would be my healing. With its exceptional speed and power, it was impossible for me to dodge all of its attacks. Its needle-like fingers tore through my flesh like butter, but I gritted my teeth and fought through the pain. My head spun from the blood loss, but whenever I faltered, I had my shadow hounds to help me out. It turned into a battle of attrition. Both the beast and I were wounded, but my healing granted me a slight advantage. We rampaged through the hospital, destroying everything in our path as we were locked in a one-on-one battle. I picked away at the beast until it was nothing but a wounded animal fighting for its life. Its roars were primal and almost deafening. Vile black liquid poured out of its open wounds. Every time I tore off a large chunk of flesh, the shadow hounds would feast on it, and I could sense that they were getting stronger from it. Not only did they get more aggressive, but they seemed bigger. Before, they were so skinny that their rib cages were showing. But now they were a different form of beast. In truth, my attacks were only surface level. I couldn't get to any internal structures, like the heart, for instance. But I didn't need to. I could lower its life force just by scratching it with my hellfire. After a while, it became obvious that the beast had weakened considerably, and the moment it showed weakness, we attacked with full force. It weakly swung at me with its needle-like fingers. I ducked below its attack and struck at its shoulder. My claws slipped perfectly between the joint in its shoulder, and in one fluid motion, I ripped off its arm. Black blood spurted out like a fire hydrant as the creature released a blood-curdling screech. I threw the arm to the ground and allowed my shadow hounds to devour it. Without giving it time to recover, I went after its legs next. A loud crack echoed as I stomped on the side of its foot, breaking it instantly. A pointed bone stuck out through the flesh. With one leg broken, the creature collapsed to the ground, thrashing around as it desperately tried to grab at me. I sidestepped its feeble attempts with ease, then summoned every remaining strength I had and plunged my claws into its chest cavity. Skrurgkkkkh. Its final death cry was so loud that it shattered glasses and windows. Being at such close proximity to it, I could feel my eardrums rupture, leaking blood from my ears. The dizzy spell that hit me after was enough for me to faint, but still, I held on to my consciousness with every strength I had and pulled its heart out from its chest. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 Demogorgon. Looking at the system notification, I felt no satisfaction. What the hell does it mean? Level 1? That thing. If it wasn't for Derek's help weakening it beforehand, I wouldn't have stood a chance, and they mean to tell me it was a level 1 beast. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 7. 5 increase in healing factor, 10 increase in sense of smell, 15 increase in claw sharpness, 20 increase in agility, 25 increase in stamina. Congratulations. Your skill Phantom Pack has been leveled up to level 2. Your pack now has 12 members. You've also gained the ability to swap places with any Shadow Hound in your pack. 7 more Shadow Hounds crawled their way out of my shadow to join the 5 that were already there. Together, they all began to devour what was left of the Demogorgon while I turned to the black heart that was slightly pulsing in my hand. The heart didn't smell very appetizing, but I knew I had to consume it. I brought the heart up to my mouth and ate it until nothing remained. You have consumed the heart of a Demogorgon. You have ascended to level 8. 20 is Bite Force. You have unblocked the level 1 skill, Devouring Bite description. A curse bite that not only burns the opponent, but it also cannot be healed suddenly. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me, and my legs went weak. I lost my balance, but just before I hit the ground, I felt soft hands grab me from behind. I'm so sorry I couldn't keep up because you were too fast. Please forgive me, Ava said as her weak hands desperately tried to keep me from falling. Sorry I wasn't any help killing the monster. Just before I was about to slip from Ava's grasp, another set of hands grabbed me. You did good, little bro. I glanced up to see Derek's smiling face. He was carrying Leora on his shoulder. Can you walk? He asked. No, I haven't been this tired in forever. Can you carry me? Not a chance. My shoulders are only for the women in our family. You little bro are on your own. Sigh. I knew he would say that. Can you at least make me rest first? Haven't you already embarrassed yourself enough by almost getting squashed by that thing? You always fight so sloppily until you're almost killed by your opponent. Why does it take the threat of death for you to stop being lazy? Can we save a lecture for later? Yeah, you're right. Let's get back to the truck. With Ava's help, I walked through the building back to the truck waiting outside. As we walked, I listened intently to Leora's heartbeat. She's in bad condition, I said to Derek. I know, and so are you. Your heart rate sounds irregular. Healing from so many injuries must be taking a toll on you. I'm sorry that I wasn't strong enough to kill that thing on my own. If I was strong enough, then you would have had to bail me out, and Leora wouldn't have been injured this badly. Some older brother I am. It's not your fault. We all need to get stronger if we're going to survive in this world. But for now, we need to take time to heal. We want any help to Allison in our current condition. Derek didn't respond, but I knew he understood. We wouldn't be of any help to anybody if we continued on in this state. I know a spot where we can rest, Derek finally said after some time. It's an old hideout I used to stay at. We can go there. Sounds good. As we exited the hospital building, we passed several mutilated corpses. It was hard to believe that one monster could have done all of this. I couldn't help but wonder what exactly that monster was. The system called it a Demogorgon. The one we fought was at level 1, the lowest level. I shuddered to think what that creature would be like if it leveled up more. But the scariest part was that there was bound to be more of them somewhere. I wasn't sure if I could take one of them in a proper fight. It was either that they were unbelievably powerful or that we were just that weak. When the sky split, I saw hundreds or maybe thousands of monsters raining down. Who knows what other abominations awaited us? I couldn't help but wonder if there was a reason for this. If monsters raining from the sky somehow served a purpose. If there was a purpose for it, I wondered if I would live to figure it out. Chapter 25. Next move, when we exited the hospital, we saw Isabella waiting for us outside. Lily was still in her arms, sleeping soundly. Ava flinched when she saw her, but quickly regained her composure and put on a kind smile. A look of surprise crossed Isabella's face when she saw the terrible condition we were in. "What did this to you?" "A monster," I responded simply. "Let us go back to the truck." Isabella followed us back to the truck, carrying Lily in her arms. When we got to the truck, she placed Lily in the front seat, and the rest of us sat in the back. "What kind of monster could VE injured you like this?" Isabella asked. "It's called a Demogorgon. Its strength was unnatural." "Clearly. So what are we going to do next?" "Leora is severely injured, and even though he won to acknowledge it, Derek is too. Our goal for now is to recover from this battle," I said. Isabella nodded along, agreeing. After a while, we arrived at the hideout Derek told us about. It looked like some kind of abandoned warehouse. The moment we stepped inside, I was greeted with the scent of dried blood and sweat. I was actually wrong about it being a warehouse. It was actually an old boxing gym. It wasn't the cleanest place, but it would have to do. There was a small mattress in the corner, so we decided to place Leora on it so she could rest. Since Isabella was committed to protecting Lily, so I didn't have to worry about her much as I passed out shortly after. The next morning, I woke up to the little bundle of joy bouncing on my chest. "Big brother Liam, it's time to get up." "5 more minutes, Lily," I moaned, trying to shake her off, but she adamantly clung to my neck. "No, Iemeungi." She pouted and tightened her grip around my neck. Next thing I know, I felt a wet, slimy substance on my face as she tried to nibble on my cheeks. Her teeth wasn't sharp enough, so she couldn't actually break through my skin, but still, she was getting her saliva all over my face. Sigh. I was too tired to do anything about it, so I just decided to let her be. Just then, Derek approached us. "Liam, get your lazy ass up. We need to go on a supply run." "Supply?" "There's a supermarket not too far from here. About a 15-minute drive from here. We're going to need supplies if we're going to stay here until Leora heals. Then you go get it. I'll hold down the fort while you're gone," I said, flipping over and closing my eyes to slip back into my peaceful reverie. But that all slipped away when Derek lifted me up and tossed me over his shoulder and started walking off. This elicited a giggle from Lily, who thought we were playing around. She jumped up and seated herself right on top of Derek's head. "Giddy up, I'm not carrying all those supplies while you just laze around. Get your girlfriend to hold down the fort," Derek said. At the mere mention of my girlfriend, Isabella appeared out of nowhere with a frown on her face. "I'm not his girlfriend." Derek brushed her off. "Whatever, watch over things while we're gone," he said, giving her a wave. I glanced up at Derek and saw Lily beaming with joy as she sang a song from an anime she always liked. "Do you think it's a good idea to bring her with us?" I asked. If a monster like the Demogorgon showed up again, I didn't know if I could protect her. Trust me, she's south in the safest place possible. When we got to the truck, Derek threw me in the back like a sack of flowers. "Come sit in the front with us," Derek said as he walked away with Lily. "Asshole," I mumbled to myself as I climbed out of the back of the truck and took a seat in the front. "If you wanted me in the front, then why did you throw me in the back?" Lily sat in my lap while Derek manned the steering wheel. As soon as my head hit the leather, I started to doze off, but I was startled awake by the sound of Derek's voice. "You know Leora has woken up, right? She seemed to be doing better." "That's good," I replied, falling back to sleep, but for some reason, he looked irritated by my response. I knew exactly what it was about. It was the same old topic. "Your relationship with her is weird. I've seen twin werewolves before. They are inseparable. There are cases where they could even read each other's minds. The two of you don't share that kind of bond, and I think that it's mostly your fault. For whatever reason, you're cold to her. I don't think I'm cold to her. You are. Think about how she got injured at the school, how she got shot. I'm positive you could done something to help, but you didn't. Why is that?" "She got sloppy." My answer only served to infuriate Derek even more. His hand tightened around the steering wheel, and a vein popped out of his forehead. "Just forget it." I understood where he was coming from, but I had my own reasons for doing things. My reason was that Leora needed to grow without me getting in her way. That's the best possible gift I could give her. At the school, when she thought that I wouldn't save her, she fought for herself. She was able to think of solutions on her own without being overly reliant on me. In this short time, she had known betrayal, felt despair and helplessness. All of it was making her stronger. I saw a lot of potential in her, and over time, she would adapt to this world and maybe even conquer it. Hence, my only job was to make sure she didn't die. Derek and I drove in silence until we arrived at the supermarket. We were left dumbfounded when we saw the scene outside. There were scores of people lined up outside the store with weapons in their hands. It was mostly a group consisting of middle-aged men and women. Some of them had knives, others had bats along with various gardening tools. They surrounded the store entrance. Derek and I exited the truck and approached a rough-looking man who seemed to be leading the mob of people. He was a tall man with a long beard. He was also the only one there with a gun. "What's going on here?" Derek asked him. The man looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, then frowned. "Take a look for yourself." The man gestured to inside the supermarket. Looking at the man warily, Derek and I approached the window of the store to take a look inside. Our eyes widened in shock when we saw what lay on the other end. Chapter 26, Infestation 1. The supermarket was overrun by monsters. There were zombies and lizard-like beasts in every aisle. "We're clearing them out. The cops are too busy running around, and the only thing they keep telling us is to leave the city. But if we do, we'll starve to death within a week. We have children with us. If we're going to leave, then we're going to need supplies," the bearded man said. "The lot of you wouldn't last 5 seconds in there," Derek said with a mocking grin. "You're basically signing yourselves up to be dinner for the monsters inside. Watch it, kid. You don't know anything about us or what we've lived through. The government can't protect us, so we must protect ourselves. Maybe if you were raised right, you would understand. Look, I see your point. You want to fight to protect your family. I respect that. I'm glad to see not everyone is a sniveling coward. Tell you what, my brother and I were planning to pick up some supplies too. We'll clear them out, then you guys can come in after." "You boys," the bearded man chuckled. "If we can't do it, then what chance do you have? Just watch. You don't have anything to lose," Derek suggested. The bearded man looked back at the mob, and they all seemed to nod in agreement. In their minds, if we somehow managed to clear the supermarket, then they wouldn't have to lift a finger, and if we died in the process, then they could just continue with their original plan. Everyone seemed to be all for it, except me. "I refuse," I said flatly, which caused Derek to look back at me with a look of irritation. "What do you mean you refuse? I'm not one for one-sided deals. If we clear the supermarket, then they can just waltz in and take whatever they want. I'll only help clear the supermarket on one condition." "And what is that?" the bearded man asked, tried to intimidate me with his cold stare. "After we clear the supermarket, we will collect whatever supplies we need first before you guys are allowed to enter. And if they didn't follow up on what I said, then they would meet the same fate as the monsters inside the store." I didn't tell them that, though. I didn't want to give them the chance to fight back when I ambushed them. The bearded man glared at me with his arms folded. "Fine. Since the two of you are so confident that you can clear the supermarket, then go ahead. We won't get in your way. We'll open the door to let you in, but as soon as you're inside, the door will be locked shut and will only be open when we're ready to enter." "Sounds good to me," Derek said, already walking toward the door. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy, and I could hear some chatter debating if it was right to let us in. Some of the middle-aged women were against letting me in since I was technically still a child. I figured it must have been their motherly instincts taking over. Just before we entered, a middle-aged woman stepped up and offered to watch Lily for us. Derek thanked her, then handed Lily over to her. The bearded man then opened the door to let us in. As soon as we stepped in, they hurriedly closed the door behind us, and a broad smile extended on Derek's face. I've been wanting to let out some steam after last night. Immediately, the monsters in the supermarket began to stir, and 2 of the zombies started to stagger toward us. Derek burst forward with incredible speed and appeared in front of the zombies in an instant. Using his monstrous strength, he grabbed both of the zombies' heads and smashed them together. Blood and gore splashed all over his face and clothes, making him look like a lunatic, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he charged toward another group of zombies that were in one of the aisles. I On the other hand, separated myself from him. Then immediately activated my Phantom Pack skill. Immediately, a pack of 12 hungry shadow hounds climbed their way out of my shadow. I didn't even need to give the order. They all spread out throughout the supermarket while growling menacingly. They were all going after the weaker level monsters like the zombies while I took care of the higher level ones. I slowly walked into one of the aisles, feeling a bit bored already. The aisle I was in was where the meat products were stored, and they were being ravaged by lizard-like monsters. They crawled on their stomachs just like lizards. The only thing different was their sharp teeth and pointed claws. They also had thick green scales on their backs. The moment they saw me, they charged like the wild beasts they were. The first one that came at me jumped 7 feet into the air after me. I was a bit surprised at first, but nothing more. This move only made it easier for me to rip through its chest with my claws as it descended upon me. Level 2 Malgecko slain Malgecko? So that's what they are called. I continued to cut through them one by one. They attacked as a group, mostly relying on surprise attacks, as they launched themselves at me from shelves and even off the walls. Their agility was freakishly high, but still I dodged their feeble attempts with ease. I devoured their hearts with one hand and killed them with the other. It felt like childish play. Meanwhile, I could hear Derek roaring like a primal beast from all the way across the supermarket. The fool knocked down shelves and probably destroyed many items with his antics. My shadow hounds were performing well too, much better than they did before. Their power level was such that one hound could take down about 10 zombies, and the leader, Cerberus, could take down more than 100. He had really grown in size from our last battle. He was about 5 feet tall and about 500 pounds of pure muscle. That was slightly bigger than an adult brown bear. Compared to him, the other shadow hounds are nothing more than pups. I continued on, slaying Malgeckos as they came, but soon I killed every one of them. A wave of relief washed over me as I dealt with the last of them, but just as I was about to pat myself on the back, I heard a loud screech coming from behind me. It sounded like something out of that dinosaur movie. Screech. Chapter 27. Infestation 2. I slowly turned around to see a giant behemoth looming behind me. The giant reptile was bigger than Cerberus, and what's more, it stood on both legs almost like a dinosaur. Its legs were like massive tree trunks with claws extending out of them. Its snout was long and pointed, making it look a bit like a crocodile. Its green scales shone like beautiful jade crystals and looked as hard as diamond. Its yellow slitted eyes stared at me with a predatory gleam in them. The giant creature slowly waltzed its way over to me as if eyeing a piece of raw meat. Then, with a loud screech, it began charging at me like a beast on steroids. It snapped at me with its giant teeth. I sidestepped the attack, but the moment I did, it swung its massive tail at me at lightning speed. It felt as if I was hit by a speeding bus as I was hurled 2 aisles over, crashing through shelves and other valuables. Derek was right. I'm a slow starter when it comes to boss battles. I slowly pried my aching body out of the wreckage I created. There was blood dripping from my head, but it slowly healed in a matter of seconds. Screech. Before I could even stretch the soreness out of my body, the giant creature charged at me once again. This time, though, I was a little more ready for its attacks. The moment it got in close, it swung its giant tail at me once again. I braced myself for the incoming attack. Then at the moment it made contact, I grabbed its tail. Then, using its forward momentum, I launched the creature to the side, sending it flying into more shelves. The beast screeched loudly as it hit the floor at full force, but I didn't let up. The moment its body hit the ground, it was at my mercy. Its scales cracked like glass under the weight of my claws. The beast roared as I tore through muscles and flesh as if it were nothing. Every attack that it countered with was nothing but a feeble cry for help. With every attack, it felt the weight of my unrelenting power. I made sure of it. Blood and chunks of flesh lay a mess on the floor. Soon, the beast was nothing but a shell of its former self, and when it was time to end its suffering, I tore through its chest and pulled out its heart, which was the size of a basketball. The moment the beast fell, my hounds devoured its carcass until not even bone remained. Congratulations, you have slain a level 20 evolved Malgecko. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 8. 20 increase in strength, 15 increase in agility, 15 increase in claw sharpness, 25 increase in stamina afterwards. I went over to check up on Derek, and he was surrounded by a mountain of corpses. None were as big as the evolved Malgecko I killed, but still there were a lot. He was also consuming the heart of one of the beasts he had killed. Oh, Liam, I forgot to ask, what level are you currently on? I'm on level 15. I just reached level 8. Derek frowned and looked at me skeptically. How could you have defeated that beast last night if you're only at level 8? He asked. From what I understood, your strength didn't only rely on what level you were. Your race and bloodline played an important part in this too. Derek and I shared the same race as werewolves, but since for whatever reason my bloodline was different from his, my fundamental strength seemed higher. And also, what is the deal with those creepy dogs you keep summoning? Those are from a skill, I explained. Your skills seem different from mine. Why is that? I shrugged at his question. I don't know. Anyway, we should start packing supplies. I said, yeah, you're right. We'll have plenty of time to figure things out. Together, Derek and I began picking out different items that we thought we would need. We picked up mostly canned goods since they would last longer, along with deodorant and a few special items for the girls. We also found some small tents and packed up 3 of them. For myself, I picked up a camping backpack which could be used to store certain items. I then picked up a few gallons of water, and I also went over to the camping section and picked up a guide about camping out in the wilderness. And finally, the last thing on the list was a small chocolate bar for Lily, who was waiting for us outside the store. Werewolves were warm-blooded, so I didn't need to pick up any jackets or sweaters. I glanced over some of the items Derek had picked up, and I was left amazed at how clueless he was. Some of the items he picked up were essential, but others, like the dozen packs of cigarettes he was carrying, weren't necessary. When we were done, we exited the store where the mob was still standing with wide eyes. The older woman who had volunteered to watch Lily for us quickly came over and handed her to us. The bearded man also approached us, but this time he seemed much more cheerful than before. How the hell did you boys manage to do it? Family secret, Derek responded jokingly, which caused the man to chuckle. However you did it, thank you. Thanks to you, none of us have gotten hurt, and we can live to protect our families through this crisis. Where are you boys headed next? Maybe we can join up together. Sorry, old-timer, but we're not leaving the city just yet. We're heading to Prince Man, Derek said. Prince Man? All the way out there? All right then, be careful. I heard that some strange things have been happening at the university up there. Derek's eyes widened. Do you mean Prince Man University? The very same one. I don't know exactly what has happened, but word is that there's a lot of military activity going on up there, the bearded man said, not having any idea of the implications of his words. Well, I see ya. I hope we meet again someday. As the bearded man walked off, Derek stood frozen. That's Allison's school, he muttered. What the hell is going on up there? Chapter 28. Off we go. Derek clenched his fist and stared intently at the ground. We should be been gone already. This city will only get more dangerous from here, he said. We need to hurry and leave. I listened to him talk as we walked back to the truck. He was right. The faster we went after Allison, the better. I was honestly a bit surprised at how serious he was taking this. I guess knowing that our lives were in danger was enough for him to mature a bit. As we drove back to the hideout, I went inside my bag and picked out the chocolate bar I had picked up for Lily. When she saw it, a greedy smile appeared on her face, and she instantly grabbed it from me. Thank you, big bro Liam, she squealed as she ripped the chocolate out of the bag. A large fong protruded from her mouth as she bit down on the chocolate. She was fully able to transform with all her canines yet. All she had to show for her werewolf gene was a single fong. Her claws hadn't developed yet either, but I had an idea as to what her special trait would be. I was 90% sure I knew what it was. By the time she was done, her entire face and clothes were covered with chocolate. Come to think of it, she could use a bath. It was healthy for a child to go more than a day without bathing. I'll ask Isabella to do it when we get back. I would do it myself, but she had a habit of splashing me with water. I would rather subject Isabella to that fate. When we got home, surprisingly, Leora was on her feet. She was still weak, but she could still walk. She came over to us while Derek and I unpacked the supplies from the truck. "I think we should leave now," she said pretty adamantly. "I don't want to hold us back. The longer we wait, the more danger Allison could be in." "Are you sure? It would be worse if we left and you weren't properly healed," Derek said. "Me fine. I can handle whatever comes." Derek stared at her for a few minutes, as if contemplating something. After a while, he finally came to a decision. "Fine, we'll leave in 3 hours." Just then, Ava approached us, looking a bit hesitant about something. "I'm sorry, I can't come with you guys. I have to find my family. I'll find them, then we'll leave the city together." "Thank you for everything you did for me," she said, bowing politely. Leora looked taken aback by this, while Derek and I didn't have any reactions. "Are you sure you can find them on your own?" Leora asked, with a look of concern evident on her face. Ava nodded her head. For some reason, she seemed optimistic. "I'm positive I can. My father is a high-ranking military general. He must be at his base, and if he is there, it means the rest of my family is there also," she said with a confident smile. "Well, anyways, I hope we'll meet again one day, Leora. I had so much fun being on the student council with you." Ava and Leora embraced each other with tears in their eyes. Ava then bid one last farewell to us and left. Afterwards, we went back inside the hideout, but as we walked, Leora tugged my sleeve, forcing me to walk beside her. "Why did you tell Ava that Victor was the one who stabbed her?" she asked while glaring at me. "Why are you so adamant in protecting that girl?" "I was protecting Ava, actually. I didn't want her to be a problem that I needed to take care of." Leora's expression froze stiff. "What does that mean?" "You know what it means. Isabella was the one who protected Lily while we were all fighting for our lives. Try to be more open-minded about her. This pack will never survive if all its members can't get along. If you continue your one-sided beef, then it will drag us all down." Leora loved our pack. Hearing that her behavior could put us in danger was more than enough to bring a change in her. Leora shook her head solemnly. "You never cared about Ava, did you?" "I never cared about any outsider. Ava was part of our pack, so I never spared a thought for her safety. If Isabella or anyone in our pack were to kill her in her sleep, I wouldn't have batted an eye." Since we weren't going to leave until 3 hours later, I ordered Isabella to give Lily a bath. When I did, I noticed a few red streaks dancing on her cheeks. She desperately tried to hide how happy she was to be given this task. It was obvious by the way Isabella eyed Lily like a delicious piece of meat that she had fallen for the little ball of cuteness. Every time she heard Big Sis Isa, blood rushed to her head, turning her entire face red. I, on the other hand, decided to take a nap before we all left. A few hours later, I was woken up and told that it was now time to leave. I sat at the front of the truck so that Leora would be forced to sit at the back with Isabella. We drove for hours until we were close to Allison's university. Strangely, this side of the city seemed deserted, but soon we came across a blockade of military vehicles and trucks. There were soldiers armed with machine guns standing on both sides of the road. One of the soldiers approached our truck while the other two took aim from behind. He looked inside the vehicle, then saw the three of us on the front seat, and a frown immediately appeared on his face. "Didn't you hear the evacuation orders? What are you still doing here?" Derek didn't like dealing with soldiers or police officers, but he managed to keep his cool when he spoke. "We have a family member who is around here. We're just here to pick them up. She goes to Princeman University." "Princeman?" A look of surprise crossed the soldier's face. "You must be mistaken. There is no one at Princeman University. They have all been evacuated." Derek's hand balled into a fist as he stared daggers at the soldier. He knew the soldier was lying since we could feel our connection to Allison growing the closer we got to the university. Derek was clearly pissed off that the soldier was lying to him, but I was more intrigued than anything. Why is he lying? What is going on at that university? "We're certain she is here," Derek said adamantly, which caused the soldier to issue one final warning. "Leave." Derek shook his head solemnly. Then the next instant, he reached his hand out the window and grabbed the soldier by the throat. The other soldiers reacted instantly, but before they could pull the trigger, My shadow hounds spawned behind them. Chapter 29. A horrifying scene like demons spawn from the night. My shadow hounds tore through them like paper. They appeared behind them and ripped out the soldiers' throats before they could even fire their guns. The soldier Derek had grabbed desperately reached for his handgun, but he was left crippled as Derek tightened his grip around his neck. Derek's eyes glowed a deep shade of yellow as he stared into the soldier's soul. "Tell me, what is happening at the university?" The soldier desperately tried to struggle, but he couldn't hold back anymore. All right, I'll talk. They're gonna bomb it, okay." The soldier's words left us in a state of disbelief. Bomb the university? Why would they do that? Because it's overrun by monsters. There have been many operations to clear it, but all have failed. The students there are all dead. Plus, the information we uncovered about what was happening at the university left us with no choice. Derek and I stared at each other, a look of confusion evident on both our faces. What could they have found out that makes them want to bomb an entire university? I asked. "I don't know, okay? Only the higher-ups know what is going on there, and they aren't telling us anything." "What time are they planning the bombing?" I asked. "The operation is due to take place at 100 hours. Derek turned to me, clearly not understanding Army time. 1 a.m., I told him. Sensing that there wasn't any more valuable information we could get from the soldier, Derek quickly knocked him out and left him on the side of the road. "We have 8 hours before they blow up the school," I said. "And tonight is also the night of a full moon, so things are bound to get complicated." Derek banged his head on the steering wheel and let out a deep sigh. "Damn it, we have to get to her before anything happens." Without any hesitation, Derek leaned back in his seat and slammed down on the gas pedal. The engine roared as we sped through the blockade the soldiers had created. We raced through the empty streets until we arrived at the large gate that marked the entrance to Allison's University. I expected to see a horde of monsters as the soldier had described, but instead, the place seemed deserted. We quickly exited the truck and stood in front of the gate. "We should hurry," Leora said, already rushing off, but I grabbed her by the arm and stopped her in her tracks. "You should stay with Lily." Her eyes widened. But why? "I can't just stand by and watch. I'm all healed. It's best if Isabella stays with her instead. Or we could just bring her." "We can't bring her. Whatever monster is on the other side of this gate has got the soldiers spooked enough to want to bomb the university. We can't possibly bring Lily into that. Besides, tonight is a full moon, so she'll need you to be with her." Leora listened silently to my argument, and though she was stubborn, I knew she understood. "Fine, but I want you to promise me you'll do everything in your power to get everyone out safely. That's the only thing I ask from you." I approached her so we were face to face and patted her on the head. During this time, I also placed one of my shadow hounds in her shadow to keep her safe, at least for a little bit. "I promise I will." An embarrassed blush came over her face, and for a second, I thought she was going to shove me away, but instead, she wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest, just like when she was little and cried about the silliest things. "Be safe, okay?" "I will," I said as I stroked the back of her head, but soon it was time for us to part ways. But before we did, someone else was feeling jealous and leaped at me. Lily pouted and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Be safe, okay, big bro Liam?" I hugged her back and patted the top of her head. "I will." Lily then turned her attention to Derek. "Be safe too, okay, big bro Durr, and bring back big sis Allison with you." Derek smiled and patted her on the head too. "I will." Isabella stood to the side, watching us with a somber expression on her face, and, as if sensing her sadness, Lily ran over to her and hugged her too. "I love you too, big sis Isa. Come back safely." Isabella looked a bit bewildered at first, but soon her expression softened into a smile. "I will. You don't have to worry about me, okay?" The two of them stood in an embrace until it was time for us to leave. Derek, Isabella, and I climbed over the university gate and landed on the campus. The sun was just setting in the sky, so it was still light out. We walked through the campus, looking for any signs of life, but we didn't see any, not even a zombie. It struck me as strange. On a campus which was home to thousands of students, there should be been zombies crawling all over the place, but there wasn't even one. I activated my thermal vision, but I didn't see any signs of life for the first few minutes until I spotted some in a building not too far from where we were. The heat coming off them was slight, as if they were barely alive. I told the others what I saw and guided them toward the building. Every hair on my body stood on end as we entered the building. My instincts screamed at me to leave, and from the looks on their faces, I could tell that the others felt the same. We slowly crept through the building until we came to what looked like the entrance to an indoor basketball court. My thermal vision showed that there were several, if not hundreds, of people inside the room. This would be the perfect place for the students to barricade themselves, just like we did, Isabella commented, and I couldn't help agreeing with her words, but something told me things were not that simple. Firstly, just by touching the door, I realized that it wasn't locked. If they were hiding from monsters, why wouldn't they close the door? Putting that aside for a second, I slowly pushed the door open, and my eyes widened at what I saw. "What is this?" Derek exclaimed, looking a bit mortified. Isabella shared the same reaction, and even I was left stunned. For starters, my thermal vision was correct. There were people inside. Hundreds of students lay lifeless on the ground. I could tell that they were dead since I couldn't hear a single heartbeat among them. The other thing that shocked us to the core was their swollen stomachs. Each and every one of them had an overgrown stomach the size of an overinflated balloon. What's more, the thermal energy that I was seeing before all came from their stomachs. Dead things didn't produce heat, so it didn't make sense. What's more, none of the corpses showed any sign of decomposition. They had all been preserved, which was why they didn't turn to zombies. The three of us looked at each other with a puzzled look on our faces. "What is the meaning of this?" Derek asked, but there was no answer to his question. There was only one thing left to do, and that was figuring it out for ourselves. I walked toward one of the corpses with my claws extended. They were already dead, so there was no reason for me to feel guilty about what I was going to do. I stood over the inflated stomach of one of the corpses. Then, without a second thought, I plunged my claws inside its stomach. The room went silent as its flesh made a wet, saggy sound as my claws slipped in. I frowned as nothing happened, but then in the next instant, a bone-chilling notification popped up. "Ding! You have destroyed a Demogorgon embryo, Chapter 30. Breeding farm." The realization dawned on me when I saw the system notification. The reason the military wanted to destroy the school and the monsters that live here. Demogorgons. They were using this school as their breeding site. What's more, there were probably hundreds of them still in the school. Last time, it took 3 of us just to beat the one. If a force of nature like that had found a way to reproduce by laying eggs inside of human corpses, then it made complete sense why the military would want to destroy everything. In fact, I found it foolish that they hadn't already. The question was, if my hypothesis was correct and there were hundreds of Demogorgons here, then were they all hiding? My mind suddenly flashed back to the woman at the hospital. I remembered hearing her say that they only come at night. If that was true, then the moment the sun sets. "What is it?" Isabella asked after seeing my frozen expression. "These are all Demogorgon embryos. They're using the corpses as some sort of surrogate to grow their offsprings." Their eyes widened in terror. "So you mean all this?" Derek asked with a look of disbelief. "Is that why their stomachs are so inflated? We must destroy them all. We don't have time. There is bound to be more Demogorgons here somewhere. And my hunch is that the moment the sun sets, this place will be crawling with them." Their faces went pale as they realized the true horror of our situation. "We need to find Allison before things take a turn for the worse," I said. "But how? How is it possible that they could even still be alive?" Derek asked in disbelief. "For them to still be alive, they must be hidden somewhere." The question was, where? There were only a handful of places that they could have hidden and not be seen for days now. Allison was a crybaby, but she was the smartest among us. If I were in her situation, the place where I would try to hide would be the service tunnel. Large universities like these normally had service tunnels that helped technicians access electrical and plumbing systems. These tunnels were normally locked off from students, making them difficult to access. The more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that Allison must be hidden there. There were several ways to access the service tunnels, but the easiest was to enter through a manhole. I think Allison must be hidden inside the service tunnels, I said, to which Derek and Isabella looked at me with confusion evident on their faces. It's south the only place they could be hidden and manage to survive this long. Okay, so where is it? How can we get to this tunnel? Derek asked. We can access it through a manhole. Our best shot at finding one is outside. The two of them nodded, and we exited the building. It feels weird leaving the students back there like that. Maybe we should still done something, Derek commented. They're already dead, and we're short on time. Plus, their bodies will be destroyed in the explosion when the military decides to bomb the university, I replied. Yeah, you're right, but still. I understood what Derek was saying. What we saw back there was vile, and honestly, seeing human bodies used like that would surprise anybody. It was a sight forever etched in our minds. The three of us searched the school for almost 20 minutes before we finally spotted a manhole. The cover looked heavy and probably weighed over 300 pounds, making it impossible for a regular student to lift. Normally, they would use a lever to lift it, but no such tools were needed since I had my freak of nature brother, Derek, here. Isabella could most likely lifted it too, but Derek was the obvious choice to ask. Do you mind doing the honors? I asked, to which Derek frowned and grabbed hold of the manhole cover to lift it. He lifted the cover with both hands and tossed it to the side, revealing what lay underneath. Inside, the tunnel was dimly lit with energy-saving light bulbs. There was a ladder leading down into the abyss. Luckily, it wasn't too cramped either, as it had space wide enough for the three of us to walk together side by side. Though, it would be hell for someone that suffers from claustrophobia. The service tunnel was like a maze. It was easy to get lost if you didn't have a way out. Hence, why I left one of my shadow hounds at the entrance so I could easily find my way back. I then sent the rest of my hounds in search of any signs of life while I sniffed the air to see if I could pick up on any scent. I picked up a faint smell of dried blood and decided to follow it. The scent was faint and difficult to fully pick up on where it was coming from. It was as if being so far underground was weakening my sense of smell. But still, I followed what faint trace I picked up nonetheless. I also used my thermal vision skill to see if I could pick up on any signs of life, but it was impossible to detect anything as my senses were quickly overloaded with heat from the electrical wires that ran through this place. After a while, I finally picked up on something. It was the scent of rotting flesh, meaning that zombies were close, but when we came across the scene, it wasn't the humanoid zombies I expected. It was a pack of zombified dogs. They must be retreated down here too. There were chunks of flesh missing from them and wounds that would killed anyone, man or beast. My guess was that these dogs turn on each other, and when they died, they became this. The pack of zombies charged at us wildly. They were much faster than their human counterparts. Still, we managed to dispatch them with ease, then continued to search for the students. We searched the tunnels for what felt like hours without managing to find anything or anyone. We found no signs of life, and soon we started to question if anyone was really down here. That thought was completely shattered when an arrow made of what seemed to be ice came soaring at us. Behind the attack stood a girl with short black hair. She wore a black crop top that revealed the many piercings on her navel. Around her neck was a black choke collar with small golden spikes on it. Her makeup consisted of black eyeline matched with black lipstick. She also wore a short black skirt that left only a little to the imagination. It was paired with black fishnet stockings and black boots that stopped just below her knee. A goth? I heard Derek mumble behind me. Even I was momentarily lost for words when I saw her. What caught my attention mostly was how thick her thighs were and the lousy job her skirt was doing of covering it up. Even her crop top seemed to be struggling. The girl stared at us with utter filth as her attack whistled through the air towards us. We managed to dodge the ice attacks with relative ease. But before we could question who the girl was, a man charged at us holding a giant hammer. It became instantly clear to me that we were being attacked as more strange people showed up. Their attacks were uncoordinated and sloppy. It was as if we were being attacked by a group of middle schoolers. I sighed and readied myself to fight them. But just then I picked up an all-too-familiar scent. I reacted instantly and dodged through their feeble attacks and snuck up behind a beautiful white-haired girl who was hiding not too far away in a section of the tunnel. I couldn't help but sigh when I saw her from behind. Seeing the timid girl hiding, I decided to tease her a little bit. I snuck up so I was just behind her ears, then I growled, trying to sound like a zombie. Her ears twitched as she let out a loud yelp and made to run, but fell flat on her face instead. I shook my head as I walked toward her and knelt down so she could get a good look at my face. It looked like she scraped her knee when she fell, causing tears to accumulate in the corner of her eyes, but then she saw me and a look of shock crossed her face. Her eyes widened when she realized it was me. "You're always so clumsy, aren't you, Allison?" Chapter 31. Liam Lycann looked at me with tears brimming in the corners of her eyes before she leaped at me and hugged me tightly. "Liam, I can't believe it's really you." The big crybaby held me tightly as she bawled her eyes out. I stroked the back of her hair while returning her embrace. "Of course it's me. I came to rescue my cowardly big sis." My words only caused more tears to flow down her flushed cheeks, and I was forced to wipe them away. Out of all my siblings, I would say Allison and I were the closest. She was the only one I couldn't chase away when I needed some time alone. She would always chase behind me when we were kids, as I was her go-to whenever she was scared. I can't remember how many times she snuck into my room because she thought she saw a spider. She was scared to death of those things. Just hearing the mention of a spider was enough for her to squeal like a little girl. Most of the time we would end up sleeping together because of her cowardice. And even though she was 7 years older than me, thought that I was the oldest sibling. Allison is a beautiful woman who had white-colored hair, just like my mom, Derek, and Lily. Leora and I had black hair, just like our dad. "Derek is here too," I told her, which brought a smile to her face. "He is. Where is he? I left him behind." "Then let us go find him. Come on." She excitedly grabbed my hand and was practically jumping up and down. "Slow down. Besides, he'll probably scold you when he sees your face covered in snot and tears," I teased, which caused her to pout and frantically begin wiping the tears from her face. With Allison locked onto my arm, I walked back to Derek and Isabella, who had captured the people who were attacking us. Allison looked at them in surprise when she saw and urged both of them to release the people they had captured. Apparently, they were all students of the university, and the girl Derek called a goth was the one leading the group. According to Allison, the girl's name was Ivy. Another thing about Ivy was that she reeked of silver. "Allison, who are these people?" Ivy asked, looking at us with disdain. "They are my family," Allison responded with a warm smile on her beautiful face. Even after hearing Allison's words, Ivy still looked at us warily. Though after saying that, Allison tapped me on the shoulder and pointed at Isabella. "Who is she?" "She's your new sister." "She is." Allison didn't question it for a second and ran to give Isabella a hug. Isabella looked like a scared cat as Allison warmly embraced her. But in the end, Isabella gave her a pat on the head, and a small smile came to her face. When she was done embracing Isabella, she went to Derek next. Derek frowned as Allison showered him with hugs and kisses on the side of his cheek. Enough of that, Derek spat, trying to shove her off. But Allison was adamant about showing affection to her younger brother. "How did the three of you manage to get here?" Ivy asked, looking at us warily. "You couldn't have fought your way through all the monsters on the outside." I understood her point. Anyone who knew the terror of the Demogorgons would be suspicious. This girl struck me as a smart woman. Another thing I noted about her was that she reeked of silver. There were none outside. "Those things only appear at night," Derek explained. "If so, why haven't you guys escaped yet?" "How could we? We've been lost for 3 days. This damn place is like a maze," she hissed. "Plus, we've been scared to death ever since we saw." Ivy paused for a second. It looked as if she had remembered something unpleasant. She took a deep breath before continuing. "We separated once to find the service door we entered through to get here. But then a group of us saw something that stopped us in our tracks. The service door was completely destroyed, meaning that one of the creatures had made it inside. In the end, we were forced to barricade that entrance because more creatures were planning to enter. If that's the case, and a Demogorgon entered the tunnel, then all of you should be dead by now, Derek said. Those things are not simply monsters. One of the surviving boys spoke up with dilated pupils. That monsters show up at least 5 times a day to hunt us down. It never kills more than one of us at a time. The moment it gets a prey, it retreats. In the beginning, there were 50 of us. Now there are just 5 of us left. For the last 3 days, we haven't slept or eaten a bite. We have to be constantly on the move since we don't know when that thing will show up. The last 3 days have been hell for us. We just want to go home to our families, another shy-looking girl cried. That's why we attacked you, Ivy continued. We made up our minds to fight the next time the monster showed up, and perhaps we were misled by desperation. That's why we mistook you for the monster. Well, you're in luck, Derek grinned. We're here to get you guys out of here. Though he spoke with confidence, the group of survivors didn't seem to have much faith in him. Ivy frowned at him, probably thinking he was an idiot. What chance do you stand of getting us out of here? Besides, you just told us something important. The monsters on the outside are only active during the day, so all we have to do is wait until morning or daylight to escape. The only problem is that you don't have till morning. The military is planning to bomb this place in a few hours. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? It can't be. It's the truth. Derek reaffirmed. The Demogorgon infestation here is forcing their hands. The group of survivors whispered among themselves before finally coming to a decision. How will you get us out of here? Ivy asked with a newfound passion brimming in her eyes. Derek grinned and told them, we have an exit. He then turned to me, since I was the only one who knew where the exit was. So with everyone's cooperation, I began leading them toward the exit. Not far into our walk, I picked up a vile scent. It smelled as if the tunnel we were currently in was transformed into a sewage waste. I knew exactly what that scent meant, and I was immediately on my guard. As if driven by a primal force of darkness, a Demogorgon spawned like an omen of death. Its loud scream reverberated against the concrete walls of the tunnel as it charged at us. Chapter 32. Keeping the monster company, I stared at the raging beast barreling toward us and felt a mixture of emotions. The most prominent one was annoyance. Before Derek or Isabella could react, I charged headfirst. My speed had drastically improved from last time, and with just a few kicks of my feet, I was already in front of the Demogorgon, planning to gut it with my claws. Before the Demogorgon could even reach me, my claws sank into its stomach and tore through its sag of black flesh. The sharpness of my claws had increased, so this time it was much easier. The beast roared loudly before swinging its needle-like finger at me, but I ducked under its attack and retreated several steps back. The Demogorgon didn't have a healing factor, so I could take my time picking it apart. Liam, get the others to safety. I'll stay and fight, Derek said, approaching the beast with his claws extended, but I stopped him before he could make a move. No, there's bound to be more outside. You take the others while I deal with this one. I'll catch up, I told him as I summoned Cerberus from my shadow. My shadow hound will show you to the exit. Isabella stepped up to help me, but I stopped her too. You should stay with the others. It was an order, so she couldn't refuse. She merely nodded her head and rejoined the group of survivors. Be careful, Liam, Allison said, clearly wanting to say more, but before she could, the Demogorgon charged at me again. It didn't pay any mind to the others, and instead only focused on me. The sound that reverberated when it moved was reminiscent of a swishing blade being drawn. Its needle-like fingers cut through the air at a speed that made it sing. From its movements and speed, I deduced that this Demogorgon was the same level as the one that I had fought before. If it was even one level higher, I would been dead already. That's why leveling up after killing this one was so important. I worked my way through every one of its attacks, somehow managing not to trip over my own feet. When it swung after my neck, I ducked below its attack and kicked it a few inches away from me. With the added space, my Hellfire skill activated, and the orange flames quickly consumed my hand and claws. In a cramped space like this tunnel, my superior agility was severely nerfed. I kept myself in a low crouch so it would be harder for it to hit me. For my first strike, I realized something. At my current power level, it would be a tall task for me to defeat this creature. The only reason I beat the first Demogorgon was because it was already weakened after fighting Derek. The only difference between now and then was that I only needed to survive for the next 15 minutes to be able to win. My sole purpose now was to survive that time. With the hellfire burning brightly on my claws, I pounced at the Demogorgon. The beast squealed loudly before meeting my attack. With every slash I successfully landed, I siphoned a bit of its life force, but it felt like merely just a drop in a reservoir. But with every attack, the beast successfully managed to land on me. It was draining my stamina at twice the rate I was draining its life force. For this reason, I made a quick second decision. I decided to make an escape. It turned out surviving against this monstrosity was too much of a tall order for the current me. I had no qualms about running from a battle. A man should know what battles are worth fighting. I pushed myself off the ground at full force and dashed through the tunnel. I heard a loud scream echoing behind me, and then loud footsteps as the Demogorgon chased after me. It charged after me, but since I outmatched it in speed, I quickly lost it. I leaped through the tunnel, pouncing from wall to wall until I finally lost the beast. While I could no longer hear the Demogorgon behind me, I stopped to rest. I lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling of the tunnel as my stamina slowly replenished itself. Soon, I heard the sound of a heartbeat approaching, and after a while, a figure stood over me. "Are you all right, Liam?" It was Allison. She stooped down and touched my face to see if I was okay. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I was worried, so I came back for you." I raised an eyebrow. What did Derek have to say about that? She stuck out her tongue at me before answering. I didn't tell him. That meanie would throw me over his shoulder if I ever asked, she said with a pouty expression. "So, did you kill it?" The monster, I mean. "Well, since you're here, you must be." I didn't kill it. Rather, I wasn't strong enough to. "I see," she said as she placed her index finger on her lower lip. "Then we should probably get out of here." Allison then extended a hand to help me get up. I grabbed hold of her hand and used her assistance to get to my feet. "We should hurry. If that thing finds us, we're done for," Allison urged. "Yeah, we only have 10 minutes left, too." Allison looked at me and tilted her head in confusion. 10 minutes for what? Never mind. Let us go. My answer only made her more curious, forcing her to come closer to me. A smell of silver wafted into my nose as she moved close to me. "It's nothing. We should go," I said, already walking off. Together, Allison and I headed toward the exit. We walked mostly in silence, but every few seconds, Allison would find something new to talk about. While we walked, I had a strange suspicion that we were being followed, and then a thought dawned on me. I didn't completely lose the Demogorgon. But luckily for us, within just a few minutes of walking, we were back at the manhole where we entered. But just before climbing the ladder to get out, I noticed something. I turned away from Allison and approached what I saw. "What is it?" Allison asked, sounding curious. In the corner on the wall was a small spider web with a spider nesting in it. Without any hesitation, I picked up the spider and brought it over to Allison. "Look what I found." Allison looked at the tiny insect in my hand and tilted her head in confusion. "A spider?" She looked a bit wary at first, but then a smile bloomed on her face, and she took it from my hand. "A cute little guy. Isn't? She squealed. I smiled and nodded at her. "Yeah, he is. Skreurgkkkkh." Just then, a loud, blood-curdling scream interrupted the peaceful atmosphere between us. At the other end of the tunnel where we had just come from, the Demogorgon stood, its mouth wide open, and in the next instant, it charged at us. Allison and I hurried up the ladder, with me taking the lead, and I shoved the 300-pound cover to the side to get out. The moment I exited the tunnel, I offered Allison a hand to get out. She desperately grabbed onto my arm, but the moment she did, I tightened my grip around her wrist. "Ow, what are you doing?" she asked, looking a bit startled by how tightly I held her hand. Keep that monster company from me, will you? That was the last thing Allison heard before I shoved her off the ladder, back into the tunnel, and covered it with the 300-pound manhole cover. Chapter 33. The real Allison screamed at the top of her lungs as she fell into the abyss. The Demogorgon-esque screeches and snarls also mixed in with her horrified screams. For a second, I thought that was it for her, but then the 300-pound manhole cover came flying into the air straight at me. I sidestepped it with ease, then refocused my attention back at the entrance of the tunnel where Allison was now standing. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared daggers at me. I could feel the killing intent pouring off her in droves. Why the hell would you do that? What's wrong with you? Quit the act. You reek of silver. Allison stared at me as if she had no idea what I was talking about, but I saw through her facade. But before we could continue with our discussion, the Demogorgon leaped out of the tunnel and landed in front of us with a loud crash. A puff of dust kicked up as it landed. It was right on time, as what I was waiting for arrived. I stared up at the full moon in the sky and felt a surge of energy enveloping me. A steady stream of orange aura enveloped my entire body. Ding! Full moon effect is being initialized. All your stats have been 2x. This effect will last for 8 hours. Immediately, spiraling lines of orange tattoos covered my entire body as the black claws on my hand grew even longer. My entire facial features changed, with 2 pointed ears popping out of my head and a furry black tail emerging between my legs. This was the first transformation the full moon granted me. Allison stood to the side, unaffected by the full moon, which only confirmed my suspicion. This wasn't the real Allison. The Demogorgon didn't even glance in her direction. It kept all its attention on me. To be honest, I was eager to see how I would fare against one of these creatures during a full moon. Now I had my chance. I took a deep breath, which caused a large amount of steam to be exhaled from my mouth. This time, the Demogorgon kept its distance from me, as if sensing something wasn't quite right. It didn't charge at me as it did before. But this time, it was my turn to attack first. With just a simple kick of my feet, I propelled through the air and was in front of the Demogorgon in a matter of seconds. My first attack ripped through its chest and shattered its ribs. The beast howled out in pain as I barely missed its heart. Its screams were that of a dying animal, and the entire campus became enveloped in a feeling of dread from it. Its killing intent was dark and foul, something that would make you puke your stomach out. It smelled like sulfur. The beast tried to retreat, but before it could take a step, my next attack claimed one of its legs. In a frightening display of power, I ripped out its limbs as if it was nothing. I too was astonished by my strength. I was way stronger than the last full moon. The Demogorgon retaliated instantly and slashed at my face. I tilted my head and watched the attack flow past my face, then I kicked it in the stomach, sending it flying several meters back. The beast hit the ground with a loud thud. For a second, I thought that was the end for the wretched thing, but in the next instant, it began climbing to its feet with black-colored blood pouring out of its wounds. The fake Allison watched it all unfold with wide eyes. How could you possibly be this strong? I ignored her question and instead focused my attention on the Demogorgon, who was now back on its feet. The beast staggered on one leg, screeching with the ferocity of a dying animal. In a last-ditch attempt, the creature attacked, swinging at me with lethal ferocity. But I weaved through its attack seamlessly and planted my claws into its chest. The Demogorgon fell lifelessly as I ripped its heart out of its chest. Congratulations, you have slain level 1 Demogorgon. You have ascended to level 9. 20 strength, 15 agility, 15 stamina, 25 claw sharpness, 15 bite force. I stared at the black heart in my hand, still beating slightly. Allison stared at the heart too. She was almost salivating over it. But before she could utter a word, I plunged my fangs into it and devoured it whole. The black blood coming from the heart tasted like acid inside my mouth, but I paid no mind to it as I gulped it down. Congratulations, you have consumed the heart of a level 1 Demogorgon. Your skill Hellfire has been leveled up to level 2. Description: user can now convert the life force stolen from others to replenish his own stamina. This skill now siphons 20 HP on non-critical hits. You have also gained the skill Ethereal Sight. Description: this skill allows the user to see the life force of anyone they set their gaze on. This life force will be converted into digital numbers, which the user can easily understand. As soon as I was done consuming the heart, my gaze fell to Allison. With my new skill, I could see her life force flickering in the corner of my peripheral vision. HP 120-120 with the Hellfire skill, siphoning 20 HP on non-critical hits. It would only take 6 scratches on her arms or legs to kill her. Noticing my calculating gaze, she instinctively flinched. What? Why are you looking at me like that? How long do you plan to keep that form? Imitating my sister isn't enough reason for me to not kill you. What are you talking about, Liam? It's me, your sister, Allison. It's the full moon. It's messing with your head. It's common to feel this way. She approached me, but quickly stepped back when she saw my eyes flash orange. You're Ivy, aren't you? Why did you leave the group to come after me? Ivy? Liam, please, you're not making any sense. What can I do to convince you? You think I want to kill you just because you look like my sister? You reek of silver. And there's only one creature that carries that vile scent. You're a shapeshifter, I said with absolute certainty. I knew the moment the apocalypse started, supernatural creatures like myself would be popping out of the woodwork. The girl who now looked like my sister didn't deny it. Instead, she asked, "What makes you so certain?" There were several reasons why I knew she was my sister. The first suspicion I had was back in the tunnel when I referenced the full moon happening soon, and she didn't understand. Even now, she stood unaffected by it. The other reason, and probably the most important one, was when I showed her the spider and she took it from my hand. The real Allison would rather throw herself off a cliff than go near a spider. Out of all these reasons I had, the one I gave was the simple one. As I said, you reek of silver. It was a well-known fact among werewolves that shapeshifters bore the scent of silver. The only reason the real Allison hadn't picked up on this girl's scent was because she was an idiot. Honestly, she deserved a chop over the head for not figuring it out. Another fact about shapeshifters was that they were our natural predators. The ice attack she used before actually wasn't ice. It was a crystal. If a werewolf gets hit by it, then it stays in their system, weakening them until they eventually die. It was a sickening process, leaving them covered in blood and their own guts by the time their body finally gave out. The elders beat it into our skulls how frightening and dangerous these creatures actually were. They drilled it into our minds that we were to kill on sight if we ever smelled a trace of silver on a human being. The fake Allison stared at me, and then her body began to take on a silvery tint. Her entire body looked as if it was molting like a spider or a snake shedding its skin. Soon, she took on the image of the girl dressed in all black, and a sly smile appeared on her face. So, what are you going to do now? Chapter 34. A fight to remember, so what are you going to do now? She asked with a cunning smile on her face. That depends on the person in front of me, I answered. What was your reason for doing this? What benefits could you possibly get by disguising yourself as Allison? That's simple. I want to see if her werewolf brothers are trustworthy. Your sister is a bit ditzy, but she's a good person. I trust her. Who I don't trust is you and the other one. Your trust hardly means anything to me. You're like an annoying ant that latched itself onto my flesh and one T let go. She chuckled and shook her head. Did you forget what I can do to your kind? Don't be too cocky just because you defeated that monster. The shapeshifter stared at me coldly as she spoke. As long as you don't have any ill intent toward the other students, then we should be fine, she continued. To be honest, I wasn't too keen on trusting a shapeshifter. Her kind wasn't known for being the most trustworthy. Maybe the smart thing to do here was to kill her. As if sensing my thoughts, shards of pointed crystal began to form in front of the shapeshifter. They were pointed straight at me. On the other side of the campus, Derek and Isabella's group took shelter inside a classroom as they tried to evade the beast that was on their tail. Derek and Isabella made sure the others were safe inside the classroom before coming out to face the Demogorgon prowling around for them. The full moon effect had caused Derek to be shrouded in yellow aura, and yellow tattoos covered his entire body. A long white tail, similar to that of a wolf, sprouted between his legs, and it was matched with a set of pointed white ears. Beside him, Isabella didn't have any visible reaction to the full moon, except for her skin, which was bright pink. She felt as if her body was burning up from the inside as a large amount of sweat trailed down her face. She didn't have time to worry about her discomfort, though, as there was a monster unlike anything she had been trained to fight before, standing in front of her. As a servant of the Valemont clan, she had been trained to kill every supernatural creature that reigned under the sun. But this behemoth in front of her was something different, something that came from God knows where. She felt every hair on her body stand on end as she gazed at the Demogorgon, while the boy beside her was grinning from ear to ear, the boy who was supposed to be the brother of her alpha. She felt a mixture of emotions inside of her, the prominent one being not wanting to see Derek get hurt. Her connection to Liam was one such that his pain was her pain. It annoyed her at first, sharing such a strong emotional connection with someone else. But her heart slowly began to soften as she came to know his family and how much he cared for them. These few days had been the first time in a long while that she had felt that she was a part of a family. She had found what true familial love was supposed to be, and even though unbeknownst to her, she would sacrifice life and limb for their safety. For that reason, an anger inside her began to boil as she stared at the Demogorgon with her killing intent leaking out. The Demogorgon screeched loudly before charging at them at full force. Derek's grin grew wider as he moved to face the beast head-on. The two of them clashed in a powerful display of strength. Their attack rippled through the air, sounding like a small explosion had gone off. The building shook from the shock wave that ensued after. The Demogorgon was left flying through the walls of the building. Isabella watched on with a bit of shock and awe. She knew how powerful werewolves get during a full moon, but this was only the first transformation. Such increase in power. How could it be possible? She shuddered to think what they would be like later on. Isabella rushed forward in that very instant. Her sole purpose was to make sure that Beast stayed down for good. When she moved, it felt as if she was significantly slower than she was before, but instead of worrying about that, she took out her daggers and attempted to stab the Demogorgon in the heart. She put her full force into the attack, but the blade stopped before it even broke the beast's skin. How? Why am I so weak? She couldn't wrap her mind around what was happening to her, but before she could question it, the Demogorgon's needle-like hand reached out and grabbed her. Her eyes widened as she braced herself for what was to come, but just before the Demogorgon's other hand reached her neck, it was stopped in its tracks. Keep your hands to yourself? Ugly. Derek grinned as he grabbed the Demogorgon by the hand before its fingers tore through Isabella's neck. In just one flick of his wrist, he broke the beast's hand. The Demogorgon screeched in agony as Derek proceeded to lift the 7-foot behemoth into the air and slammed it into the concrete floor below. The floor cracked underneath the weight of such a monster. Derek reveled in watching the beast suffer. For him, this was revenge for what transpired at the hospital, for the crime of attacking his family. He wanted the Demogorgon to suffer. He didn't care that it was a different beast, since for him, they were all the same. Derek raised his claws into the air to deliver the final blow to the wounded monster. But just then, he felt a sharp pain stab through his side along with the squishy sound of flesh being burrado. His vision blurred for just a second, and when it settled, he saw a sharp object protruding from his lower body. No, this wasn't any object. It was a long needle-like finger belonging to a Demogorgon. Isabella's eyes widened when she saw what was happening, but she was too helpless to stop it. Instead, she was forced to look on in horror as another Demogorgon emerged from the shadows and pierced Derek through the back. What more was that this Demogorgon was twice the size of the others. The shapeshifter, and I stood at a standstill as I watched her ready her attack. The lethal crystals she produced danced in the air in front of her, ready to strike at any moment. Right now, my eyes were on her neck, particularly the artery that was supplying blood to her brain. With just one blow, I could enter life instantly, but just as I was about to make my move, I saw something. Tens of heat signatures surrounded us from all directions. A cold chill worked its way up my back when I realized what those creatures were. Demogorgons. A whole swarm of them had circled around us, ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 35. A swarm. The shapeshifter noticed my change in expression and immediately started looking around. But her eyes were unable to see through the darkness, leaving her oblivious to what was happening. She looked at me warily, but didn't utter a word. I also noted that I could see the lifespan of the Demogorgons. It was hovering above their heads. HP 1,500-1,500. I watched silently as a Demogorgon snuck up behind her, ready to tear her head off with just one strike. She stood oblivious to the incoming death and instead kept all her attention on me. Just as the beast's hand was inches away from decapitating her, something happened. Cerberus leaped from the shadows and clamped down on the beast's hand. The shapeshifter gasped as she quickly turned around to see what was happening. Seeing the Demogorgon that close behind her, her face went pale. The Demogorgon screamed loudly as Cerberus ripped away at its flesh. And that scream was like a beckoning, calling all the others down on us. The hideous creatures charged at us. Their very smell was enough to make the night air smell like death. I immediately summoned my pack of shadow hounds, and without the slightest hesitation, they all went to devour what was left of the Demogorgon I killed beforehand. This very act made them stronger. Not enough to level up, but close enough. The shapeshifter's expression froze stiff when she finally saw the sheer amount of Demogorgons heading toward us. "Let us form a truce. At least until we exit the school," I suggested. She immediately nodded, agreeing to the truce. "Skreurgkkkkh." The Demogorgon that Cerberus had clamped down on screeched in pain while trying to slash at him. At the same time, another of my shadow hounds snuck up on the Demogorgon from behind. It was then that I switched places with that shadow hound and appeared behind the beast in an instant. I plunged my claws between the gaps in its bones and grabbed at its heart from behind. I was all too familiar with the noise these creatures make when they were about to die, so I quickly pulled out the heart before it could make sound. Before the Demogorgon's body could even hit the ground, my hounds were already feasting on its remains, and I too consumed its heart. "You have slain a Demogorgon. You have consumed the heart of a Demogorgon." I savored the feeling of power running through me after I had devoured the Demogorgon's heart. The stronger the creatures I kill, the more addicting it felt to eat their hearts. I felt a subtle wildness taking over my body. It was the full moon effect. I knew it perfectly. My bloodlust would continue to rise as the night progressed, and soon I would only be driven by pure primal instincts to kill anything that shared a heartbeat. In this aspect, I was no different from the other werewolves. I was but a slave to the moon. I could feel every logical thought I had slowly slipping away. My senses were so heightened that I could smell the blood beneath their flesh to the point where I could practically taste it in my mouth. I could hear everything that was going on for miles, spanning the entire university campus, but my mind was in such a foggy state that I couldn't even comprehend anything I heard. For some reason, it seemed that my shadow hounds were also slightly affected by the full moon. I wondered how Isabella was doing. How would a hybrid even react to the full moon? What sort of monster would she become? I couldn't help but feel curious, and a part of me wanted to find her and find out. My shadow hounds spread themselves out among the Demogorgons, allowing me to switch places with them seamlessly. With this skill, I was able to launch surprise attacks on the Demogorgons, but with their number and formidable strength, it was difficult for me to catch them off guard. All I managed to do was land shallow wounds on them while trying my best to evade their attacks. The professor offered support with her crystals, but they weren't very effective against the Demogorgons. They mostly saw her as just an annoyance rather than a real threat, and kept their attacks mostly aimed at me. I weaved through their ambush of assaults with only a few scratches. The air crackled around us as we engaged in the high-speed battle. I counted 8 of them in total, and all of them seemed to be at level 1 or 2. The first Demogorgon charged at me, but I switched places just in time and appeared in front of another weakened Demogorgon with its health at 400-1500. At first, my attack might seemed random, but I was wearing them down by absorbing their life force with my Hellfire skill. I didn't even have to worry about stamina this time. As long as I kept absorbing their life force, I could replenish my stamina as many times as needed. With its life force less than half, I plunged my claws into the Demogorgon's chest, ripping out its heart and killing it in one blow. You have slain a Demogorgon. You have consumed the heart of a Demogorgon. You have leveled up to level 10. 5 strength, 10 agility, 15 stamina, 10 claw sharpness, 20 bite, force. A warm sensation enveloped my entire body as my stats increased. My heartbeat felt as if a war drum was being pounded away inside my chest. In that next instant, another Demogorgon leaped at me. It had an HP of 800-1500. I dodged below its attack and clawed against its legs, then made my way up to its midsection and slashes. It slashed at me, but I moved through every one of its attacks and clawed away at it until its HP dropped to 0. With my shadow hounds by my side, I continued to cut my way through the Demogorgons one at a time until their health dropped to 0. My hounds feasted on the remains as soon as they fell, getting stronger with every monster I defeated. The battle felt as if it had gone on for hours. When it was finally over, I was covered in their black blood, and I had gone up several levels. You have leveled up to level 14. In total, my stats were more than double what they were before. Your skill Phantom Pack has been leveled up to level 3. Description: Phantom Pack has grown to 20 members. You can now take control of any member of the pack you choose. I read through my stats, feeling a bit satisfied by my results. With the boost granted to me by the full moon, I could level up a lot faster than I did before. If it was for its effects, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill the first Demogorgon that showed up. The shapeshifter stood to the side with a frown on her face. You could at least shared one of the hearts with me, she said while glaring at me. You eat what you kill. That's the basic rule of hunting. Come on, let us go find the others. She folded her arms and hesitantly started following behind me. I tracked Isabella and the others by their scent. I could sense that they were inside a building, and there were Demogorgons where they were. The shapeshifter and I headed toward where they were, but only a few minutes in, I was forced to stop in my tracks by a vile odor. I immediately activated my thermal vision, and there it was, the source of the stink. And lo and behold, it was a Demogorgon, but not like any Demogorgon I'd seen before. This one was bigger, far bigger than the ones we had encountered so far. It stood at around 10 feet tall. I counted 8 hands in total, all with pointed needle-like fingers. And just by looking at its skin, I could tell that it would be difficult to pierce. But of all the menacing features it had, what really drew my attention was its life force. HP 5,000. I immediately knew that this transformation wouldn't be able to stop it. To win this fight, I needed to make use of the true gift that was given to me by the full moon effect. Chapter 36. Transformation allowed. Painful growl escaped Derek's lips as the beast skewered him like meat on a stick and dangled him in the air. Isabella watched helplessly. Her body felt weak, as if she would faint at any moment. Her temperature skyrocketed with each passing second, making her skin look bright pink in color. She weakly climbed to her feet and slashed her blade at the giant Demogorgon, but the blade bounced off without even piercing its skin. The monster didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, its mouth opened wide as it planned to devour Derek whole. Derek roared in pain as he thrashed at the beast, but he was helpless to do anything. But suddenly, he heard a loud yelp as Allison charged at the Demogorgon with flailing hands. Just then, a wave of energy washed over Derek. In a primal roar, he freed himself and attacked the Demogorgon at full force. Isabella also felt her overall stats increased, and a wave of power washed over her. What is happening? She questioned, but couldn't find a reason for this change. She glanced at Derek, and he too seemed to be bursting with power. But then her gaze turned to Allison, and her eyes widened. Allison had been affected by the full moon, just like her brothers. She had white fluffy ears on the top of her head and a long white tail, along with several yellow tattoos covering her body. But what struck her as strange was that Allison seemed to be glowing, almost like a light bulb. While Derek fought against the Demogorgon, Allison rushed over to check on her. "Isabella, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, thank you." "What is happening?" "It feels as if a surge of new energy is flowing into me." "Oh, that's my trait," Allison explained. "I can temporarily boost the stats of those who are in my pack. Since we're sisters, it's making you stronger too." Isabella blushed when Allison called her sister, but she quickly shook her head to dispel the incoming thoughts. Allison stared at her, looking a bit confused. "Are you okay? How are you not being affected by the full moon?" Allison asked, noticing Isabella's lack of change. "I'm not sure." Isabella wasn't sure why she wasn't affected by the full moon, but she was half certain it had something to do with her half-vampire side. Nonetheless, she was determined to fight. Derek didn't share as fast a healing as her and Liam. He was severely weakened from his wounds. Isabella rushed forward to help Derek as he was teetering on the edge of death. With the added boost from Allison, she wasn't as weak as before. This time, it was as if the Demogorgon could sense her sudden increase in strength, as it immediately let out a loud screech as she approached. Isabella ducked below its first attack, which was aimed to cut her head from her body. It wasn't her speed that allowed her to dodge the attack. It was her fighting instincts and training. From the moment she could walk, her mother had taught her how to fight and subsequently kill. She had no loving family that cared for her, only a mother that demanded the absolute best. Her movements were precise and lethal as she moved around the Demogorgon's attacks. She danced around the Beast's incoming attacks like child's play as she slashed away at its flesh with her daggers. The Demogorgon roared in pain, but it was helpless to keep up with Isabella's movements. Her eyes zoned in on everything about the creature, the movements of its muscles, the tightening of its skin. With just this little information, she could predict its movements with pinpoint accuracy. Yet still, she was creating enough damage to actually kill the Demogorgon. What's more, her stamina was draining quickly, but she didn't have to keep up her attack much longer. She only had to distract the beast long enough for Derek to land the final blow. With the Demogorgon distracted from chasing after Isabella, Derek readied his final attack. He activated his skill Steel Slash, which was an attack that allowed him to harden his claws, making them 5x sharper. He had the Demogorgon in his sights, and his claws were poised to deliver the final blow. But just as the attack was going to land, the wounded Demogorgon from before thrust itself in the way. Derek's claws pierced through the beast's heart, killing it instantly. "You have slain a level 1 Demogorgon." "No, damn it." Derek growled in frustration and prepared himself for another attack, but it was already too late. The larger Demogorgon realized what was happening and attacked Derek before he could even make a move. The beast plunged its needle-like finger into his chest. Blood poured from Derek's mouth as his eyes opened wide in horror. His mind was in a daze, and the only thing he could hear was his sisters screaming his name. Allison and Isabella's eyes widened as it felt as if their whole world was collapsing in front of them. It felt as if their bond with Derek was slowly slipping away. At that moment, Isabella's body temperature climbed so high that steam began flowing from her pores. Her body temperature was so high that Allison, who stood beside her, could feel the scorching heat. Isabella's skin turned a bright shade of red, as if she was turning into the devil herself. Pointed black horns that looked like those of a ram grew from her head as wings, similar to those of a bat, exploded from her back. Her wingspan was roughly the size of a small car. A long, pointed black reptilian-like tail fell between her legs. The white part of her eyes had turned black, and her iris glowed a deep shade of orange. Isabella stared at the Demogorgon with cold eyes and a strong feeling of hatred bubbling in her chest. The air around her was scorching hot, causing steam to puff from her breath. She extended her hand forward, and immediately, A small orb of blood started to manifest in front of her. Full moon skill acquired. Blood manipulation level 1. The orb of blood continued to grow until it was the size of a football. Then, in a loud explosion that shook the entire building, causing the blood to burst forward at lightning speed. In the aftermath of the devastating attack, the Demogorgon stood with the top half its body blown to bits. You have slain a level 3 Demogorgon. Chapter 37. Full Moon Transformation. I stared at the behemoth of a Demogorgon standing just a few feet away from me with a mixture of emotions. No matter how I looked at it, my current form wouldn't be enough. I guess I have no choice then, I mumbled before taking a deep breath. I closed my eyes and focused on the power of the full moon bathing me. I then shifted my thoughts to my senses, which were now working overtime. Slowly, my body began to change as bones and limbs reconstructed themselves. The process was painless, as it felt like my mind had been suspended elsewhere. It took only a few seconds for my entire body to transform. I had become a 6-foot-tall wolf, covered in deep black fur that was impossible to differentiate from the night itself. I was twice the size of a polar bear, with claws spanning roughly 4 inches. My eyes shone like beautiful orange crystals. The behemoth of a Demogorgon faced me with a hint of wariness. It was obvious that it was keeping its distance from the strange creature that had just appeared before it. I silently circled the monster. I was salivating, and I could feel a burning sensation at the back of my throat. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to devour this creature whole. My canines glistened with saliva as I pounced at the Demogorgon. The Demogorgon screeched loudly and returned my attack. Its 4 hands acted in unison as it swung its needle-like fingers at me. I danced around its attacks and sank my teeth into its flesh. Immediately, as I tore through its slimy gray flesh, my skill, Devouring Bite, activated, burning away at its flesh and creating a wound that would never heal. The Demogorgon roared in pain as I tore away at its flesh, but then suddenly a fog of black smoke enveloped us. The world around me turned into a haze. For some reason, it felt as if reality itself was warping around me. It lasted only a few minutes, and when the fog disappeared, I was left in complete shock at what was around me. Absolute darkness. Ding! You have been transported to the 105th layer of the abyss. What is happening? I was left in shock when I glanced around and saw nothing but darkness. I activated my thermal vision, and my eyes widened even further. Around me were heat signatures, but none belonged to humans. They were all Demogorgons. Hundreds of them, crawling out of small pockets in the ground. I growled softly as I saw them all turn in my direction. The giant Demogorgon I was fighting before seemed to have disappeared. I readied myself as the swarm charged at me. The first one lunged at me, but I sank my teeth into its flesh before it could even scream. A hot gush of its vile blood filled my mouth. I tore it open with a savage jerk of my head and ripped out the treasure that lay beneath its chest. You have consumed the heart of a Demogorgon. Another rushed from the side, and I welcomed it. It leaped in the air, aiming to gut me with a single swing, but my ferocious jaws grabbed it mid-air. I ripped its body in half with just a single clench of my teeth. The taste was as vile as ever, but for some reason, I couldn't get enough of it. They kept coming, like lambs to the slaughter. My claws ripped across their flesh, skinning them alive. Their cries were short, as they were dead within the next instant as I grabbed hold of them. The smell of their blood and the sound of their heart beating inside their chest drove me wild, causing me to howl at the non-existent moon in the sky. My bloodlust spread like dark clouds on a rainy day, causing them to freeze in their tracks. I leaped into them, my claws slashing, my jaws cracking against their metallic bones like glass. I felt their ribs crack under my bite. I felt the softness of their flesh and reveled in the carnage of ripping them to shreds. Every kill sent a sweet release of ecstasy along with power. The power to kill more of them. I was lost in it. Here I was in an unknown world, facing monsters that would put some of the strongest creatures on Earth to shame, but I was enjoying it. For the first time in a long while, things weren't boring. At this moment, I was the apex of predators, the one who hunts everything. Their bodies lay broken at my feet until they piled up. I didn't know how many I had killed or what level they were, but I couldn't get enough. I wanted more, but all that lay at my feet were broken bodies, too shredded to even grind my teeth on. At this moment, I realized something. Nothing in this world compared to the intoxication of a wild hunt. That was the reason my life always felt so bland and boring. It felt as if I was born for it, that the only reason I existed was to hunt. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and I felt a bit lightheaded. That was when I finally took a look at the condition I was in. I was covered in wounds that weren't healing. But just as I realized that, I was surrounded by the same black fog from before. It enveloped everything, and before I knew it, I was back where I started at the university campus, with the giant Demogorgon standing in front of me. Wasting no time, I bare my fangs as saliva poured out of my mouth onto the ground below. The beast overpowered my growl with a loud scream, then charged at me wildly. I slashed at the giant Demogorgon as it got close, but in an instant, it was gone, and before I could act, it pierced through my stomach. I howled loudly, and that's when my eyes caught sight of the full moon, slowly fading in the sky. How long was I gone for? I felt like it was only a few minutes, but it looks as if it was a few hours instead. The Demogorgon screeched even louder as it sank its needle-like fingers even further into my stomach and began stabbing me relentlessly with all four hands. I growled in pain, then used the last of my strength to latch onto its head. Its body was much harder than the other Demogorgons I had faced today. My body weakened severely, and it felt as if I was going to pass out, but I willed myself and used the last of my strength to rip the beast apart. Our roars mixed together, creating an ominous sound that reverberated throughout the night. The two of us fell together in a sickening thud of blood and gore. The beast was ripped in half from the chest downwards. My entrails were left lying on the ground beside me. The good thing was that I couldn't feel any pain. You have slain a level 10 Demogorgon staring up at the full moon. I slowly shifted back into my human form. I weakly raised my hand to take a glance at my watch. The time read 12:57 a.m. That meant there were only 3 minutes left until the bomb went off. It would be impossible for me to get off this large campus in time. The others must be left, thinking that I would be following behind them. Good, I whispered, barely able to move my weak lips. My eyes slowly began to close, but then I heard something. It sounded as if a horse was coming in my direction, causing me to open my eyes again. The sound gradually approached me, and the more I listened, the more I was convinced that it was a horse. I was left feeling a bit confused, but soon the horse stopped in front of me. The horse was pale in color, and the one who sat upon it was a man, so skinny his body looked like bones wrapped in human flesh. The man looked at me with milky white eyes that seemed to hold no life. And what's more, I couldn't hear a single heartbeat coming from either him or the horse. A chill crept its way up my entire body, and with it came a fear I had never felt before. At the rate my heart was pounding, it felt as if it wanted to rip itself out of my chest. My breath hitched as it became a struggle just to even breathe. The air stank of death and decay, far worse than anything I had ever smelled before. What is this? I was afraid to speak in this man's presence. It was he who opened his mouth and began to speak first. And behold, a pale horse, and upon it rode the one called Death, and hell shall follow with him. An authority was granted unto them to strike down the earth, by the sword, by death, by famine, and by the wild beasts that roam the abyss. Chapter 38. The one who rides atop a pale horse, the man on horseback, stared at me with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. His voice rang with a melody as he spoke. The words he uttered left me even more confused. My mind went blank. Nothing he said made any sense to me. Why are you so weak? He repeated. Demogorgons are nothing but stray dogs that roam the abyss beneath hell. I didn't even know they were capable of killing. And that form you took on? It resembles a creature from this earth. The specter looked at me with disappointment etched on his face, and with it, A chill enveloped the night. Something has changed inside you. This isn't what he promised from you. The specter tightened his grip on his saddle. Suddenly, more horsemen appeared around him. Only these ones had no heads. Their horses looked like zombies, with rotten flesh infested by maggots and bones protruding through what was left of their skin. Headless horsemen? I muttered weakly. Suddenly, I remembered a tale my father told us long ago. It was a story about headless horsemen who traveled the night sky, bringing death with them. I remembered he called it the Wild Hunt. That was the only thing I remembered him saying. I can't allow you to die yet. I'll see this contract fulfilled no matter what. That was the last thing the specter said before he kicked his feet, causing his horse to gallop. The beast ran until it began soaring into the night sky, and the other headless horseman chased after him. What did he mean by contract? I wondered as my mind slowly faded away. Time passed as I awaited my eventual death. But nothing happened. I watched the clock strike 1 and expected missiles to follow, but nothing occurred. It didn't make sense. The soldiers claimed they were planning to blow up the university, but nothing happened. Could they have lied? No, something must have stopped it. But what? Just as I questioned what had happened, I spotted something soaring through the sky. This time, it wasn't the specters as before. This one had wings resembling those of a bat, and skin as red as blood. A reptilian tail flowed gently behind it gracefully as it soared through the sky. The creature descended from the sky when it saw me, and for a second, I recognized its scent. Isabella, I pondered, but no, it couldn't be, could it? I gazed at the creature, then my eyes widened as I slowly recognized its facial features. It was her. She quickly rushed over to me when she saw my condition. Her face contorted in shock at the bloody mess I was in. Liam, what happened to you? I was so weak that I couldn't even speak, but she understood what had happened when she finally saw the body of the giant Demogorgon lying beside me. The thing I wanted to know was about the transformation. So this is what happens when a hybrid experiences a full moon. Or could there be something more to it? A gut instinct told me everything was connected. I could feel it. The giant wings on her back towered over both of us. It was a sight to behold, honestly. Let's get back, Isabella said as she proceeded to lift me up and flew off into the sky. The feeling of the night air on my face as we soared was a pleasant sensation. Her wings created a strong gust of wind every time they flapped. Her tail danced behind her as we traveled among the stars. We passed through the clouds, and somehow, being so high up and closer to the full moon, my wounds began to heal faster. I wondered if this is how the Wild Hunt feels as they travel through the night sky on horseback. Can we stay up here for a bit? I asked Isabella. Sure, can I ask why? The others will be worried if they see me like this. My siblings see me as a sort of indestructible force of nature. For whatever reason, they thought highly of me. Seeing me like this would shatter the image they had of me. Is everyone all right? I asked, to which she nodded. Yes, I managed to get everyone out safely. Derek was injured, but now he is slowly healing. He should be fine. We found Leora and Lily waiting outside the gate for us. That's good. You did a good job helping everyone. By the way, do you know what happened to Ivy? That shapeshifter disappeared the moment I started fighting the level 10 Demogorgon. She left. She was the one who told me where you were after she helped us escape. All the others who were with Allison left too. They want to find their families. I see. I would imagine they were eager to get back home. As we soared through the sky, I activated my thermal vision skill. I wanted to see if there were any more Demogorgons left on campus, but I couldn't find a single one. Moreover, I spotted many of their corpses lying on the ground. Even the corpses that had embryos inside them didn't have any heat signature. It was as if death had washed over this place. I immediately knew this was the work of the Wild Hunt and the strange specter that was leading the charge. Whatever they were, they seemed dangerous, and the man who led them spoke as if he knew me. For now, the only way I could think of to get answers was by asking my father. My father was an anthropology professor at a famous university. He studied a lot about the supernatural world and would normally tell us stories regarding such matters. If anybody knew about the Wild Hunt, it would be him. Maybe he would finally answer some questions about my bloodline. several miles away from where Liam and the others were. Inside a secret government base, several corpses lay. None of them showed any signs of injury. Death swept over them, and they all died of heart attacks. It happened just seconds before they were going to launch missiles at the university Liam and the others were at. The same thing happened to all high-ranking government officials all over the world. They all just died without any explanation or warning. Chapter 39. The end of battle. Isabella and I flew through the sky until my wounds had finally healed and we were ready to return to meet the others. We found them waiting just outside the gate. When we landed, Allison was the first to rush over to me. She practically jumped onto me, sending a stream of pain through my entire body. Lily followed soon after, adding yet another layer of weight. She was still in her wolf form, a small wolf cub with beautiful white fur. Her claws dug into my flesh as she climbed onto my neck and started licking my face. Leora watched with a frown on her face, but beneath it, I could tell she was happy. "Where is Derek?" I asked, and Allison answered. "He is lying down in the truck. He got injured during the fight. It's taking him a while to heal." Hearing that, I immediately went over to the truck to check on him. He was lying on his back in the back of the truck, but his eyes quickly opened when I approached. "Liam, thank God you're okay. What took you so long?" I was busy getting my ass kicked by a giant demogorgon. He chuckled at my answer. "Well, did you get him?" I nodded, then climbed into the back of the truck to lie beside him. It was the most comfortable place to rest, but it would do. "We should leave now," Derek said. "Mom and Dad are waiting. If we take too long, they might come here for us." Allison nodded when she heard what he said. "I'll drive us back since you're injured. Just leave the rest to me, okay?" Isabella climbed into the back with us while Allison, Leora, and Lily took their seats in the front. I lay in the back, staring up at the full moon in the sky. Derek was fast asleep, and Isabella sat with an uneasy expression on her doll-like face. She had returned to normal. I could tell there was something on her mind. "What is the matter?" I asked. "We need to talk. It's about my clan. I mean the Valemont clan. By now, they will surely be coming after us. They must be figured out what you did to Victor. What makes you so certain?" "I just know. I'm 100% certain they figured it out. They have connections to some of the most powerful people you wouldn't even know. Plus, it isn't that hard to hire which to find out what happened at the school. Most likely, they have already figured it out and sent an assassin after us. I can handle whatever assassin they send." "No, you can't. You don't get it." Isabella clenched her fist, looking a bit frustrated. "You don't get it. The person they will send is no ordinary assassin. She is the best. She has wiped out some of the most powerful clans as if they were nothing. She is feared and is one of the reasons why the Valemont clan has been on top of the vampire world for centuries." "It sounds like you know her," I commented. Her expression softened a bit, and I could see a hint of sadness in her eyes. She lowered her head and brought her knees up to her chest. "They call her the Thorn Princess, but her real name is Gloria Nora, my mother." "Her mother?" That explained a lot about her behavior. She was torn between loyalty to her mother and loyalty to me. She was also scared about what she would do if it all came down to choosing between the two of us. In a situation like this, I thought it was best if the choice came from her. It would only backfire if I tried to force her into a decision. "Tell you what, if what you fear does come true and your mother comes after us, I'll leave it to you." Her mouth quivered slightly, but then she nodded and took a deep breath. "That was actually what I wanted to ask you." "Thank you." She was still worried about her mother coming after us, but a small smile appeared on her face. Speaking of parents, I thought the conversation would end there, but Isabella said something else. "What are your parents like? Since I'm going to meet them, it would be good to learn more about them. I mean, I know they are werewolves just like you, but that's about it." Like what do you want to know?" Isabella frowned at my question. "Like, what are their names, and who is the alpha? You have to at least tell me that much." "Oh, my mom is the alpha. Her name is Lisa, and my dad's name is Paul. My father worked as a professor before all of this happened. As for personality, my dad is a quiet man unless you get him talking about the supernatural world and folklore. In that aspect, he is a bit of a nerd, while my mom, her personality is a strange one." "How so?" "I'm sure you'll be a victim of it the moment you come across her, but let me warn you from now. She could be a bit of a pervert at times. A pervert? That's a strange thing to say about your own mother. It's the truth. Leora and Allison can attest to that. Isabella looked at me skeptically, as if she didn't believe what I just said. She must be thought I was joking, but she'll understand what I mean soon enough. My mom and her big mouth are notorious for getting us into trouble. But still, a female alpha, she smiled. That isn't very common. No, it's not, but our circumstances are a bit different. My mom was originally the daughter of an alpha from a powerful pack, and my dad was human. You can imagine how complicated that got. I can imagine. Werewolves don't take kindly to outsiders, much less a human. You can imagine Victor's shock when he found out that you and your sister were werewolves. He could hardly believe it, since you kind of aren't normally in the city areas. Yeah, that's why we moved here in the first place. I answered. The pack wouldn't accept my father, even though my mother turned him. It wasn't long after she turned him in that they got married, and Allison was born. So that's it, the story of my family. Isabella nodded along, but from the expression on her face, I could tell she wasn't satisfied. Can I ask you something? Why are you different from the others? Your orange eyes, be able to turn other people into werewolves even though you're not the alpha, and even the skills you get when you level up seem different from other werewolves. I saw her point. It was hard to miss how different I was. In truth, I wanted to figure out what made me different from other werewolves, but every time I asked, my parents would clam up. It was quite obvious that they knew something and were hiding it. And I had a sneaky suspicion that the thing they were hiding led back to the wild hunt. It was all connected. I could sense it. Chapter 40. Journey to the lodge. After my conversation with Isabella ended, I decided to check my system notifications, which I hadn't paid any attention to while I was in my wolf form. My level had increased by 5, bringing me to level 19. I had gained one new skill and had leveled up a few of my current skills. You have gained a level 1 skill, Heat Manipulation. Description: allows the user to increase the surrounding temperature by 10 C. Your skill Hellfire has been leveled up to level 3. Description: the user can now cover 15 of his body in Hellfire. While reading my stats and new skills, I glanced up at Leora and saw she had a wild look in her eyes. She stared at me, practically drooling. Her eyes were glowing a deep shade of orange, but before I could even ask her what was wrong, she pounced on me and sank her sharp fangs into my neck. She latched onto my neck, sucking like a newborn and moaning wildly as she drained my blood. She couldn't even wait until I was fully healed. Vampires were creatures with little control over their urges. I imagined it would be worse for a hybrid. Soon, she pulled away, gasping for air, blood trailing down her chin. Sorry. I'm still learning how to control myself. My body and mind are still changing. I've been feeling this mixture of emotions I haven't felt before, she said, her face flushed with a red blush. Usually, it takes a week for a newborn's body to fully develop after they have been turned. For a hybrid like me, I don't know how long it will take. I really don't. Please forgive me. Suddenly, tears formed in the corners of her eyes and started streaming down her face. What the hell? I knew vampires were emotional creatures, but this was something else. With a sigh, I drew her closer and patted her head, which caused her to start breathing erratically before plunging her fangs back into my neck again. The two of us slept like this, side by side, latched onto each other as she sucked my blood. My body was so weak that even if I wanted to, I couldn't resist her. The next morning, her attitude had completely changed to one of coldness, as if I had committed a grave sin. She must have felt embarrassed over her action and, for whatever reason, blamed it on me. She didn't speak to me for the whole day until at night she snuck up on me again. She pinned me down with the eyes of a wild beast and sunk her fangs into my neck. I tried my best to ignore her and slept while she gulped down nonstop. There wasn't much to do during the day as we traveled out of the city. All the highways were congested with traffic, so we had to take the longer way out. With the supplies Derek and I had gathered beforehand, we didn't have to worry about much. The lodge where we would meet our parents was far outside the city and deep in the woods. The road was littered with zombies, making it impossible to drive through certain sections of the city. It was just the 4th day since the world went to hell, and already there were no signs of people at all. We drove until we finally exited the city. It was roughly a 3-day drive until we reached the lodge. During this time, I decided to teach Isabella the proper way to fight, even though she was clearly not happy with what I was trying to do. You do realize that I was trained by the strongest vampire assassin who could single-handedly topple an entire city, she argued, folding her arms. If you're going to be a werewolf, then fight like one. Your claws are much more reliable than the daggers you keep using. Let me teach you the proper way to use them. She sighed exhaustedly and shook her head. We spent the entire day training. Her movements were sloppy, as expected, though she had experience fighting and was trained by the best. She found my fighting style difficult. That was because she was too used to fighting like a human. Her movements were smooth and graceful, showing a lot of practice. On the other hand, fighting with claws was more erratic and relied mostly on movements that seemed wild. The beauty of this style was its unpredictability. I knew from experience it was much harder to predict your opponent's moves when they were fighting like this. For example, with Isabella's fighting style, her movements followed a pattern. She fought within a set rhythm and tempo, and if I wanted to win against her, all I had to do was throw her off. A fighting style that relied on movements that were hard to predict would be best. We sparred for hours. The best way to learn was the same way I learned, through pain. Only by feeling the pain that comes with making a mistake would she learn the proper way to fight. As the sun was setting, creating a beautiful orange glow in the sky, we all sat together for dinner. We had made camp at a building we found along the way. When we found it, it was infested with the dead. We had to clear them out before we could settle. The place looked like an old workshop. Lily promptly took a seat in Allison's lap, expecting to be spoon-fed what she was eating. Allison smiled at her, knowing what she wanted, and began feeding her. The rest of us also began eating our meal, but as we ate, Leora raised an unexpected question. How long until we get to the lodge? We should get there by tomorrow, so just a few more miles left to go, Allison said with a smile, but quickly faded as she remembered something. Though we should be careful. I remember this is not the friendliest place to be. You used to live with Mom and Dad at the lodge before they moved, right, Allison? What was it like? Allison placed her finger on her lower lip as she tried to recall her experiences. I can hardly remember. I was just a little girl when we lived there. I remember Mom and Dad being very strict about me going outside. I also remember I had to hide whenever we had a guest. It was truly awful. I remember hating living there. Didn't we visit there a few times when we were younger? I think Liam and Leora were about Lily's age at the time, Derek said. Oh yeah, you're right. Mom wanted to make amends with her old pack. It was around the time her brother took over as the new alpha. Honestly, I didn't really remember much about being at the lodge. Since I was so young, it was all a fog. When we finished eating, we went to sleep shortly after, and in the morning, we woke up and continued our journey. About an hour in, we came to the entrance of a deep forest. It was impossible for the van to make it through, so we were forced to traverse afoot. Lily, of course, latched herself around my neck when she realized we had to walk. Allison took the lead since she was the one who actually knew where we were going. For some reason, being in the forest felt a bit like home to us. The scent of the earth, grasses, and trees felt nostalgic, even for Lily, who had never been here. But that feeling was broken when I caught a whiff of something. I immediately activated my thermal vision skill and realized we were being encircled on all sides. I spotted 5 of them in total, and something told me they were experienced, as they all stood at such a far distance that it would be difficult for someone with a heightened sense of smell to pick up on them. Derek was the first to notice my change of expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "We're surrounded by werewolves." Chapter 41. An ambush. Allison's face visibly turned pale when she heard me mention werewolves, while Derek, Leora, and Isabella immediately readied themselves to fight. "Where are they?" Derek asked. "They're quite a distance away. You won't be able to sense them, but they are slowly circling around us. There are 5 of them in total. They're most likely planning an ambush," Leora commented. "So it seems. The only thing we can do now is face them head on," I said. I promptly took Lily off my head and handed her to Allison. Then Derek, Isabella, Leora, and I formed a small square around her as we continued to walk. The further we went, the closer the group got. We stayed on alert as the group approached. Soon, however, they made their presence known, revealing themselves from behind trees. They were all males who looked to be in their early 20s, and some of them looked to be my age. We exchanged stares, neither group daring to move. "You're on the wrong territory." "Leave," said a young man who looked about my age. He had white hair and a muscular build. He and Derek glared intensely at each other. "We're just passing through. We live here," Derek responded. "I've never seen you here before. Leave if you know what's best for you." "What pack are you from?" "You're wolves, aren't you?" Derek stared at them without uttering a word before replying coldly, "Get out of our way." His words seemed to infuriate the young man with white hair. Immediately, black claws started to morph from his fingertips, and his eyes took on a bright shade of yellow. "I'll only tell you once again, leave." Suddenly, a wide grin spread across Derek's face as he too began to transform. He didn't need to say anything else. His transformation spoke for him. The young man took his stance and released a loud roar that reverberated between the trees. In the next instant, he jumped several feet into the air and launched himself at Derek. Derek laughed like a maniac as he watched the incoming attack barreling toward him. Just then, the others with the young man began to transform as well and lunged at us. Leora and Isabella immediately lunged forward to meet them. "Aren't you going to fight with them too?" Allison asked with a pouty expression. "I'll only help if they need me to. For now, I'll stay here and protect you and Lily." In truth, these werewolves were nothing to break a sweat over. "Isabella, make sure none of them gets near us," I commanded, to which she immediately hissed her teeth. With her protecting me, Lily, and Allison, I wouldn't have to get involved. You shouldn't order her around like that. It isn't nice. She belongs to me. I can do whatever I want with her. As I said that, Allison began to glare at me, and so did Lily, with her round, puffed-out cheeks. On the other hand, Derek and the young man with white hair were engaged in heated combat. The more I looked at the two of them, the more I realized they bore a striking resemblance to one another. It wasn't only their mannerisms. You could have mistaken them for brothers. The two seemed to be an equal match. Though I found something strange, I couldn't figure out what special trait the young man had just from watching him fight. It was obvious to everyone that Derek's trait was his monstrous strength, but as for the young man, I couldn't tell what it was. He possessed high agility, yes, but wasn't as high as Leora's. Derek swung his claws with brutal efficiency, toppling everything in his path. The young man danced around the attacks, but wasn't able to find any openings. He moved like a wild animal, his eyes discerning any perceived weakness. "Hold still, you worm." Derek roared as he struggled to land a single attack. This caused the young man to smile as he began to taunt Derek. "You want me to slow down for you?" Derek's eyes flashed with anger as he slashed at the young man's side with full force, aiming to rip him open. The young man nimbly evaded the attack and slashed through Derek's thigh. Blood flowed from his wounds like a broken dam, but Derek didn't show any signs of discomfort. In fact, his attacks only became more brutal as he managed to pin the young man against a tree. Derek's claws rippled through the air and created a gashing wound on the young man's shoulder before he could dodge. That single move created an opening, and Derek pounced at him like a wild animal, claiming his prey. Derek's hand latched around a young man's feet before he could run, and in a frightening display of power, Derek lifted him up and hurled him into a tree, which collapsed upon impact. The young man spat blood as he tried to crawl away, but before he could get far, Derek pressed his head down onto the ground with his boot. "See this, worm? This is your place." The young man grunted beneath Derek's boot, but was unable to pull himself free. As he struggled, Derek's grin grew wider, and he taunted the young man some more. At the same time, Leora and Isabella defeated the other werewolves who had ambushed us. They all laid unconscious on the forest floor. "You'll pay for this," the young man snarled. "I'll kill you all." "Huh, you can't even crawl out from under my boot. A worm like you can't do shit." The young man trembled in rage as he muttered profanities, and suddenly, froth began to seep from his mouth. Just then, Derek's expression changed as the young man slowly started to get up. His muscles suddenly grew bigger, and his claws became longer. His eyes then shifted from glowing yellow to blood red within a second. His bloodlust seeped into the air, revealing his endless malice. The air itself became thick with blood and hate. At that moment, a single thought rang out inside my mind. An overpowering urge to kill this monster. Not for my sake, but for Derek's. Without a second's hesitation, I moved to slash his throat with a single swing, but I was stopped in my tracks by a power I couldn't dare go up against. Chapter 42. Family Reunion. A beautiful woman stepped into the path of the attack before I could relieve the young man of his head. She had strikingly long white hair and a face one could only imagine on a goddess. I immediately froze when I saw her, and so did everyone else. The first person to react was Lily, whose face lit up with a bright smile as she jumped out of Allison's arms. Mama, my mother, smiled when she saw Lily jumping towards her and caught her midair and began showering her with kisses, while we all stood in a daze at her sudden appearance. Even the young man, who was radiating enough killing intent to make the air heavy, stopped in his tracks when he saw her. "I missed you so much, baby," she squealed as she hugged Lily, who was giggling loudly. After she finished embracing Lily, she turned to us, particularly Derek, who still had his feet on the young man's head, pressing him to the ground. "Let him go, Derek." "Mom? Where are you?" Derek was about to ask a question, but hearing his Alpha's command, he had no choice but to obey. The young man immediately sprang to his feet, ready to attack Derek, but he was stopped in his tracks. "Kaylin." The moment he heard my mother's voice, he froze. "Go home, Kaylin. We'll talk about this later." Kaylin glared at her, but didn't utter a word. Instead, he woke up his unconscious friends and turned to leave with them. "My father will hear of this," he muttered bitterly before he left. Leora, who was standing with her mouth agape, finally decided to speak, but before she could utter a word, my mom approached her and cupped her face. Leora tried to play it off, but immediately tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Allison watched them with tears in her eyes before running into my mother's arms, crying. Soon my mom gestured for me and Derek to come over to her, and hesitantly we did. My mother cupped my face, ruffled my hair, and gave Derek a kiss on the cheek. "My babies, I'm glad you're all right." I glanced back to see Isabella standing off to the side, so I gestured for her to come forward. She hesitated at first, but it was an order, so she complied. "Who is this?" my mother asked with a confused look. I opened my mouth to speak, but was immediately interrupted. "This is Isabella. She's our new sister. If it weren't for her, we all wouldn't have made it here alive," Leora said as she took Isabella by the hand. Isabella looked surprised by Leora's words, as if she never expected her to say that. My mother looked at the two girls holding hands. Then a smile bloomed on her face as she pulled Isabella in close and hugged her tightly. Isabella's face suddenly turned red, like a volcano about to erupt. The cute expression she made caused a mischievous grin to appear on my mother's face as she hugged her even tighter and began teasing her. After a while, she finally let Isabella go. "Who was that guy, the one who attacked us?" Derek asked. My mother smiled warmly as she stroked Lily's head. "Yes, your cousin. He actually reminds me a bit of you, Derek," she teased. Derek's expression froze stiff. He clearly wasn't expecting that answer. "You can't be serious. Let us discuss this at the lodge. Your father's waiting for us there." My mother spoke with a kind smile. We all nodded in agreement and followed her back to the lodge. Allison and Leora surrounded her as we walked and began chatting up a storm. As we walked, I sensed we still weren't out of the clearing. There were still people following us. Just then, I spotted my mother glancing in my direction. I swear this woman is a mind reader. No one else had realized we were being followed. Her staring at me was a discreet signal telling me to keep quiet. I nodded at her, assuring her that I wouldn't say anything. Though, I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Why were the werewolves so guarded in the first place? Could it be the zombies? Or maybe some sort of monster. Whatever it was, I could practically smell the fear oozing from them. Something had spooked them, and whatever it was, it could probably prove to be a nuisance for me. After just a few minutes of walking, we finally arrived at the lodge. The lodge was small in size. It was difficult to see how it was going to fit all 8 of us. Nonetheless, we made our way inside, and immediately a nostalgic scent hit me. This place definitely smelled familiar. My mother smiled as she looked at our stunned faces. She seemed to be beaming with joy. "Your father must be out back. I'll go get him." Before we could say anything, she rushed off with Lily clinging to her tightly. "Honey," after a few minutes, we heard a loud shriek and a crash that sounded as if someone had fell. It was then followed by loud stomping footsteps. Then a few seconds later, our father burst into the room, practically half naked. It looked like he was taking a shower and had barely wrapped himself up in a towel. A look of disgust crossed Leora S. and Isabella S. faces as they frowned at him. But Allison, on the other hand, rushed to give him a hug while crying like a little girl. He warmly embraced her, and he too began crying. My father was a man who looked like he was in his 30s. He had dark hair, a slim build, and wore glasses most of the time. Since werewolves have a longer lifespan, it takes a little longer for us to age. Some elders have been known to have lived for over 150 years. Our tearful reunion lasted for hours as we explained everything that had happened since the apocalypse started, and soon it was dark outside. We sat down for dinner that Mom had made. We laughed and talked until it was time for bed. They mostly praised Eric for getting us here safely. There were only 2 rooms in the lodge. The main room, where Mom, Dad, and Lily would be staying, and another room where the rest of us would stay. Luckily, the room where we would be staying had enough bunk beds for all of us to sleep. But before I went to bed, I needed to talk to my father about something. As everyone went to sleep, the 2 of us stayed in the living room, standing face to face. Chapter 43, the one called Death. "So what did you want to talk about, Liam?" my father asked, looking at me curiously. He then took a seat on a couch made of fur and put on his glasses. "You don't normally come to me for advice. At times, I feel like there's another adult in the house," he joked. For some reason, he had a huge grin on his face. "I wanted to talk to you about a story you told us a while back," I said as I took a seat adjacent to his. "Do you remember the wild hunt?" His eyes widened. "The wild hunt? Why do you want to know about that?" "I'm just a bit curious, nothing more." My father accepted my answer at face value and nodded. "Well, okay. Then, I'm always happy to tell you about my work. What do you want to know?" "Mainly who they are and what their purpose is," I answered. "Who they are, huh? Well, the hunt is an old folk tale about a supernatural chase led by creatures that resemble ghosts. You'll mostly hear about the riders, the hounds, and different specters. They're seen as a bad omen for war or disasters. You mentioned hounds. What kind of hounds? Like werewolves? Not exactly. There isn't any mention of werewolves. The hound are normally described as beasts that dwell in the darkness. Hounds that dwell in the darkness? What about the riders? What are they exactly? I'm not exactly sure. My best guess is that they're ghosts. But they also fall into the category of harbingers of death. Harbingers of death? Yes, my father said, adjusting his glasses. There are certain beliefs in this world that some creatures are closely tied to death. We call them harbingers of death. Those riders are one such group. You know, I once heard a tale from a professor at my university. He was a bit of an eccentric man, so I often didn't pay him any mind, but what he said was a bit romantic and sad, so it stuck with me. He said that if a person falls in love with a harbinger of death and that person dies, they'll be reborn as a god of death. A god of death? I asked, slightly confused. Yes, a Shinigami. I don't know how true it is, though. I only heard it from that one professor. He was a bit of an odd duck. The man was obsessed with death. He also used to be a pastor. My father chuckled. I see. Back to the wild hunt. You said it was a chase consisting of supernatural creatures, right? But who is the one leading this hunt? I asked. I wanted to figure out exactly who the specter who spoke to me was. That depends on who you ask. What do you mean? Sometimes it's Zeus, sometimes Lucifer or Odin, or even death itself given form. That is one of the biggest mysteries of the wild hunt. There was never a clear-cut answer as to who is leading it. That specter who spoke to me. I'm fairly certain that he was the one leading the charge. But who is he? I suddenly remembered the first words he said to me on that night. His first words sounded like a poem. It struck me as weird, so I made sure to remember it. And behold, a pale horse, and upon it rode the one called Death, and hell shall follow with him. And authority was granted unto them to strike down the earth, by the sword, by death, by famine, and by the wild beasts that roam the abyss. I repeated this sentence out loud. It was the first thing the specter said to me when he saw me. I stared up at my father, and he was looking at me with wide eyes. When did you start reading the Bible? He suddenly asked. The Bible? I'm fairly certain that the passage you just recited comes from the Bible, though it's a bit different. My father got up from the couch and walked toward the stairs. Hold on a moment, be right back. As I watched my father walk up the stairs, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. While he was gone, I mulled over everything he said. Nothing clicked. I wasn't any closer to figuring out the reason everything happened that night. After a few minutes, my father came back holding a rather large Bible. He then opened it and pointed to a scripture. See, here it is, the original words. I stared at the scripture and mumbled it out loud. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. My father was right. The passage was the same, just reworded a bit. What does it all mean? I asked. Well, in this scripture, they were referring to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse sent to cast judgment on the world. The 4 horsemen? There are 4 horsemen: conquest, war, famine, and death. This passage specifically refers to Death, as he is the one who rides upon a pale horse. He explained. Death? Could it be him? So he is the one leading the charge. He was the one who spoke to me on that night. I'm not really an expert on these types of things, though. I mostly know about different supernatural creatures. It has been my passion ever since I was a boy. Well, anyway, is there anything else you wanted to ask me? Yes. What are you and Mom hiding from me? My father's face suddenly went pale, and his heart rate increased. W, what do you mean? I mean, what is the real reason why I'm different from other werewolves? Maybe all of this could be solved if they finally told me the truth. My father swallowed hard as he stared into my eyes. We're not hiding anything from you. As to the reason why you're different, even we don't know. You are aware I can hear your heartbeat. Isn't it about time you reveal the secret, whatever it is? I asked. That's enough, Liam. Suddenly, I heard my mother's voice behind me. Go to bed. She tried to command me as my alpha, but it didn't work. It never works. Please, we're your parents, and all we want is the best for you. And start by telling me the truth. The 2 of you are hiding something. Whatever it is, I deserve to know. My mother stuttered, trying to speak, but it was like the words were stuck in her throat. In the end, she bit down on her lip and averted her gaze. So that is how it is. That was when I knew I wouldn't be getting any answers out of either of them. That was also the moment I decided to leave this pack. Chapter 44. The Lycann pack. The next morning, our parents gathered us together. It seemed they wanted to discuss something. The 2 of them had tense looks on their faces. It was my mother who spoke first. Because of what has been happening in the world recently, your father and I have come to a decision. She took a deep sigh before continuing. We're joining up with my old pack, the Lycann pack. Are those the same assholes we fought yesterday? Derek asked. His eyes were squinted, and he had the worst case of bedhead I have ever seen. My mother sighed and looked at Derek with a tired expression. Yes, Kalen, the boy you're fighting with is my brother's eldest son, which makes him the son of the Alpha. You can already see that things aren't off to a great start. If the Alpha is your brother, then we shouldn't have any problems, Derek asked with a sneer. It's not that easy. My brother and I had hardly spoken since I got kicked out. I practically had to beg for him to let us back in. The thing to note is that the Lycann pack is very traditional in its beliefs. There will be a lot of rules that need to be followed. What kind of rules? Well, the first rule you need to worry about is a special ritual they have before they accept any new member. You'll need to prove your strength to the rest of the pack. You'll have to show them that you'll be of value to them. What will the trial be about? Leora quickly asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. My mother bit her lip and averted her gaze. I could even hear her heartbeat rising. What could this trial be about to elicit such a reaction from her? All I can say for now is that you'll be going on a hunt. Will Lily be forced to take this trial too? Isabella suddenly asked, with concern evident on her face. My mother smiled when she saw how much Isabella cared for Lily. Sangfili, no. She won't be required to take the ritual. Though with the fight that broke out yesterday, I don't know how my brother is going to react. Speaking of which, I too was curious about what happened yesterday, especially with Kalen. I couldn't forget the dark, killing intent that was seeping out of him yesterday. It definitely wasn't normal. Seeing the look on my face, my mother immediately asked, "Is there something you want to ask, Liam?" "Mind reader. It's about Kalen. I sensed something from him yesterday. I knew you must have felt it too." "What was it?" To be honest, I didn't expect an answer from her, as they seemed allergic to telling the truth, but to my surprise, she answered truthfully. "Well, you would eventually find out anyway, and it has something to do with the pack you're joining, so I guess I can tell you. You see, the Lycann pack has a sort of strange history. It all began with one of our ancestors from long ago. He suffered from a curse. He was a powerful werewolf, but whenever he got too angry, he would take the form of a giant wolf-like monster. He would also lose control and go on a rampage, killing hundreds of people. That's part of how me and your mother met." My father quickly jumped in. "I was investigating this monster that popped up in the history books, and it led me back to her pack. What monster is that?" Derek asked, looking a bit interested. The room fell silent as my father answered the question. "It was the Beast of Gavaden, a monster that killed hundreds during the 1700s. This one creature created one of the most savage massacres in human history, all because of a curse it possessed, the same curse that Kalen now suffers from. Do you now realize how lucky you all were? Things could be ended badly yesterday. The Beast of Gavaden. Huh, I've heard of this monster in history class, but never had I thought that its origin traced back to my very own family. This curse is still passed down to this day, but it only shows up every few generations," my mother continued. I looked at Derek to see he had a huge grin on his face. "So what? He can turn into a giant wolf monster. Ivefut uglier." My mother immediately frowned at him. "This isn't a joke, Derek. Don't patronize him. It could end badly." Of course I won tea. As long as he knows his place, Derek mumbled under his breath, so my mother couldn't hear. "Now that I've told you what, we should go see my brother," my mother said as she signaled for us to get up. A bit unwillingly, we all left the house and headed to where the pack's camp was. We followed her through the forest as she carried Lily in her arms. I found the forest soothing. The smells of the earth, flowers, and trees were very peaceful. Overhead, I could hear the chirping of the birds and even the buzzing of bees who were very far off. Every flap of their wings echoed in my sensitive ears. I could smell all the wildlife that was in the forest around us. It was as if I was built for the outdoors. Not long after, we arrived outside a wooden gate. The walls and the gate surrounding the city were made of wood. The people stationed at the gate quickly let us in when they saw my mother, and immediately someone came to guide us in. It was a young woman, no older than Allison. She had short, messy brown hair that looked as if it had never been combed. Her clothes were nothing but rags made of wool sewn together. Still, her messy appearance couldn't hide how cute she was. The girl approached us with a smile on her face and greeted my mother kindly. "Lisa," she squealed as she hugged my mother tightly. "I'm so glad you're back. Oh, the Alpha has been waiting for you. It's good to see you again, Moira." My mother smiled kindly at the young girl and returned her embrace. "I'll guide you to see him. He is having dinner with his family in the banquet hall, but I'm sure he'll be happy to see you." As we followed behind the young woman, I took my time in admiring the village. It was a modest village populated with small wooden huts. This village was surrounded by a wooden wall. Their architecture wasn't much, but it seemed they could at least do the basics. They seemed like a lively bunch as children played games outside. They moved with exceptional agility as they played. The villagers talked and laughed among themselves, and I saw a few women sewing clothes while men brought in prey they had caught. It was a large boar that was skewered on a stick. For some reason, a few of them looked at us warily as we walked through. But soon we arrived at the banquet hall. The outside reminded me of the longhouses Vikings used to use in the past. With a smile etched on her face, the young woman pushed the giant wooden door open. Chapter 45. The Lycann family, the heavy wooden door creaked open to reveal a vast banquet hall. The first person to catch my attention was the man sitting at the head of the table. He looked about the same age as my father. He had long white hair that cascaded down his back and a handsome face. He had hazel-colored eyes, just like my mother. He wore a simple wool robe. But by far the most striking feature about him was his height. He stood at around 7 feet tall, but he had no muscle mass to show for it. He was skinny in comparison to his height. Beside him was a woman with beautiful auburn hair. She crossed her legs gracefully as she sipped from a silver chalice that smelled of ale. A hint of annoyance flashed across her face when she saw us at the entrance. Kalen was sitting to the right of her. From the look on his face, I could tell he was in a sour mood. Beside her were 2 girls about my age. They looked like twins, my cousins. They all stared at us as we stood at the entrance. The first to speak was the tall man with long hair. "Lisa, you finally came." My mother's face softened into a kind smile as she saw the man. "Roran, my brother, it's good to see you." "Indeed, there are some things we need to talk about." His eyes had a sharpness to them as he spoke. My mother's smile slowly faded. "I'm sure you've heard about the incident that occurred yesterday," she said. "Yes, my son told me how your sons attacked him and injured his friends," Roran said coldly, before his eyes shifted to me. "Is it this one?" "No." Kalen snickered. "That one watched like a coward while his sister fought his battle for him." "You." Derek was going to say something, but my mother silenced him with just a wave of her hand. Personally, I didn't care for his insults. I heard a different story from my sons, but that's not the matter at hand. What matters now is me rejoining the pack with my family. My mother said, "Not important, you say. I'm not sure if I'm willing to welcome your family. From what I just heard, one of your sons sounds like a coward while the other is no better than a savage. Tell me, why should we accept them?" "Because you agreed to let them take part in the ritual. The ritual is what will prove their usefulness, not hearsay." Roran stared at her coldly, his chin resting on his fist. "Why should we let you back into our pack after the actions of your children?" The woman with auburn hair suddenly said with an irritated expression, but she was silenced just from Roran waving his hand. "Ira, dear, let me handle this," Roran said before turning his attention back to my mother. "Fine, I'll allow them to take the ritual," he finally said, and the moment he said that, I saw my mother sigh in relief. Roran then stared intensely at us who were going to take the ritual, whatever it was. "I'll assume you'll need me to explain it. The ritual is simple. The 4 of you will go on a hunt. You will go into the forest, and you will hunt a beast with a golden marking on its body. Doesn't matter what kind of animal you find, as long as it has this golden marking." "Golden marking?" Derek muttered with raised eyebrows. "That's all?" "Yes. As long as you can successfully catch and kill one of these creatures, then you'll be welcomed into our pack." Derek grinned confidently. Hunting the wild animal? It sounded easy, but something told me things were not as they seemed. What was so special about the animals with the golden marking on them? With an explanation of the ritual we would be doing, Allison, Leora, Derek, and I left the village in search of prey to hunt. "Liam, we're going to need your sense of smell if we're going to track down prey," Derek quickly said. He seemed excited by the idea of hunting. "Let us go, Liam." Before I could respond to Derek, Allison locked arms with me. "You'll protect your big sis while we're in this big, scary forest, right?" She stared up at me with round eyes while puffing out her cheeks. I nodded along and focused on my sense of smell. Immediately, I picked up the scent of what smelled like a deer not too far from where we were. I led the others to it, and the moment we caught sight of it, Derek prepared himself to attack. He approached the deer with stealth and precision, while I was more focused on whether the deer had the golden marking or not. As far as I could see, it didn't, but before I could tell that to Derek, he already had the deer in his grasp. He grabbed the deer and ripped out its throat in one thrust. "Easy as that," he smirked. "Idiot. It doesn't have the marking on it," Leora shouted before I could say a word. Derek looked down at the deer, and his smile faded a bit. Instead of going around killing every life form in the forest, we should at least check to make sure that they are what we're looking for, Leora scolded. Maybe we should split up, Isabella suddenly suggested. I also have a good sense of smell, so it will be easy if we split up. I'll go with Liam. Allison was the first to speak up. Derek, Leora, the two of you should go with Isabella. No one seemed to have an objection to that plan, so we all agreed, and we split up. I couldn't say I was happy with this arrangement, as Allison wouldn't let go of my arm. The others left, and I used my sense of smell to guide us to where I smelled prey. Tell me something, Liam. What were you and Mom and Dad arguing about last night? She suddenly asked. So this is the reason she wanted to be alone with me. Who said we were arguing? I asked. You let some of your killing intent out last night when you came back to the room. I'm not blaming you. I know how hard it is for you to control. You don't know anything. Was it about why you're so different from other werewolves? That must be it. That is the only thing that can get you so riled up. Her expression suddenly got serious as she tightened her grip on my arm. You're not planning on doing anything stupid, are you? I would never forgive you if... If what? I stared into Allison's eyes, and I saw her lips slowly quivering. Her breathing increased too, and so did her heartbeat. Please, whatever it is you want, I'll help you. Help me how? Just as Allison was about to answer, we were interrupted by a loud, primal roar that shook the very foundation of the forest. Chapter 46. Beast with the golden marking the loud roar rippled through the air as a strong bloodlust came bearing down on us. I was immediately on guard. I reacted, expecting a monster, except it was a bear that made the loud roar. It was the largest bear I had ever seen. It was bigger than me when I was in my wolf form. Not only that, but I could feel a murderous killing intent coming from it. It should be been impossible, as only supernatural creatures have killing intent, but then I noticed something. Beneath its brown fur were golden markings. It was the same type of beast that the Alpha wanted us to kill. Seeing the giant bear, Allison immediately hid behind me. The bear continued to growl at us before it charged at full speed. I nimbly evaded its attack and slashed through its flesh. The bear roared in pain before snapping at me with its sharp fangs. Its speed was unreal for a creature its size. Every movement it made was savage and lethal. I dodged its attacks and tore through its flesh. Blood trailed down its brown fur as the beast roared in pain. My claws ripped through its thick flesh with ease, causing it to bleed out until it was eventually weakened. But just as I was about to land the killing blow, bones and flesh exploded from its body. I reacted instantly, leaping back several feet to get away from the monster. I didn't know what was happening, so the first thing that came to my mind was retreating. I was on edge ever since I was given this task. I knew that something was off when they asked us to hunt animals. I knew it couldn't be an ordinary animal. Blood and flesh rained from the sky as a dense fog covered the entire area. I activated my thermal vision skill, but it was too late. I felt a giant hand grab me by the foot through the fog. It was then followed by a primal roar. Before I could react, I was hurled into a cluster of trees, which collapsed on impact. Liam. I heard Allison scream my name, and soon the fog cleared. I spat blood as I slowly climbed to my feet and stared up at the beast that had just thrown me. It was a giant gorilla that stood at least 7 feet tall. But how? A few seconds ago, I was fighting a bear. With no time to think about what was happening, I prepared myself as the beast charged at me. Its giant fist pummeled through the air and created a large crater in the ground when I sidestepped it. The monster roared in frustration as it tried to crush me under its massive fist once again. But this time, instead of dodging, I held out my hand and caught the blow, which created a small explosion as it came in contact with my palm. The gorilla's eyes were seething with rage as it drew its fist back to fire another blow, but before it could act again, my claws slipped through its chest cavity and grabbed hold of its heart, ending our brief fight instantly. Its eyes flickered as the life slowly drained from them. Work. The beast released one final roar before its body fell to the ground, creating a loud crash. Liam, immediately after the beast fell, Allison ran toward me and gave me a hug. Are you all right? You didn't get hurt too badly, did you? Me fine. Don't worry. Just then, a glowing light grabbed my attention, and suddenly the dead beast began to change form once again. Only this time, it turned into a human. It was a handsome man with brown skin and curly hair. Even though he was dead, his golden tattoo wouldn't stop shimmering. It's a man? Allison faintly muttered. The both of us stared at him with obvious questions on our mind until a system notification popped up and made everything seem crystal clear to me. Congratulations, you have defeated a level 13 skinwalker. A skinwalker? I mumbled in disbelief. A skinwalker? Allison looked at me in disbelief before slapping herself on the forehead. I should have known it was them. The only thing werewolves hate more than vampires are skinwalkers. Why is that? That's what happens when two territorial races are forced to live side by side. This entire forest is home to different packs of werewolves and tribes of skinwalkers. The two races make it a game to hunt each other. In truth, I knew very little about skinwalkers other than the fact that they exist. I only knew that skinwalkers were a type of witch who had the ability to turn into animals. So this is what they really wanted us to hunt. A skinwalker, I mumbled. I couldn't help but sigh. I had defeated the beast, but now I had to drag its dead carcass by with me. Would you mind taking it back for me? Allie? My back still hurts from being ragdolled. I asked, seeing if Allison would grant me the sympathy of carrying the dead creature back. What? You would ask that of a girl, to carry a corpse on her poor, fragile shoulders? Huh? Why not? Allison stared at me with puffed-out cheeks and folded her arms. HMF, you can't even be a proper gentleman. Are you guys all right? Suddenly, I heard a voice calling out to us, and I turned around to see Derek limping from tree to tree with cat-like agility. It surprised me a bit, but it made sense that his agility had increased since he was leveling up too. Leora and Isabella followed shortly after and quickly overtook him. When it came to agility, Leora was truly unmatched, and her prowess only seemed to increase. What is that? What happened? Leora asked with a frown as she saw the mangled corpse of the skinwalker lying on the ground. It's a skinwalker, Allison explained. This is what they expected us to kill. Oh, you're right. It does have the golden markings the Alpha told us to look out for. So what do we do now? Isabella asked. Do they expect us to bring the corpse back with us? This is a letdown, Derek said, shaking his head in disappointment. I'll carry it back. It's the least I can do since Liam was the one who killed it. Derek bent down to pick up the corpse, but just then I smelled something. KRRK. Tic-tac. KRRK, a loud string of clicking sounds erupted around us, and I quickly activated my thermal vision. What is that? Isabella asked with a puzzled look. More skinwalkers. We're surrounded. Chapter 47. Skinwalkers. I glanced around me with my thermal vision on, and there were heat signatures in every direction. They were all making clicking noises with their mouths. This is how they communicate, Allison said. They don't communicate normally when in front of others. Suddenly, the skinwalkers started to transform, and the entire area became enveloped in thick white fog. So much so that we couldn't even see. I had to use my thermal vision to make them out, while Leora seemed to be relying on her sense of smell and hearing. The first skinwalker to attack took the form of Tiger. It immediately went after my throat, but before it could get close enough for the kill, I slit its stomach open, leaving its organs to fall out as I went for the other skinwalker that was shaped like a giant anaconda. It wrapped itself around Allison to the point where her breathing was slowing. The moment I got close, it lunged at me at a terrifying speed. I got out of its path just in the nick of time. With its body extended, I decapitated its head with just a single swing. The other skinwalkers fell at my feet as I slowly dismantled their tribe. With the help of the others, we slaughtered 15 skinwalkers in total, which allowed me to level up. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 20. 10 strength, 10 bite force, 13 claw, sharpness 15 here in my stats went up, but not by the same amounts as they did in the beginning. They seemed smaller, and I didn't gain any new skills either. Maybe the more I level up, the harder it is to increase my stats and the fewer skills I get. I guess it would be wiser to focus on evolving my current skills. I glanced around to see everyone breathing heavily. The battle seemed to have taken a toll on them. What the hell? How are you perfectly fine? Derek asked with a look of disbelief. He was covered in slashes and bite marks, and his chest was heaving as he lay on the ground. How much did you level up when fighting the Demogorgon? Probably the same as you. My healing improved too. That's why I seemed completely unaffected. That was a bit of a lie. None of the skinwalkers had managed to land a single attack on me. They were all weaker than the first one I fought. But if I told them that, they would only look at me as some sort of freak. It was blatantly obvious that I was not a normal werewolf, but I would like to have some semblance of normalcy. What we do with the other skinwalkers we killed? Leora asked. We should carry them back with us. That prick of an alpha will freak out when he sees how powerful we are. Derek answered with a grin. We're not doing that. I quickly interjected. The one I killed is strong enough for them to know our worth. I'm feeding the rest of my hounds. After saying that, I quickly summoned my shadow hounds, and they began feasting on what remained of the skinwalkers. They tore through flesh and swallowed bones as if they were nothing. It was weirdly satisfying watching my beasts feast, but the others didn't feel that way since they were scowling. When they were done eating, they all rushed over to me, expecting head pats and belly rubs. With a sigh, I began patting them each on the head, which caused some of them to start wagging their tails, practically jumping up and down. When I was done with my shadow hounds, the others seemed to have been healed. You guys ready to leave? I asked. They all grunted and nodded. Liam, you should carry the skinwalker back since you're not injured, Derek said while stretching his back and grunting. Huh? You said you would carry it. Change of plans. Let us go. Sigh. Against my will, I picked up the bloody corpse of the skinwalker and tossed it over my shoulders. About half an hour later, we arrived back at the village. The villagers looked at us with curious eyes as they saw the skinwalker slung over my shoulder. I carried the bloody corpse until I arrived back at the banquet house. The alpha was standing outside to greet us. He had a blank look on his face as he saw us approach. My mother and my father stood beside him, smiling. Curiously, I didn't see Lily around. We stopped right in front of the alpha and tossed the skinwalker onto the ground so he could examine it. He looked a bit satisfied when he saw the golden markings on the creature. Well done, he muttered. Strangely, people of the village started to surround us, forming a circle. A wave of chatter ensued as they saw the skinwalker. The alpha smiled confidently and stepped forward. People of the Lycann village. Our princess has returned to us, he said so all could hear, and he directed their attention to my mother. My mother smiled and waved to them. She has brought with her her husband and powerful children who have just proven themselves to be worthy of our pack. If you don't believe me, then take a look at the beast that lies dead at your feet and tell me, is not so. Immediately, more chatter erupted among the people. I watched as their opinion of us slowly changed with the Alpha's words. Let's welcome them, as we need strong people in these trying times. We need people with strength and who aren't afraid to fight. We need warriors. He roared, and suddenly everyone went silent. Seeing this, an alarm went off in my mind. Having the power to control others like this was terrifying. The Alpha approached the five of us. He stared at us intently, and without any warning, he grabbed Allison and pulled her in close. Derek and I reacted immediately, but our mother signaled us not to move. The Alpha stared at Allison before two sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and he sunk his teeth into Allison's neck before releasing. Allison's eyes flashed yellow, and the blood flowing in the veins of her neck also turned yellow. For a second, it looked as if she was in a faint, but she caught herself. After regaining her composure, the look Allison gave the Alpha was one of utter devotion. It was as if she was staring at her god. He continued to do the same thing to Derek, Leora, and Isabella, and it was all the same. They all looked at him with utter devotion. Soon it was my turn, and the Alpha approached me with sharp eyes before sinking his fangs into my neck. Pack recruitment initializing. 99, you are now a part of the Lycan pack, which contains 78 members initializing submission to Alpha Roarin. 99, initializing failed. User cannot be tamed. Chapter 48. Uncontrollable the moment the Alpha sank his fangs into my neck. I played the part and acted as if I were under his control, just like everybody else. From this moment on, all of you will be a part of the Lycan pack. Soon, our pack members welcomed us with open arms. They all surrounded us and patted us on the back as they offered kind words. I was a bit overwhelmed by the crowd, but there was nothing I could do. They decided to hold a small celebration to welcome us into the pack. They also burned the body of the skinwalker we brought back. The celebration lasted until night fell, and we were escorted to our new home. Since my mother was the Alpha-S sister, it meant we would be staying with him and his family. Luckily, their wooden lodge had enough room for all of us to stay. While we walked back, I approached Isabella. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Me fine. Don't worry. I didn't submit to him. I'm still under your control," Isabella said, knowing the exact reason why I approached her. But as we walked, I noticed the bite mark he had given her on the neck had not fully healed. Leora had a healing ability almost as good as mine, so it was surprising. Though in comparison, it took several hours for mine to heal. Normally, a bite like that would heal within a few seconds. It went to show just how powerful the Alpha was. When he sank his teeth into my neck, I could feel his overpowering bloodlust. It took everything I had not to react to it. Killing intent is normally meant to intimidate one's opponent, but if it's from an opponent weaker or slightly stronger than you, then it might feel more as if they were issuing you a challenge. That was exactly how it felt when I felt the Alpha-S killing intent. By the way, have you seen Lily? I haven't seen her since we've been back, Isabella asked, looking a bit worried. Just then, my mother overheard her question and answered. She asked with the twins. They basically kidnapped her. Just then, Isabella's entire face turned red, and she began to pout. Is she jealous? Seeing her expression, my mother didn't waste a chance to tease her. Seeing as you like children so much, you should get one of your own. My mother had a devilish smile on her face as she said that. Of my own? Isabella asked with a puzzled look on her face. With a cheeky smile on her face. My mother pointed her in my direction. Isabella looked at me, and her entire face looked like a giant tomato. I couldn't We couldn't We're too young. You can't say you haven't thought about it. You're a part vampire, so I would imagine you've been overcome by a lot of sexual desires. Especially when you're drinking blood. No, that's not. Can we drop the conversation? I tried to intervene, but my mother was adamant. She rested her index finger on her chin and asked a question I never wanted to hear from my own mother. How many times have you been thinking about my son like that? Mom, Leora and Allison shouted with a look of disgust. Darling, that's enough. My father tried to stop her. I never meant to, Isabella shouted while waving her hands frantically. Her red face made it look like she was puffing out smoke. Seeing her reaction, my mother burst out laughing uncontrollably. Where did my lazy son find such a cute girl? That's enough, darling. You're embarrassing them. My mother ignored my father's protest and continued laughing hysterically until suddenly she grabbed Isabella and hugged her tightly, leaving Isabella suffocating against her chest. I'd be happy to have you as a daughter. Hearing her words, tears welled up in the corner of Isabella's eyes. Then a smile formed on her lips, and she returned my mother's hug. Isn't she already your daughter, though? Leora asked with a frown. Since she's a part of our pack and all. My mother didn't answer. Instead, she smiled and pulled Leora into the hug too. Allison pouted when she saw this. No fair. She pounced on them, almost knocking the group over. My father smiled at them, while Derek watched with a frown on his face. I, on the other hand, remained neutral. Of course, I was happy that my family was accepting Isabella. When I first met her, I never thought I would see the day when she would smile. A girl who thought that her single existence was meant to serve someone else. It was the way she thought that interested me at first. And now she was on the list of persons I needed to protect. Shortly after, we arrived at where we would be staying for the foreseeable future. The lodge was rather spacious. The moment we stepped in, we saw Lily enjoying a piggyback ride on one of the twins, who was hunched over on the floor. Lily giggled wildly as the other twin watched them with a small smile on her face, but the moment they saw us, they all froze. Mama, Papa. The moment Lily saw us, she ran toward us and leaped into my mother's arms. My mother hugged her tightly and showered her in kisses, which caused her to giggle even more. Lyanna, Kayla, hope Lily didn't cause you too much trouble, my mother said with a kind smile. Being identical twins, it would be hard for the average person to tell them apart. The only difference between them was their hair length. Kayla had short silver hair, and she was the one giving Lily a piggyback ride. She was always cheerful and held a smile on her face. Lyanna, on the other hand, seemed like the serious type. And unlike Kayla, her white hair was long, cascading down to her waist. Kayla smiled at my mother and responded, "Oh, not all. The little cutie is fun to have around." My mother smiled at her. "Liam Lycann?" She then turned her attention to us. "You guys remember the twins, right? I guess they're a bit hard to tell apart. So, if you need help, just look at their breasts. Kayla has a bigger bust. G-cups, right?" Kayla's entire face turned red as she began stammering over her words. "I can't." The poor girl was so embarrassed that tears formed in the corner of her eyes, but my mother didn't stop talking. Lyanna's breasts are a bit smaller. They're about the same size as Leora's, so I guess B-cups. Lyanna stared at her and frowned. "I see you haven't changed a bit, Ani. You still take pleasure in teasing others," she sighed. My father sighed at his wife's lack of control, while Kayla became a bit self-aware and started covering herself up. This was just the start, but I could see that living here would be a bit of a hassle. Chapter 49. Discussion with the twins. We all took our seats, and my mother began questioning the twins about how they have been since the last time she saw them. Lyanna wasn't much of a talker, so Kayla was left to entertain my mother's brash questions. Soon the Roarin entered the room, and it was as if the air itself changed in his presence. From the look on his face, I could tell that he was in a sour mood. There were a few more people standing behind him, including his wife. "Lisa, Paul, come with me. I need to talk about something." My mother and father looked at each other, puzzled, before getting up. "Is everything all right?" Roarin stared at her, and a quiet coldness enveloped the room. "We should talk somewhere else," he grumbled before walking off, forcing my mother and the others to chase behind him. "What crawled up his ass?" Derek asked. He didn't seem pleased at how Roarin spoke to our mother. His remark caused Lyanna to glare at him coldly. "Watch your tongue. Don't forget your place, just because you're Aunt Lisa's son." The two of them glared at each other. "Lyanna, I'm sure he didn't mean it that way," Kayla said, scrambling to ease the tension between the two. "How else would he mean it? TSK, I'm leaving. Call me if there is anything important, Liam," Derek said as he went upstairs toward his room. Kayla watched Derek leave with a sad face. It looked like she was a genuinely kind person. "Don't mind him," Allison said, trying to ease the girl's worry. "He's the type to be brood on a family trip." Her words made Kayla smile. "Don't mind Lyanna either. She admires our father a lot. That's why she might seem defensive of him." "Stop telling strangers about me," Lyanna snapped. "They aren't strangers. They're our cousins. Can't you try to be a little bit nicer?" Lyanna didn't say anything back. Instead, she frowned and hissed her teeth. The differences between the two were astounding. "Well, since we are cousins, I would like to know a bit more about you girls," Allison said. "Oh, me too. I would love to know about you guys too," Kayla said before turning her eyes to Isabella. "For example, I don't remember Aunt Lisa mentioning anything about you."